Maybe have Munchie scoot over a little bit
Right?
more. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
the mic's pretty good level as well. We live? Looks like we're live. The chat's moving fast all of a sudden. Usually means we're
chats
live.
get going real, or like soon as it get going,
Shout out to the chat.
chat jumping.
Chat jumping. All right. We are live. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I had some kind of intro. That's what I really need. I need like an intro, or I need like a long, drawn out, we rocking like cutoff stockings, like introductory phrasing thing that I could do on here, a little bit of slam poetry. But in lieu of that, here we are. I'd like to introduce the men sitting with me here. And as always, we have to say, free brick, not
Please.
the trick. Free brick.
Please.
In addition to that, free all the other former co-hosts of No Jumper who used to be on the No Jumper show. They're all in their own various mental prisons, I would say. They may not be in federal prison, but they're all, dealing with various mental issues that would cause them to not want to be here today. So instead, I'm here with you guys. I think it's serendipity. It was meant to be. Anyway, right over here, we have the one and only street legend, podcasting icon, one of the biggest bloods thus far, Munchie B. And at that exact moment I said that, RXK nephew is in the building wearing Subi jeans and BB's time and belts.
You
He's
got
blind,
intro
so
like
it's
2
going
in
to
the
be a little
morning.
bit slower. Yeah.
Oh, what's happening, bro?
Sorry about that. You right there. Damn.
Neff in the building.
Nephew.
Glowed up from the flow up.
Hey, yo, intro's
Come
getting
on,
getting
man.
getting,
Got to.
getting
Bang,
hard.
bang.
Bang, bang.
You like that intro?
Yeah, that was hard.
That
It's
was
like
pretty
sweat
good.
in the morning.
Yeah, I gave you a little bit of a shine there.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get to Nephew last. But in addition to that, we have my man, Bucci Bear, a.k.a. Brandon, a.k.a. Dark Brandon, a.k.a.
Black belt Brandy.
The blackmail Brandon?
Black belt.
Black belt Brandon. There you go, too.
BBB.
And he'd be blackmailing people. So that's a good point. And then,
Oh,
all right, we're going to switch the order up. Then we have one of my favorite rappers, the man himself, Pitchfork Darling. RXK nephew is in the building. If you don't know, you need to get familiar.
Times Square and all that.
Yeah.
Washington Post, New York Times, doing my thing.
Everybody recognizes him as being a GOAT. And then, in addition to them, we have a man fresh off of his most recent suspension, someone who technically is not even supposed to be here because he did not serve the full 7 days of his suspension. But hey, who cares? Lush won.
I snitched.
Can
so
I
got
get
home
a
early.
ooh no?
Ooh, no.
Lush is in the building, and I think it is safe to assume that we're going to have you on the press list this week. We're out for blood. We're out for answers, Lush.
I mean, when you talk about press, I'm in the press. So
no, you
might as well
are off
press-
press pills.
You might as well press me because like I'm everywhere. I'm the most talked about in the city right now.
That's how it feels.
Yeah.
That might be a little bit misleading, but yeah, you're talked about.
Talked about quite free for my little perspective,
Which
it
is
feels
entirely based around yourself. Yeah, I feel that.
well. Yeah, my insular perspective
Mm.
shows that like to me, I got a lot of eyes and ears on a player right now.
That's real. But I guess before we even get into the Lush week that we've had, I do want to ask RSK nephew where you're at, what's going on in your life, where's your mentality at, because you are someone who seemingly has the world at your fingertips in terms of this rap game. Where are you at? What you been up to?
Man, honestly, I'm taking a break right now. Last year, I was going crazy. The tour was crazy. All these shows, all this traveling. I've been chilling, man, with the family, seeing the kids. I'm doing good, man. I'm in a good mental space, man. See, I ain't walking here with a gallon of Henny.
That is true. Yeah, you did walk in here with a giant bag of weed, but no gallon of Henny, which kind of indicates that you might be in a different place mentally.
The weed gonna help me get through my Henny withdrawals. But
That's
everything
real.
going good, man.
What are the nephew shows like? Are they filled with white women off ketamine and 17-year-old little sweaty,
Man.
chubby bastards? What's going on?
Man, big shouts out to all the fans, man. But shit, it's all type of people, different people, man.
You
If
fucking
got
fans?
everybody there. You got homeless people, rich people, you got street niggas. We got all type of people.
You fucking
College
fans.
people. I just went to. You said, do I fuck the
You
fans?
putting dick in fans.
Nah.
You're past that?
Nah.
Stop it.
Man, I'm 31, bro. I'm 31 years old. Man.
Never
I ain't doing
once?
that. I got 4 kids. See, yeah. I ain't, man, listen here. We ain't about to talk about all that, but.
Man, don't let these dudes get you in trouble at home, bro. These dudes, hey, I don't be trying
He
to
done
set
did
people
it.
up.
Okay, but the stigma about fucking fans is really like when you think about artists who have like super young, immature fan bases. But I feel like when you're RSK nephew, or if you're a Lil Uzi, your
I'm here
fan
to-
base is like grown.
More
and-
sophisticated.
yeah, you got 35-year-old women that are fans. You got to put dick in them.
Who do you think is raising the young, immature sluts?
These days,
They slutty mamas.
Shit, I don't even know. The underground scene, I guess, in general, they got all
Girl,
the
if you
little
get
fucking-
close, you better do this and that, bro.
Yeah.
I thought that
I
after
don't know. That's why you got to blame that on their fathers.
I thought
Oh,
hey.
after you made the critical song, I thought that like the raves, you feel me, you'd be like a rave
That's
performer.
different for me.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a whole street nigga. So doing that shit, looking at that is like, it's different for me.
That's an experience though,
It's,
right?
it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I
son.
got
Like,
one fan
the
question.
white
though.
people tripping.
What kind of beats are you feeling right now? Because I was trying to tell nephew that he should come to the studio with me and Ray J tomorrow, and I was thinking about it. I'm like, I feel like nephew would just get on any of the Ray J like R&B beats, and he would just do his thing on it. Like you don't feel like you're like that picky about beats. Like you just do whatever.
Yeah, I'm saying I do whatever if they paying, but if we just working together, we got to do some groovy shit. But I can rap with that. The shit that I be rapping on, whatever, they got to pay for that. They rapping
I
that
think
shit
a
for free.
Ray J collab would be kind of like icy though. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna.
it's legendary for the aunties and the unks and shit.
It is.
yeah,
It is.
Right.
It is.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hey,
I mean, my perspective is that, like, when I talk to Ray J, he talks about street music as if it's this very, like, ignorant, silly, frivolous pastime. And that if you really make hits to keep, because, think about it, he made hit records that have him still touring well into his 40s, and he's still banging people's aunties on the road every weekend on that Millennium Tour.
Lifestyles.
So I guess
don't-
I understand. He don't smoke. No,
Yeah, I don't
But-
smoke either.
Lush got a lighter.
I was gonna say the same thing. Like Ray J, one of those ones that come out with a banger. Like his whole career is an anomaly. Like you would never expect somebody who's in the shadow of someone so big to do so well, but he comes with quality. He's quality over quantity,
he like the new Bobby Brown.
basically. Yeah, that's a good description.
I feel like he loves drinking too. So it's like if
Yeah.
RXK nephew's in that mode, I feel like y'all really,
Hell
really
yeah, we
get
gonna
along.
go viral, man. He got to jump out the helicopter like Bobby Brown when he start acting crazy.
He not yacked
his
out
jaw
enough to
was
be
twitching.
Bobby Brown though.
You didn't when he called Breakfast Club.
Yeah, nah, he ain't smoking crack, but shit.
Nah, when he called Breakfast Club, he went yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he be like,
You know what I'm
that's-
talking about, right?
Yeah, of course.
If you pulled up and Ray J was like, "Yo, Neff, nice to meet you. I want to smoke crack with you," what would you say?
I'm like, you lost your fucking mind. Where Ashton Kutcher at? Is this a joke? Like, you playing with me right now?
Hey,
man, yo, what-
Black
I can-
people will
I
do
can get
every-
you some crack.
Black people will do every drug, but crack is taboo as hell because we grew up around crackheads.
It's different eras.
It's different eras,
It's
right?
different
Yeah,
eras.
'cause-
When crack came out, they tried it, man. Crack ain't just come out. We seen what it did to our people. So ain't no black people smoking that shit.
Nah,
Not anymore.
Man, listen.
we
Crack-
saw Menace to
crack- crack-
Society.
I'm on the other side of the country. I don't know.
Well, there's like the last surviving crackheads that are still pushing from back then, but most people have transitioned to meth by now to keep it a stack.
Yeah.
The Walking Dead is
Meth
still
took over
remaining.
the East Coast too, though.
Yeah,
When you say
Yeah.
like you're a crackhead, people are pretty much saying you're like a meth head, and they just sort of
at this point.
just simplify.
Now, when we say crack, like if you black and you say you're a crackhead, you still really mean a crackhead. Because I think meth is prettier than crack, right? Meth gonna make you stay up all night. Eventually, you might lose some teeth. Crack, I have you like that dude on Menace to Society talking about I suck your dick to smoke some dope. That's a different level.
That was heroin.
Oh, he was on heroin?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
That's
there you
it.
go.
It was an extreme
Yeah, that
reaction.
wasn't
Learn something new every
day.
No, I think that was crack.
I
he
think it was
on
crack too, but-
brother.
They try to make it say, hey, come on, man, we're crackheads. You know, come on, that. Crackheads don't go through the same withdrawals heroin addicts go through.
That dude, I think,
This
was
is
on
true
crack.
as well. No, what
Yeah,
you said.
that's the worst withdrawals you can ever go through. They're willing to do whatever.
Crack specifically.
Crack, they can still work, get
No,
to a
yeah,
good job.
Heroin, like any opiates, is a far more like traumatic withdrawal than crack.
No, I'm gonna sleep it off.
Yeah, you sleep it. You'll be
I'll
straight.
sleep it off.
I'm gonna say this in South
Not
LA.
shooting up.
In South LA, in the early '90s, it was crack because that was the affordable drug. Heroin is relatively expensive, and it takes a long process to use it. Crackheads want to get in a corner, hit that pookie. They ain't trying to freaking melt down heroin with a needle. That dude, I'm pretty sure was a crackhead.
Oh, he was.
I feel like
Menace Society, right? Yeah, yeah.
I feel like meth is something that like a lot of more
Hey,
sophisticated
go
people
for
do
one
as
of my
well.
crackers tell me some shit like that, bro. I'm liable to shoot one of them niggas, man.
Hey, you see what
Nigga
happened to
ain't about to
bro?
offer me no fucking neck for no crack.
You see what happened to him?
Ooh.
He got smoked in Menace. Bro, in
Oh
Menace.
yeah, nah, they
Yeah.
did as they should. The
Yeah.
director knew what he was doing.
They got him up out of there, right? Yeah.
Okay, so Neff, do you know anything about what's been going on here for the last week and the Lush One saga that has been unfolding?
Lush Gate.
Lush
Lush
Gate.
Gate.
There you go.
Lush Gate.
Nah, I ain't been tapped in.
All right, so let me give you a little bit of a preliminary understanding, and we can figure out what exactly has been going on. So on Wednesday, I show up at the office. We have 2 pornographic films to be filmed and nothing else. No jumper content. Well, actually, the news was being created that day. So you had a couple people in here, but for the most part, only like 2 employees are here, and I'm just basically getting my fuck on. And so at a certain point, the employees start coming over to me and start telling me, yo, there's like 30 Crips outside. And I'm very confused. Like, what? Like, who? Like, why? Why would there be any Crips here? We're not doing any kind of content like that today. They inform me Travis Ford is here. So that makes a little bit more sense because the last time that Travis Ford was here, he came with upwards of probably not 30 Crips, but maybe like and really the 30 is probably an exaggeration in general. But he was probably here with 15 Crips last time as well. And then he starts telling the employees that he was invited by the man of the hour, Lush One,
Hello.
who, as far as I could tell, had basically stayed up all night and was incommunicado. Well, you did respond to the group chat, so it's not like you were passed out, but you didn't seem as if you knew or remembered that you were supposed to be going to the office at the exact same time that these guys were here.
Why
so
they said they was looking for you.
Well, he had invited them, which we can get
invited
more
them.
in depth into that. But basically, you then
So they was
hop in
fans?
your car. No, they're not fans. These are close associates of Lush. And so then you rush here and start engaging in a back and forth with them. Now, let's clear up some narratives just to start this off. Are you and Travis Ford smoking crack together?
No.
Have you consumed any amphetamines, any meth, any drugs in general? Please let us know, because a lot of people are speculating.
Don't hide your drugs, man. Ain't no
Check
reason.
this out.
A lot of people are speculating
out.
that might be the tie that binds in this situation.
There is no shame in my drug game. I'm very I keep it transparent at all times,
And
right?
didn't you mess up a drug test before you just came in here?
So
He intentionally sabotaged his own drug test.
it was a mistrial. It was like Munchie
A
B said.
mistrial is a thing in court.
It was a
Not a
mistrial.
drug test. I never heard of that.
So what we have right here is a drug
You ain't
test.
answer the question. He said, "Do you smoke crack?"
With him.
No, I don't smoke crack.
Is y'all connected to crack?
I don't smoke crack. No, there's no crack.
This is a this
But-
is a drug test.
Yes, that's a drug test.
But you didn't pee on it yet?
No, that's not been peed on yet.
Because he fucked up the first one.
Because I was given no instructions. Motherfuckers just said, go in there. I went in there, my dick was out. I said, y'all could see my dick piss, everything. You
The
feel me?
instructions
I
on the
told him that.
motherfucking package.
Even
And
if you
Brandon
getting
was
high, you
watching
still shit
Yeah, he was
alive.
watching
I saw
me. I
you
pissed.
pretend to take
You
a drug.
saw
No,
his dick?
No,
So you can't even confirm that he has a dick. It could be like a robotic cock.
could be a mangina.
Hey, I
Yeah,
can
y'all
confirm to anybody that's
Y'all
willing to
crazy,
see it,
man.
the existence of my penis.
Okay. I don't doubt that you do
All
have a
these-
penis.
all these
And it's
penises
formidable
and
at that.
dicks
I'm
shit,
still
man, y'all crazy,
on the
man.
Travis Ford thing
Okay.
because I think you're 100% wrong for rejecting those Crips who were knocking at your door. Because I didn't know the details.
Counter narrative. Here we go.
No,
Here
this
we
ain't
go.
no counter narrative. This is real.
Hey, listen, we're not about to politic over here and talk about
No.
gangs, man.
About
We're not
gangs?
here to
It's
talk-
not even
yeah.
about like a specific
No,
gang
this ain't
or
about
anything like
gangs.
that.
This ain't
It's
about
not
gangs.
Like,
Yeah,
this
they
isn't
keep
really
saying
specific to
Crips
any
and then
gang.
saying
Well, there's-
ditches and then-
Okay, so
We're not
what do you
about to
think
do all
I
that.
should have done?
Okay, so you told me when we were talking behind the scenes, they showed up, they had like a vehicle that was wrapped with like no jumper signage, and they brought gifts to you
What a
like
cake.
to pay
man.
homage.
Cake.
A cake. Listen, man, have you ever seen the movie King of New York?
No.
Okay, that's your problem. If you go, you need to
Frank
immediately
White.
watch that movie so you could understand the very
Nah, that's fire though.
no real
They
talk.
fuck with you though.
One thing about Frank,
King of New York's a movie about
Wait.
gangs back in the
no,
day,
listen,
right?
no,
Yes.
It's not like
no,
Jaws.
It's in the
no,
80s.
that's Gangs of New York. See,
Right.
you're wrong. King of New York
It's
is
in the
Frank White.
80s. It's in the
Oh,
80s.
King of New York.
Let me get this out so
Sorry,
I can
sorry, yeah.
educate. Frank White was a drug dealer in New York. His whole crew was black, real killers,
Like
right?
me. Okay.
He was a clean cut dude. But one thing about Frank White, that's why Biggie Smalls always reference, he's like, I'm the black Frank White. You heard that
His
reference?
name was
before.
Frank
Okay,
White.
yeah, yeah.
Because Frank White was not afraid or nervous around his guys. As vicious as they was, as black as they were, as clean cut as he was, he walked in and he act like when in Rome, do as the Romans
They had
do,
synchronized
and they had a
dance
high
moves.
level of respect for him.
They had synchronized
with black-
dances.
But with black people, some people can mistake respect for aggression, right?
Okay.
And that's what you did. They did. Black people don't even do shit like that. Pull up with rap vehicles and cakes and stuff. The fact that they did that, that was the 60 Crips giving you a high amount of respect. And what you did was,
That wasn't no respect.
no, listen, okay, name one person. Listen, I'm going to speak on it as a dude from Long Beach and LA County. Name one white person who you've ever heard of a gang coming up,
Oh, no, I
bringing
didn't
them a
politic
cake,
like that, bro.
wrapping a
Niggas talking about-
vehicle
Fire though, now.
with that signage from your brand, right? That's
To
a
be-
high
to
show of
be
respect.
fair, it wasn't a wrap. They actually had like monitors on the
All right,
side
brother.
of the vehicle. You
Hey.
out of here?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'll-
What happened? You just not into the gang talk?
Oh,
All right, enough. Much respect, player.
All right, shit. That was a powerful appearance. I'm gonna hit you after this.
okay. Well, the thing is, just what you say, if it was the screens or whatever, honestly, in my life, I've never heard of any gang doing something like that. And if they bring that kind of like situation to your front door, clearly they respect you. Clearly they look at you as somebody who is important enough to do that for. So when you rejected them, it's kind of like not saying this is what you intended. It's kind of like a slap in the face. And what I would say is, if you're going to be this close to black gang culture, if you're going to talk about these people in the very real aspects of their life, you're going to have to get comfortable with things that are normal
So
in the black
you're
community.
saying that you think that I should allow people to basically show up whenever they want and sort of force their way into my life, even if we don't have anything planned or anything scheduled. Fuck what I got going on in my life. If you show up and you're in a gang, which obviously is like, 50,000 dudes in LA, that I should just take them in, regardless of what I have going on. Come on in, and hey, if the J-Cat that sits next to me on this podcast is the one who invited them, fucking come on in.
What you got?
I think you could probably see why this is not really like a sustainable
Hey,
mentality.
Well,
no, pop
no.
up like that, bro.
What
It's like it's a business, bro. It ain't just like, you know what I'm saying?
I
Yeah.
listen, what I'm saying is this. That's black culture. Black folks pop up at each other's house unannounced. I would say that was them kind of welcoming you in. All
You wanna
right.
sit there?
I would say that's them kind of like, to me, that was a massive sign of respect. And even though it was not timely, I think that personally you should have let them in, because they came up here for you to kind of celebrate you. And it's like I said, watch King of New York. When someone's celebrating you, a good king accepts it, even if it does inconvenience him.
Okay.
Brandon,
That's like 48 laws of power type
Munchie,
shit.
No.
feel free to debunk this. Yeah, you go.
In Charles Ford words, he said the last time he's here, he know he messed up, so he came a little extra to compensate because he got caught trying to steal some merch.
Okay.
So and you can't pop up nowhere unannounced. You know what I'm saying? Can I come to your house unannounced?
Sure.
And if that is
I don't care.
is that part of black culture? Because
No,
that's my first time hearing that. Because this is my thing. That's part of like 1950s culture, pre-cell phone culture. Is like, yeah, I'm gonna pop up. Oh, I need a cup of sugar. I'm gonna go over to the neighbor's house and borrow something. This is 2025. Like, this is a podcast. We have a very strict schedule going on. We have security concerns. From my perspective, anybody popping up just really has me fucked up. Now, that being said, I feel like we got to default to Lush here to at least get a little bit more context about why you were smoking crack with Travis Ford and that led to all this happening.
So Travis, I've known for a couple years. I'd interviewed him. I kind of thought that he might have potential in this space, considering like other former / current gang members that have transitioned to podcasting very successfully. For example, 4Extra, Crit Mac, AD, T-Rail, Brick Baby, Munchie B, LA Icon, Lucky. I can name several, right?
Yeah.
I figured he would be good in that vein. Snoopy Badass is like his BFF, and they're like Tom and Jerry. You feel me? So I figured, okay, Travis.
Snoopy and Munchie are like Tom and Jerry.
He the rat.
He's not even a mouse. It's a rat and or it's a cat and a mouse.
He's a rat. Mouse rat. He's a rat though.
All right. Continue, Lush.
So Travis, obviously he got involved. He's at least peripherally involved in the Jay Reed scandal and all that because he's a part of Dosh Network. So I had brought him over to do an interview / the news. He wound up rolling a little bit deeper than expected, and a bunch of other random things happened during that interview. Moneybag Rose was hella faded, almost got into it with Snoopy Badass, who was simultaneously doing an interview on the other side of the office.
From my perspective, absolutely nothing happened in that scenario.
Almost.
Snoopy talked about it as if something happened. I feel like Snoopy might have said like one word to Moneybag Rose. There was no actual confrontation.
He said he caught him out for a fade. True enough.
I was there. I don't think anything like that happened. You were probably out there too, right? Oh, yeah, and hey, I just want to send a big shout out. I got my Fashion Nova jeans on, and I'm feeling great. Everybody, go to fashionnova.com and tap in so you can get like me. All right, continue.
So then I was like, after that, like Travis is the type of dude that sends a million text messages a day. I'm sure anyone that's been in communication with him in any capacity can attest to that.
I'm so glad he doesn't have my number. Shout out to Travis, but I'm glad you don't have my number.
Shouts to Travis, good dude, and he has good intentions. However, there's like a lot of communication. I had kind of wanted to bring him on back to the news because he said he wanted to come. So I had agreed to let it, because here's the thing. I completely violated protocol. I was supposed to holler at the proper channels if I want to bring somebody. I didn't do that. I kind of figured, you know what, it's a light day. I might be able to sneak bro on the news. He's going to have a couple of his people with him. That was my thoughts. Wrong thoughts to have. Completely dumb. Adam had no clue that was even a thing whatsoever. But that's like exactly what had happened.
Did he pay you?
No.
There was been some suggestion, and even, okay, he had tons of dudes with him, right? And then I seen some of those dudes on a little interview clip or whatever where they were saying that they paid a booking fee.
Well, if they paid a booking fee,
I was very confused because I'm thinking either Travis was taxing some of the dudes that he was with, or maybe they all collectively paid you.
If they were going to pay me and I was going to run that play, which I never have, I would for sure make sure that it went through. I would for sure make sure that it went through. I could have easily set up that interview and made it happen if I had wanted to. It wasn't that deep. No, I've never done that, nor would I. But that's
I think Lush. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think Lush is like a little more tapped in with the culture of this whole culture. When he told him like, "Hey, just pull up," that's something that you say. And what I think
not in business,
but that's
not with like an actual business. Definitely not a podcast. Never heard of that in a podcast.
But one of the
sense.
appeals of your business is that it seems very like relaxed. It seems like
if
everyone,
anything, that's a problem that I think we need to be working against.
No,
yeah.
I'm gonna be real with you. Everybody here thinks that everybody's friends, everybody's cool with each other and stuff like that. The question I would have for you is, what did you think was gonna happen?
I thought I was gonna go to work, film pornographic movies, and that we were gonna do the news, and then that was gonna be it. And I didn't picture any like large armies of people showing up at the office.
So let me tell you how a black person in your position would have handled this.
Okay, but it's like you're using like black people as a shield to say like people who, okay,
that's what you're dealing with.
It's not like they just popped up. They were led to believe that they were supposed to pop up because of Lush.
But Correct. What I'm doing is you are operating from your white mind and thinking. I'm giving you some perspective on how black people think.
They don't though. I don't think so. There's no way.
I work with Alex Alonso. He wouldn't have fucked with that.
I don't think Alex Alonso has the mass appeal like you. You are tapped in and accepted in black culture. You can say things about black people, talk about black people business, and not get total like super backlash about that, and people still show up. When you've been given that type of access, you are a familiar person, so people act familiar with you.
We could even just take me out of the equation, and we could take DJ Academics, a black man who interviews largely other black people. If you show up at Act's studio without an invite, you are not going to be welcomed in. And nobody who tells him like, hey, Act, you're black. Black people apparently don't tell you before they come to your workplace. You know what he's going to say? Fuck you. I'm working. I'm streaming. I'm doing whatever I got going. In all my years of watching Act's podcast and all my years of watching his streams, never have I ever seen people just pop up out of nowhere, and never has it ever been suggested that if they did, that like really, I think Act would take it the same way that I take it, which is this is clearly a detriment to the business. This is really, it's potentially putting people in danger. Yes. And even beyond that, it's like we have multiple girls who are shooting nude content, having sex on camera, and even like that's happening in the Plug Talk room away from everybody. But then we also have a photo shoot type thing going on. We're filming Instagram reels against the backdrop out there. And in order for us to make these girls feel comfortable, you know what we need? We do not need a 30-man army hanging out in the office. That's going to make them feel weird. Almost certainly some percentage of those dudes are not going to know how to act, and it's going to make the girls feel weird. So if there is anyone who is partaking in this bizarro assumption that you have that like black people can just pop up, like apparently black people just have like an additional level of invite to any podcast, they can just come through. That's not how this actually works.
showing up
in
at
the real
Jay-Z's
world.
But
Yeah.
this is the part you're omitting from your beautiful monologue. They were invited by this motherfucker.
And that's the problem.
And that's-
So
And
what
that's
we're-
why
so-
I have not blamed Travis Ford throughout all this.
So what I'm saying is, you're the boss. Your employee fucked up, but you hired him. You co-signed him. So when Travis Ford pull up like, yo, your employee told me it was cool for me to come. I'm just not gonna let you put that on some shit like, oh, all these gangsters showed up and they was unannounced. They wasn't unannounced. They were invited. He didn't tell you. That's a you and him issue.
That's why he got
But I
suspended.
think you
I
could have
do
been.
agree with
wait,
you
but I
that-
believe you could have been a little bit more gracious as a damn business owner in the host. Yeah, there's naked girls. That's business. Unforeseen occurrences happen. Things happen. You could have been a little bit more diplomatic about it.
Man, fuck them in that cake.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying
Like,
fuck
just don't-
them, but I am
you could have at
saying
least
that
brought bro in by himself. Like, hey, look, we got a lot going on in here. Let's do this next Saturday.
I could have gone outside and had, a 5-minute conversation with them, which may have helped to kind of
That
smooth
would have been
things
professional.
over. From my perspective, listen, I'm in here fucking. I got a nut 2 different times on camera. I'm not really trying to take my mental space and dedicate some percentage of it to warding off people who are trying to show up without an invite. To me, this is a big part of why Lush doing that was so problematic. So can you describe the mentality that you were in when this took place? Like, would you say that you were in full cat mode, for lack of a better term?
I was trying to be, I think I was just trying to do the right thing. I was trying to be cool. And I realized it's fucking very ill advised. I have enough self awareness to realize that I don't like the fact that I put you in the position as to where you even have to hear shit like this. I don't like that because my objective at No Jumper is to add to the team and be good and be a good team player and all that. And I definitely took too much liberty and just fucked up by like even agreeing. Because the thing is, Travis didn't have bad intentions and I didn't have bad intentions, but it wasn't like I just didn't go through the proper channels and it could have easily been avoided. I'm not going to blame drug use for this. Like, I'll take a drug test to show that this ain't even got nothing to do with drugs. This is just like other deep-seated psychological issues I have trying to do too much.
So you're saying that the way that you kind of just invited him was almost like the Glaze narrative, that you were like, you were incapable of like standing up for yourself to say no, or like, because that would kind of go against the whole glazing thing that many people have accused you of.
It's
a serial glazer.
In like its most base terms, yes, like 100%. But
that's big of you to admit that. Honestly.
Yes, it's literally what it is. But it's you could say glazing, you could say people pleasing. Like, I'll just refer to what I learned about this phenomenon in recovery. So in recovery, and I don't want to go on too long of a tangent here, but the third step in recovery is made a conscious decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God. Well, then when you analyze that,
Who
what
is
that
the carrot god?
You said the care of God.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
You're funny.
No, I
the
thought,
broccolini horse and the carrot
Your
god.
atheist buddy has
Fucking-
abandoned you.
no, I
was-
thought we were talking about the carrot god, like the bunny.
That's fucking funny.
The Easter bunny. Or, I
Yeah,
don't
it's,
know.
it's Carrot Top, the comedian.
Oh, he could be for
he
sure
is
a
for
god.
sure the carrot god.
Yeah.
Especially with all them roids. With that being said, I realize that when I do things for other people, it's not necessarily because I'm a good person and I'm genuinely altruistic, but I want people to have a perception of me as being a good dude. Oh, Lush did such a great thing. That was dope that Lush brought Travis forward and brought the main streets over. Now, like, we fuck with him.
Mafia
That's cool.
Lush.
Mafia
We're
Lush.
gonna get to that too.
But it don't, like, regardless of what hood or who it is like, it don't even got to be anything to do with gangsters. It could be just, oh, now this old lady in my building fuck with me because I went and got her coffee, and now that makes me, so there's a deep-seated psychological thing. If I'm being super, because I did take my time off to make amazing rap songs and to be self-reflexive and analytical, and so these are some of the things
Hey,
that I
bro.
was.
Hey. So you don't like to disappoint people. You got your no button can't be broke, bro.
Yeah.
Because even after what you saying something about a peer space, you still trying to make something happen.
He was
Yeah.
still, because they're talking about they spent this money on the cake, which I understand at that point you want to like make it up to them. It's not like they just drove there and they're only out gas money. You know, they had a damn cake.
He offered to pay for the cake, right? You said
Yeah, I did, but I mean, now that offer has been rescinded. There's no.
Well, let's
offer
get
is
into
off
that
the
too
table.
at a certain point. But okay, so this is my thing though, is that Tuesday, keep in mind the story with all the guys showing up was Wednesday. Tuesday, you were on the podcast. You were looking like your cheeks were a little sunken. You had the sunglasses on, which from my knowing you is sometimes indicative of you being on a seek one. You did have a black eye. You said that you had a fade at 7:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that if you were out and about at 7 in the morning that you didn't sleep prior to that.
Nah.
And even beyond that, like when they called you out on the news, you start blaming it on Remo. And it kind of felt like you were like lying and like just sort of doing like whatever. It kind of felt like you were in the throes of addiction, which maybe not. I mean, you were slamming buzz balls at all, so it could just be an alcohol
I was
thing.
faded and I'd been up all night. Yeah, and me and the homie ran it in the morning, and like that was.
So you got up in the morning to run a fade at 7.
No, we had been up all night.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, y'all was already together.
Yeah, we was posting on the block, and one of the homies was being really loud, and there's a specific neighbor, and she be calling the police on the homies, and one of the homies did something fucked up to where she live at. I ain't gonna get too specific. And while he was doing that,
Took a shit, didn't light a match.
type shit, I ain't gonna say too much. No, it wasn't nothing like that, but he was destroying shit.
This man said posted on the block like he's a 1980s drug dealer or something. Me and the homie. Hey,
Shout out Paul Wall posted up like a mailbox.
hey.
I mean, we was just in the cut, bro. It was nothing major.
But you have a need for acceptance. And in reality,
I don't have, and I realize this too, Brendan. I don't have a need for acceptance. I have a need for fulfillment.
fulfillment.
I don't
right.
care about acceptance.
Validation.
Also-
That's about
No,
validation.
as
No,
long as-
fulfillment internally.
I feel like you're looking at two different kind of white guys too, because like kind of the point that you're trying to make is that I seemingly have like very little need for acceptance.
No.
I'm eager to upset a bunch of people, whereas with him,
You eager?
he's actually lying in order to be more accepted, which is kind of different. I feel like you need to take a little bit from me, and I need to take a little bit from you. I should care more about what people think about me.
I think you are
Interesting theory.
I think you're misreading what I'm saying. Like you're like mischaracterizing it. I think that we all have a need for acceptance and validation. That's why we do
Correct.
this. That's why this is done. We want people to like us. You just have a more comprehensive understanding of how to get that acceptance and turn it into a profit vehicle for yourself. Lush doesn't have that. If he did, he would be like a Grammy Award winning rapper by now. So what he does
I think
is,
there's other things that are keeping that from happening.
yeah, but what he does is he compensates for that by being kind of like a man of the people. I walk in the room, everybody knows me. Hey, bro, pull up. It's all good. I'm just sitting there. I feel like you could have been like, hey, y'all pull all this shit in the parking lot. I'll be out when I'm done. I mean, they would have been cool with that. Black people love a backyard boogie. There was a I'm just gonna stand on this. There was a more diplomatic way to handle that.
That is true.
I mean, so what I told the thing is at that moment, and now I'm hearing that I want to talk to more of these gentlemen that are saying that they paid, because I don't know. And these, I've talked to several of the dudes that pulled up that day. I have not heard that at all. But
I believe that broke Travis Ford off a little bit. Because they were saying we paid a booking fee. That just sounds like they probably gave the money to Travis.
Because they came with the little mic thing. So
they were going to do a hanging mic or something. Yeah,
they came with more studio equipment than we have at No Jumper. They came with like
so it doesn't cut
12 cameras, brother.
The whole
like,
project.
But here's the thing, like, so
what about the girls? There's some girls outside, wasn't it?
I mean, there's some aunties in the cut for sure.
Aunties. I thought they had some. Some videos.
It was girls inside and outside.
Look, so I'll just break down. So here's what happened. Me and my homie had got down. I came home. My bitch yelling at me. It's like 8:30 in the morning. Where the fuck you been? Blah da 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 da. I said, baby, I gotta lay down for a little while. You feel me? Like, and by the way, just let me say, I've been like hit in the face several times. I done had black eyes. This is the most that a black eye had ever hurted by a significant margin. Like, I don't know. I feel like he damn near shattered the capillaries.
You getting old, motherfucker? It hurts more when you get old.
Because I was going to say you kind of looking like a raccoon, but is that just because you got the black eye sort of left over?
I think that's pretty much like subsided. There might still be, but that look to the point where like the next 2 days I couldn't drive. Like I would have to pull over. Like I was feeling so much pain. So I tell my girl like, baby, I gotta lay down. She's like, nah, you gotta get ready for work. You're tripping. I'm like, nah, I gotta lay down for a second. She's a good woman, right? I lay down. I knock out. Like an hour and a half later, it's 11:23. My girl's like, hey, your phone's been blowing up. It's Josh. So I pick up the phone. And it's 11:23 a.m. I'm supposed to be at work at 12, mind you. Josh is all, hey, there's a big truck outside with a billboard on it with pictures of you and Adam 22, and it says No Jumper, and it says Travis Ford too.
That's crazy.
Like, what the fuck is going on? They said that they're here because of you. Get these people the fuck out of here right now. I was like, I'm on my way, Josh. Don't trip. He said, you still doing the news, right? I'm like, yeah. So
I keep telling you, low key, man, these black people in LA really, they look up to you, bro. I don't think you get that. Like,
you talking about me or Lush?
You.
Oh.
No, you know.
I don't give a fuck. That's
they
cool.
look up to you, which it doesn't matter.
They need a new role model.
Whether you acknowledge it or they admit it, bro, they look up to you. Like I keep saying, you damn near the OG of most of these dudes because they wake up with you on their mind. They tap in every day at 12. Like, you are a part of the LA culture. So I think you should be flattered.
Brandon, you don't think they could have went about that a different way?
Of course they could have. Okay. But wait a minute. We're forgetting one thing.
Right.
They were invited.
Yeah, but once they seen that he did a Bow Wow challenge, they could have like, man, all right. You know what I'm saying?
That's what they did.
So, no, okay. So
the police got called.
So immediately.
2 hours, right?
But look, immediately as soon as Josh hits me up, I call, I say, Travis, what the fuck is going on? What's up with this billboard? He's like, oh, yeah. I was like, bro, get the billboard. He's like, I got you. The billboard's out of here. I was like, bro, you cannot, like, how deep are you about to be? He's like, oh, you feel me? It's like 15 or 20 of us. I'm like, Travis, that's way too deep, bro. You got to get rid of everybody. You feel me? Like, it's supposed to be you and a few other people. He's like, I know, but they were +1 and +1 brought they +1 and da. I'm like, Travis, here's the thing. We can figure this out, but what you got to do right now, there's a motherfucking bar about 0.8 miles away from here. Go to the bar and post up. You feel me? Post up there. I gotta go.
Called again.
Get drunk. So you're telling a bunch of young black men to go get drunk at like noon?
No, I'm telling them to get off the fucking block in the middle of Burbank where the police is on the helmet already.
I never thought about the nearest bar.
There's a bar and grill like less than a mile away. I don't want to like dox us even more.
You already doxed. You told the city.
Yeah, you said the city, but that's a poorly kept secret at this point.
Everyone knows we're in Burbank, but like we're not.
we could just not say it, but yeah.
Not the ones who didn't know.
Yeah.
All right. But they were like, here's the problem. Travis not only brought these guys, which is one thing, but he brought a bunch of guys that don't really know him like that. Like those dudes don't fuck with him like that. He had no ability to control them. They didn't respect his word when he said leave for them to leave. He couldn't get them to leave. Now, Travis knows I never would have fucking aired that information out because we had this very tender conversation that night where I was like, you know what, my bad for misleading you.
Tender's crazy.
Very tender.
That's cool. Yeah.
Very fucking tender conversation where I'm like,
Chicken
you know what,
tenders.
I put you in a bad situation. Like I did not have permission to bring you there. Like that was fucked up that I did. And he's like, yeah, and I brought way too many people. And I was like, bro, like why didn't y'all bounce? He's like, I tried. They wouldn't listen to me. Mafia.
But
they
you know,
wouldn't listen
everybody
to
has.
me.
You know, everybody has to save phase. He has to save it because both of y'all hugged in the street,
literally,
and both of y'all turned around and me was like, "Fuck that fool."
I mean, I could show you a phone full of text
I don't want to
messages
see that shit.
from his people.
Lush, you
say-
just was thinking Adam shit was your shit. Like
What-
you could
what-
do whatever you wanted to do.
What that got to do with
Okay,
that,
but
though?
hypothetically, like, I got to shoot him some bill because imagine if Lush thought that it was really just going to be like 2 people. 2 people pulling up
Manageable.
is not that crazy. You know, like if Suspect shows up tomorrow and he's got 2 homies with him and they're just chilling, whatever, it's like not that big a deal. Like, that's cool. So in that way, I guess I could understand. But when we actually saw the text messages that came out at one point, it was like barbecue, hanging mic, bitches dancing, the whole hood.
Right.
It was like a lot of stuff that sort of like made you think like, oh, this is going to be like a whole affair. This is not going to be like Almighty Zay sitting on the couch smoking a bagwood.
Hey,
I knew it would be more than Almighty Zay.
Can we read that text verbatim?
I
want
don't
the- I
know
want the
where
ghetto
it is
invitation.
exactly, but
Yeah.
I did see that earlier.
Because you did kind of tell them to bring the hood out.
The hood, bring the hood, bring the whole hood.
We
what
know
the text said,
exactly what he
what the
said.
text said. It said drinks. It said drinks, the hood, something else. You feel me?
Oh
I
yeah.
forget.
Well,
But
well, he came.
when he
how
said the
supposed to
hood,
came.
Hey, and just so that people
but-
know in the chat that if you put the whole address, you're going to be banned for life from the channel. So just so you know, like,
this
we
fool,
banning people left and right.
this fool brought. I knew he was coming with Blue Cinco and Poncho. Where they are from, I figured when he said the hood, he's talking about neighborhood. You feel me?
Why
Lush,
it matter where you from? Where they from anyway though?
yeah.
Because that's what I thought he was referring to when he said the hood. You feel me? So I was like, oh, the hood. Like, okay, I misread his text.
Man, you guys got like a little gang banger fetish, and you was on a bender. You got excited. He started talking. You start agreeing, and then it was what it was. I'm gonna need a little bit more accountability coming
No,
out of this
okay,
couch.
but you want to know
I
what?
mean-
You're righter than you know. More
No, I'm
right than you
right as
know.
I know.
Because he actually, this whole thing happened. I was just informed via text because Yuri said on stream that nobody would back you up from South Central. So you said, fuck it, I'm going to get 40
Exactly.
South Central representatives to pull up to the building with a hanging mic, a bunch of tortas, and a fucking cake.
Hey,
It was right. I did
Dead
invite,
homies.
Okay.
I did invite him right after Yuri said
we
that.
know what you
Hey,
did.
but listen, before the week before this, didn't he come 15 deep? Y'all asked him not to.
He came. That wasn't the week before, but yeah,
It was
the-
maybe 2-3 weeks before, and notably, Travis Ford did try to steal some T-shirts in there. Moneybag Rose is like Batman. He came in, saved the T-shirts.
in his haze of intoxication, which makes it extra impressive because he was stupid faded and he still had the frame of mind to do that.
Why are you stealing? Like the
Free merch.
Listen.
Travis Ford stealing free merch,
bricks.
brother.
free merch. Like, listen, I'm just saying you gotta own because you're owning it, but you're kind of trying to wiggle from out under it. That's why I just keep dropping.
What do you
the
mean?
rock back.
Look,
Because you were like, oh, I told him this, and then he said plus one, plus
I
one.
did not look
Bro.
on some real shit. I did not think he was gonna be.
You
well,
didn't think, but you
to that-
agreed to all that shit.
For sure, it's my fault. I'm not like the motherfucker got suspended. You feel me? Like, but and it was my fault. But I did not think that this fool was so retarded that he was gonna like block his own blessing to roll that
You
deep.
gotta think. He didn't even know a lot of them people. He
He didn't even know that.
They was saying, "Where's Travis Porter? He's Travis Ford."
Yo, I know
I
that's
understand.
when I knew the shit was
Wow.
burnt out. Because the employees were telling me
Wow.
they're out there looking for Travis Porter. I'm like, Travis Porter, the group from Atlanta
Yeah.
from like 20 years ago. And I'm like, obviously they probably mean Travis Ford. It's like kind of easy to piece that together. But also, what like you rolled up with someone, you don't even know his last name? That's weird.
Right.
You need like a public relations person.
I got a question.
I do, but they largely aren't here.
If you-
I got a question.
They're usually just booking interviews, not like
Adam,
warding
why-
off gangs here.
Why didn't you fire me?
Because I like Lush at the end of the day. And, I feel like, even if you are in the middle of a crash and burn scenario, we need to be here to document that. But also, I like having you on the podcast. I consider you a friend. I think that you're a very talented guy. I hate the fact that you just manipulated me into complimenting you a bunch of times, but I do enjoy your presence on this platform, regardless of the fact that you may have took an L right there. Yeah, okay. Here's the
Thanks,
screenshot.
brother.
Show the screen.
11:30.
Show the screen.
Cake,
food, drink the hood. And then
Yes,
this is how I
yes,
know that it's you.
sirski.
You're in the gray because you said yes, sirski. You're the only person on earth left still saying yes, sirski, which was very much like a
17-ish.
18. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know Desto Dub saying it a lot, Lil Pump, etc. Just sticking sirski at the end of everything. That was a thing for a while there.
I never saw this text, and I knew that that's exactly the energy Lush gave to
That's
those
why I
people.
said we hear it verbatim. I know.
It's
So that's not giving just a +1. You know what I'm saying? Plus
bring
2 plus 1.
everybody.
The hood.
That's the best.
I
Oh,
didn't
it's
think
deep.
that yeah, but I know Munchie, but I didn't think he was going to bring that many people.
Awesome.
Like it was and this is what I told Travis. I was like, bro, like I'm trying to get some shine for you. You don't have to get shine for everybody else. You feel me?
Can I just say
What was
something
the
real
mic
quick?
about?
And also
I got
we
so
have
many questions.
now we have to drop the Travis Ford interview
so-
because now everybody needs to be able to be like, okay, who the fuck is this
You
guy?
have-
What is the root of all this?
It's
Well,
an
mission
amazing-
accomplished for him.
Look, it's an amazing interview for several reasons. One, fucking one of the guys he had with him is managed by Christopher Lovejoy, and there's a bunch of grievances with that scenario.
What's his name?
I forget bro's name. He cool as fuck.
The one that-
Bands, I think.
Oh,
Bands.
YCA 80
Yeah,
bands.
bands,
Yeah, yeah,
bands,
yeah, yeah.
bands,
What
80
if
bands.
Lush? What if? Let me say this.
So he was bitching about Lovejoy?
Yes, he's not
Oh,
psyched
because
about
Lovejoy is the reason why he was ever on the podcast in the first place.
So, but there's controversy there, and he talked about it.
Okay.
Moneybag Rose was so drunk he started trying to take over the interview and interview people mid-interview. Travis Ford talked about pissing in the SA soup, and fucking and him and Stoopy Badass falling out over fucking the White Ranger from Power Rangers' daughter. You feel me? Like,
What the
Everybody
fuck?
hit her, bro. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
That's awesome.
and that's why I said the Green Ranger's daughter sent me green on this green dot. In my diss track that called Travis Ford's Cake, aka Mafia Lush, which set the city on fire. And here's the biggest problem with Travis Ford. Travis Ford lied to Whack 100. First, he lied on Whack 100, said Whack 100 called the police on camera. And then
Oh,
when
that's who
Whack
said
got,
that?
yeah, Travis Ford said that. And then when Whack got mad about it, he said, no, that's not what I meant. I meant Lush said that Lane of the Flood called the police. You feel me?
Oh, so that's not true.
That's not fucking true, and I really don't.
I did kind of find that to be
That-
hard
what
to
if-
believe.
I saw you put
Yeah,
on your-
exactly.
you
Why
put
would
on-
in what reality, how does that benefit the situation in any capacity? Why would I say, what I told these guys was, hey, because they were like, yo, bring Adam outside right now. Tell Adam to come outside. I said, Adam couldn't come outside if he wanted to right now. He's literally filming. He's doing a shoot as we speak. You feel me?
a little bit of this.
If you're brother is in them gutters.
I was
Hey,
grunting.
I mean, go in the parking lot, pull the bullshit out there. I'll be out to
No,
make an
but-
appearance.
but-
Y'all can get y'all little
Eat a
flicks.
piece of cake.
Eat a piece
Yeah,
of
yeah.
cake.
We
There's
should've
a way
tried
you
the
guys
cake.
could have did that. Maybe you guys should have had me here. But the thing I'm saying, what if this was like a weird power play on the part of Lush?
No.
Maybe he was just trying. What if he was just trying to show you the power he has, like a extortion, or like a I don't even know the word.
think he admitted to it.
Like an intimidation tactic.
You think that's what
Or
Lush was doing?
Maybe he was
Now,
trying to
so
send you a message.
I didn't really get that from
Look
it.
who I
It felt
got with
very
me.
unintentional.
Okay.
Because even once you had been going back and forth outside and stuff, you were still trying to like find a way to like make this less of a problem. You're like, yo, can I have like 2 of them come in? At that point, I was so over it. I'm like, nope, I'm
pissed.
done. I'm done. We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Yeah, that's why I wish that you guys would have listened. And I know you guys don't have respect for Travis Ford. I understand that. But if you guys would have listened,
I don't feel that
We
way.
don't even know who he
I'm
is.
talking to the guys. that
Don't
were there.
talk to the
Munchie
fans.
clearly has
No,
an issue
I mean,
with him. Yeah.
I'm not talking to
I
y'all.
ain't got an issue with him, but you know, he irritated me. When
I'm
he
saying
keep it
those
real
guys
that-
didn't respect him enough to dip, right? If they would have reconvened and gone to the bar or to the, or you feel
This
me?
bar.
the bar.
Reconvene is crazy.
I might go to this bar. The bar.
Hey,
I'm talking about later.
hey,
Let's
look,
go, Munchie. We're going to the
Look.
bar.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the guy stole from this place.
You shouldn't have been allowed.
And
back.
were you aware of the fact that he tried to steal from here?
Yeah, and
Well,
he
then
said,
there's
he also said he owned Taco P.
so listen. Either way, Lush, as a person who is in a business, because Adam said it in that tone to me, that person he was stealing. So even as an employee, I would think, okay, at the base, this guy's persona non grata. I have to run this by the boss before I invite him back up there. You just got a little bit too big from your britches. We
Yeah, that
understand it
part.
might have been induced.
But address the Yuri narrative. Were you trying to prove your South Central
You're
card?
trying to
No,
intimidate
That's
Erie?
basically what
Are you
Brandon just
joking?
said,
Do you
though.
know how many people I get call from South Central? That was just literally a moment.
Apparently
you feel
15.
me? Like shit. Like no fool. Like
People aunties
I
and
was
shit.
I was on Yuri's helmet so bad, and at that point, I ain't gonna lie, the gummies was moving for me. You feel me?
What
Like
gummies?
What's took?
them gummies, player.
Wait, the mushroom MDMA ones?
Yeah.
You got some too?
What do you mean? I got some too.
How'd you get some?
We got it
He
together.
stole it.
No, Gunner gave me a pack. You talking about the music stream from the other day?
No, he had given me additional gummies, brother.
Oh shit! Because I
Yeah.
took 2 of them joints last Friday during the music stream, and it was a fun
I mean,
little trip.
bro, like
yeah.
I turned into Tupac.
I
feel
thought
me?
you
Like,
had one for me, Adam.
They're actually at my house right now. I would gladly give you one. I would love to
Yeah.
see the mayor get fucked up.
and-
Yeah.
Hell yeah, we
I'm
do.
trying to-
Yeah.
Can I do a small tangent? Like the chat has no credibility because I've barely been talking and they're still like he talks too much. So I don't that
Well,
I'm
you
not
did
saying.
pick a weird narrative. The whole like Adam, you're not being a good member of the
No,
black
you never
community.
saw. No, you never saw.
I appreciate it from a podcasting sense, but I also understand why they were like, bro, what the fuck? Like you're seriously
I
gonna
like-
tell
But you
Adam
just
that he
agreed.
just has to deal with everybody
But
who
you-
comes here?
But you just agreed that my idea to tell them to go in the parking lot. I'll come out when I'm done. Y'all can get y'all the phone. That was a good idea, Adam. Just give it credit for
No,
what it was. But you were already emotional. You were upset because you were mad at Lush, and you basically took it out on them.
But the
I
thing is
was,
this.
I was mad at the situation
Yeah,
in
that's
its
what I'm saying.
entirety.
Here's the thing, like he's
But
like,
you don't no room for growth.
No,
We're not growing here.
look,
We're
If
growing.
I had to do it again, I still would not be like, okay, let's just hang out in the parking lot for a while I'm
Hey,
like
brother, you
half
gotta
naked with a
understand.
boner.
Last time people was deep in that parking lot, somebody got spanked ass naked. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
That's awesome.
And then the feds
Oh, they
came.
got beat up.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought somebody started stripping.
No,
No,
nigga,
no.
this nigga dick was out and he's getting beat up.
Hey,
Look,
smacked
look,
with a chopper.
But here's the thing, though, Brandon. You know, because you've dealt with him. Adam's a pretty affable dude,
I
right?
don't know this dude.
Describe affable. What is
How
that?
do I know him? I've met him four times in my life for an hour.
What affable means is if somebody meets you, you're gonna have like you're gonna be generally pleasant to them. You feel me? You're gonna be chill. If a random person walks up and you're not doing something like with your family or something like, and it's like, yo, I'm a big fan. Let me take a pic. You'll take a pic.
well.
You feel me? Like,
Listen,
But when people come into my space,
as the
when I'm
rep,
not in a public space, when I'm at the mall and somebody
That-
wants to take a picture, yeah, for sure.
No, this is my point. This is my point. Is because like that's why I felt bad more than anything. Is because I put you in the position to have to be a jerk. You feel me? Like or to put your foot down or be an asshole, whatever word you want to use. And I know that that's not like what you're saying as far as like the expectations people have. Yeah, that's how I would handle it. But that's not right. So you're saying that so I could show up to fucking Tyler Perry's office
as a
because I want to
black
see
man, the only thing I cannot allow is for these people to take any blame in that situation because they were invited. But even though Lush might admit, because he was trying to weasel out of it, but he did admit he took accountability. Who's gonna end up with the brunt of the blame and the brunt of the negativity? It's gonna be the Main Street Crips.
But I don't think anybody really blamed them. Not the least of which was me.
Well,
I
people-
definitely didn't.
People are already in the chat. Oh, you think he should let them in and stuff? Adam, you have more notoriety, fame than that guy Travis Ford. So all I'm doing is advocating on behalf of them. Let's just hold our horses, understand they were invited. They did show an incredible amount of respect. The past
Very
is
chill.
the past. I'm sure most of them don't even know about that crap.
Somebody did
This
tag
is
the front
all.
of the
I want
building.
all this to fall solely on Lush, because that is the person who was
But
guilty.
that already happened though. Like me
Yeah.
and Travis Ford talked about it the same night. He apologized. We were cool, and I made it clear I am mad at Lush, not him.
Mission accomplished.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that was already
Hey, but you
accomplished.
don't
but yeah.
pull up and then just invite other people when you was invited. Like,
Thank you,
just
Munchie.
can't bring
Gosh.
man march, the Martin Luther King parade. And they talking about community leaders. What make them community leaders?
If you read that text, if you saw it, no offense or anything. If you saw that text, he literally said, "I'm bringing the whole hood."
No.
He literally said, "I'm bringing the hood."
No,
and
you're
this fool
saying-
said, "Yes,
is-
Sirski."
What that got to
Right,
do with
bro.
fucking
Come on,
community?
bruh.
What that got to do with what community
We not admitting
leaders?
no information.
What the fuck
it
is that?
said
No,
the
that
hood.
text said
What that
many
got to
words.
do with community leaders?
It
That-
said the hood. That meant at that point he could have brought 100
That
people
just means
up
he's
here.
from the hood.
But
No,
that- what
he
is-
said beer, drinks, whatever, the hood. At that point, if you brought 1,000 people up here,
How are you gonna
Lush
con-
agreed to that.
How are you going to completely deflect on Munchie's point though? That's
I'm not.
No, because that was a two-part statement. I said, but that debunked the first half because you did say bring the hood. But the second part, what make them community
Boom.
leaders?
That's the question right there.
What
And
the
I'm,
hell is community leaders?
No,
Where-
see in this
Bro.
video, he said, I brung, you know what I'm saying? I brung this, I brung a cake. I brought the truck. I brought
East
the
side, west side,
East
no
side, I
jumper.
brought some community leaders to show something.
They
Well,
were
we
there
don't know
with
if he did or
positive
not because
intentions.
we didn't get to meet the people. But what I'm saying is,
We know some
you
of the
gave
names
this
in that
guy
crowd.
the green light to bring as many people as he wanted to up here.
Well, I don't know about that.
I mean,
The
that,
hood. How many people are
the
encompassed in the
hood
hood?
could be many thousands of people.
Also,
really.
exactly.
To be fair-
we're not set up to handle that.
Brandon, to be fair, I don't blame those gentlemen at all. But
now
I,
they're gentlemen. No, fuck that.
but I do blame Travis because I specifically told
You
him.
can't blame
I
Travis.
specifically told him, do not roll as deep as you did last time.
We
Don't roll
read
like
the
that.
text.
It doesn't
Well, that
matter.
was
We
just
had,
one part of the text.
we had conversations off cam. Like, bro, he knows that's true.
Travis Ford, I don't know you, and you are a little thief, but I got your back on this one. Like, I don't usually defend criminals, but bro, I feel bro. And I also feel bro in the aspect of low-key, I'm glad y'all talked afterward, because what you did was low-key, diplomatically speaking, it was disrespectful. And I'm only saying that in the context of he was invited, but did not know that you had not agreed to that.
So let's say
that's okay.
let's say
I don't, but
hey let's say I'm
80%
let's say
of
I'm
the
Mike.
French
Isn't that
criminals
I don't defend them.
is Mike
That's being a
Pence?
friend.
Is Mike Pence still the vice president?
No.
Who's the vice president right now?
Freaking
JD Vance.
JD Vance.
Yeah, JD Vance. All right, let's say I'm.
What the hell does that have to do with this?
Let me cook. Let's say I'm
You're
JD.
doing the
Vance.
weave.
Let's say I'm JD Vance's secretary. You feel
Uh-huh.
me? And I be at the White House every single day, and they love me at the White House. I'm a big important guy there, but I'm JD Vance's secretary, right? One day I invite 40 people from Anacostia, from the trenches of Maryland, DC. You feel me? I say, pull up, y'all the homies. You feel me?
Yeah.
Trump said it's good. You feel me? Trump don't know
That
about
shit
it.
Trump be doing. But go ahead.
Trump gonna pop out and be like, hey guys, it's all good.
No. But
Okay.
there's also security at the White House who gonna stop you at the gate and you ain't getting past them.
Okay,
You ain't on the list.
that's who stopped
This
them.
place don't got that. So you should have that understanding when you out here inviting people, making friends with people. You seem like the type of dude who meet a random person at the grocery store, like, yeah, come up to the table.
I am not inviting random people from the
You got a fucking
I
corn
do-
lady up here next.
You're not fully.
Mommy,
you're
just
not
bring-
that far. I do like taking stray dogs. You're not wrong.
Dang, don't now you calling them stray dogs. Stop.
No, like literally.
You're
Like,
not making this better.
They're Crips. They're not stray dogs.
no, like I just have a tendency to befriend people.
Yeah, we
that,
know.
Like,
We know that we don't fault. I don't fault you for what you did, but I am preventing this guy from painting this narrative like, what would you do? I was in danger. Like that's what you were kind of.
I
That's
didn't
how
feel
you
in
came off.
danger.
That's how you came off, though.
I
That's how
didn't
you
feel
came
in
off.
danger, but I
What would
couldn't
you
ignore
do?
the fact that the women who were there to suck my penis and also put it in their vaginas were at least a little bit freaked out. Like, oh, I just walked in. How come there's 30 dudes out there? Why does one of them have a cake? You know, that kind of thing is just sort of like, especially from the porn world, like a lot of these girls, they ain't been around shit. They don't know shit. This is all new to them.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the thing is, honestly, they felt like that, but the real explanation would have been like, I got this crazy ass employee. Bro was faded. He was high as hell.
Oh,
He
they
didn't
know.
invite all these
Yeah,
people up
we
here.
probably told them that.
Look, this
Yeah.
is a Lush thing. We just got to be like, you pulled the Lush because we got to make your name synonymous with doing like off the wall shit.
you know,
or something.
my girl was like when she was like, bro, like that's why. She's like, if Brick was around, this wouldn't have happened. He would have told you that Travis Ford was a lame a long time ago and not to have him around.
didn't you
bro.
interview him while Brick was still around?
No, that was before I was friends.
So
with
now
him.
Brick is running your life
No, but
from the federal penitentiary?
Man,
No.
Rick, he interviewed a lame before.
Man, listen, dude, Negro, black people call each other lame all fucking day. Look, man, the guy's just a guy who's excited to get on No Jumper, just like everybody else is excited to be on No Jumper.
No,
Now that we're in the suspension era, that actually is a good point. I should have suspended Brick's ass when he was getting paid for interviews. And then when I yelled at him and then he did it again. Really? When he did it again is when I should have suspended him because we in the suspension era. This is like high school.
To be honest, you should have
New
suspended.
era.
You should have suspended everybody who went to jail. It was kind of unfair what you did to Lush because he fucked up and you suspended him. Your black friends fuck up and you just let them get away with it, and that ain't helping them, Adam.
Adam Bates.
And you told me that this was a what? Business.
I honestly think that if it wasn't me, if it was damn near any other employer, at least like 85% of the people here, they would have got instantly clipped.
You would have been gone.
I'm pretty
Every
sure.
job does that. You go to jail, you're fired. I'm not saying you should fire these dudes. In a way, they fired themselves because, but the thing I'm saying is, if you are going to say you're running a professional business and all that, everything is about how the people who work under you perceive you. I mean, I've been a manager and ran grocery stores before, so I understand that it's a lot to the image that you got to convey a lot that you have to
This
project.
ain't Lucky's motherfucker.
Hey, listen, man, it ain't much different.
I feel you.
You still managing people.
No, I mean, definitely.
Adam told me shut the fuck up next time you're on the podcast. You talk to me. Guess what I did? I came here talking
I
way
think
less.
you said that first.
Because I self-correct. I'm mature. You don't have to tell me.
Is anyone familiar of the dynamic that's been going on in the Joe Budden podcast with Mark Lamont Hill versus Ish and whatnot?
A little bit.
Okay, so basically, like when Rory and Maul departed the Joe Budden podcast, Joe Budden brings in Ish and Ice, and they were, good, solid, showed up to work every time, solid conversation. But I'm speaking on behalf of the average fan, maybe not great. The fans definitely liked Rory and Maul a little bit more. And then over time, I think Joe Budden saw that the dynamic with just him, Ish, and Ice was getting a little boring, so he brings in Queen's Flip. Queen's Flip, more of a crazy guy.
That's my dog.
Then he brings in Melissa Ford, so let's get a female perspective. Then he brings in Mark Lamont Hill. Now, the problem is that Mark Lamont Hill might have like 30 IQ points on every other person on the podcast, maybe including Joe.
That's a lie.
It's not like, so you're not a Mark Lamont Hill fan?
I had a little debate with him on
Of course
on a
you
show.
did. Okay. Did he make a cartoon about you?
No, he didn't.
No, okay.
Mark Lamont Hill is a liberal. He carries water for the Democrat Party and for Palestinians. He basically gets paid to shed light on all these random causes, but he uses the angle of being pro-black. But the thing is, he never does anything for black people. So he's a pro-black Palestine supporter who don't do nothing for black people, but every single day he wakes up, he advocates for Palestine. And I understand that's a different situation. It's serious over there. But he's just a paid op.
I don't
Who
see
do
what
you
the
need me
pro-
to go
what's
at?
the-
Give me money. He's what you call he's an elitist, and he's the part of the black bourgeoisie.
Okay,
he's
that
very
may all be
intelligent, though.
true, but also, I mean,
He's not
it's
that
not like
smart.
he's representing the democratic worldview because it benefits him financially. I mean, from
Okay.
hearing him speak, it seems as if that's actually where he's at. You're saying he's like holding water for the Democrats, whatever. I mean, like, I don't really, and definitely I can identify some viewpoints that he's put out there, particularly like the trans thing and stuff that he sounded kind of silly. But that being said, the dynamic is now, like, there's been clips going viral from the Joe Budden podcast that might be like the most viral clips ever in the history of the Joe Budden podcast. That's probably an exaggeration, but extremely viral of basically like Ish saying things, because that's always been a problem when I listen to Joe Budden podcasts, is like you'll just sort of hear the host throw out theories and comment about the news, etc., and it'll be like, whoa, you really don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, this is, you seem like you've sort of given the news a cursory glance. And so even stuff like, the moon landing, or like faking or the flat earth thing, etc. There's just been like a bunch of stuff that has been going super viral where Mark Lamont Hill seems to be the voice of reason when people like Ish are sort of putting viewpoints out there that do not seem terribly well examined. So this stuff is blowing the fuck up, and it's really creating this like boilerplate scenario where it just kind of seems as it boilerplate is definitely not what I meant to say, but it feels like this is a scenario that could quickly boil over, because Ish was sort of previously viewed as a pretty intelligent member of the podcast, and now you've got Mark Lamont Hill just absolutely just shitting on him. Now, I say all this to say, it kind of is like Brandon is coming into the podcast with a little bit of that role. Like, okay, he's going to poke holes in some of the shit that people have been allowed to say that has previously gone unquestioned. Now, that being said, sometimes it feels like you could be overwhooping a little bit, just in the sense of like, okay, what was the female conversation? The Snuggie conversation that started
He was
the
on her
last
top.
episode.
He was on her top.
That was a little bit intense to the extent where it felt like the reaction that was coming from that was, I would say, majority negative. Now, from my perspective, it's also, we got to spice it up on here. Like, this podcast suffers when there's nobody questioning things, when there's nobody who's willing to sort of inflame a situation, which is, there's pros and cons to that, because sometimes I've been on podcasts with Ack where I'm like, okay, he's doing his best to make good content here, but he's also saying a bunch of bullshit that I don't think that he really believes. Now, you go. What's your opinion on that?
My opinion is, first
Man,
of all, I
that-
know how to interact with my own people, especially our women. Who was the first person Snuggie started talking to when we walked up out this room? Me. We made a video. We
Snuggie
played the
hates
game.
you, bro.
That's fine.
She hates him. You
I don't
think?
think she likes.
Hey, the first person she
Man,
talked
she likes
to,
him at all.
Snuggie Ops is
listen,
crazy.
the first person she talked to when we walked out of here was me. Hey, come on, let's play this game. All this stuff. It doesn't matter if she likes me or she hates me. She understands she's a grown woman and women say they want equality. So she was pressed like I would press a dude up here. You just got your sensitivity like goggles on.
I love hoes.
This
I love
was
women.
intense and all this stuff. You didn't say that when she was instigating, when I was talking about whack. Oh, what you gonna do? Why you didn't do this? That to me is intense because now you're trying to incite me to say something that could lead to potential violent.
yeah.
We can talk about that too. The whack almost whooped your ass.
But
Yeah,
Whack
that's
can't whoop my ass, but that's okay. But what I'm saying is this: if you just looking at me like he's being mean to her, but I really wasn't being mean. What I was doing was holding her accountable. You know, many women have a problem with accountability, and she displayed that right there in real time.
And I like that because I felt like, honestly, from a podcast perspective, we needed someone in that moment, who was willing to kind of hold her to the fire and be like, listen, what you're saying, based on everything I know about women, sounds like bullshit. Let's get a little bit deeper into this. Because when a girl says, like, yeah, I got no roster, I'm not fucking any dudes, it's kind of like, okay, so you're telling me that you presumably have like hundreds or thousands of men in your DMs at any given time who want to have sex with you, spend time with you, take you out to dinner, etc. You're telling me that you're not interacting with any of them in any way? That seems weird.
yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah, I
So
thought
somebody has to be able to say that, you know?
Hey, look at
Am I wrong, Brandon?
I wasn't flirting. I'm married.
Okay,
But
okay.
I
I got
wasn't-
his girl with him right now.
Yeah,
She's and no disrespect, she's a looker. She look good.
My wife is hot as fuck.
Yeah,
She's
yeah. I
sexy.
don't normally. I don't want to like comment on what people's
Listen,
girls
she
look
bad.
like. right
Snatch
now.
waist, big ass booty, all natural. I'll take it. But anyway, what I'm saying, Adam,
W. Brendan.
this chick was just lying. I'm looking at the YouTube channel. I'm looking at the views. It ain't really cracking like that. Somebody sending them cash apps. Somebody sending them PayPals. I just want to hold everybody accountable. I feel like if I did come on here, that would just be my job. And I would expect all of you to hold me accountable too. Like,
Right.
I want to prove that I am who I say I am. I want to be like the people's champ shit. If I see something in the comments that I feel is a legitimate concern, damn a super chat, I might just bring it up. Because shit, why not? So, you know,
Why
That
not?
shit, don't swallow your spit. That's right.
Dead homies.
Yeah.
I go live every day and let people come up to criticize me. That's my thing.
Yeah,
Damn.
pop it.
I can't believe RSK left like that.
That was. I mean,
He
I.
wasn't trying to talk the Crip thing. You know what I'm saying?
I think that he probably was expecting something closer to an interview. And obviously, like, if you're going to be on this show, it's basically like we're talking about what we're talking about, and you got to try to
Podcast.
fit in. So, yeah, that was a little awkward. He probably just didn't really. And he is without Henny. I didn't really give him any kind of guidance in the lead up to it. I basically was just like, you want to pull up? And he was like, sure. He lasted probably 6 minutes.
Yeah, that was a,
Hey, you wanna
a
know
swift
something? I know what that's
departure.
like.
I'm getting tired of it too, though, right? Ever since this big you enterprise shit, Munchie, be careful. And I ain't from 60s, nigga, and I ain't doing nothing, right? So I
Right.
think when he heard Crip in 60s, all that Crip talk, you feel me?
Yeah, people. It just shows like how, and this isn't even directed at him, but like I get the same thing from people hollering at me. It's like, people are y'all really that square? You think that we're in that dangerous of a situation? It's
Right.
not like that.
And that's the funny thing too, is that you have people who are like not in any way street oriented or gang oriented, not talking about nephew, but just in general. And then they are like, oh yeah, No Jumper is looking kind of fed right now. And it's like, bruh, do you really think that the feds have any interest in you regardless of what you have going on? Be fucking serious. But I do feel like that stank is kind of slowly wearing off. That being said, you know, when you think about RXK, it's like he from upstate New York, not a Crip, not a Blood. He comes in here, he don't know what the fuck we're talking about. And it probably sounds kind of like, oh shit, if I sit here, I might kind of be like up in the mix of a bunch of weird shit that I've probably been actively avoiding. If I was him, I would be trying to stay out of that type of shit, you know?
You were talking about dicks and fucking gang members.
Oh, we were
within
talking about dicks and penises and all that too. Yeah, that's a good point.
I
Yeah.
think it was more so the Crip thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think he was psyched on the dicks either, to be fully honest.
Damn, yeah, you gotta be hyped on dicks if you want to be around here. Yeah.
You just gotta be like a Renaissance man. You gotta kind of have a little something to say about everything. But can I just address like the whack thing real quick?
Okay, so on this podcast, you said that Whack was a bitch and that you would kill him with one hand.
That's not what I said.
Okay, but you said
He said mark
you
him
said
out.
he's sassy.
Yeah.
And Wack starts hitting me the next day, mad as fuck that I would platform someone saying something like that about him. I told him, y'all should get on a podcast together. Let's make some good content. That's my honest response to everybody who starts complaining about somebody saying something about them on a podcast. Baby, this is the WWE. Let's make some content. Wack was like, nah, nephew, it's too serious. Rah, rah, rah. I'm like, oh, whatever, bro. I don't fucking care. Then all of a sudden he hits me back. All right, I talked to Brandon. Apparently you guys got to a cool resolution. How did that conversation go?
He hit me up. I was sitting out having coffee with my wife, like I usually do. And he was
Coffee
just
with
like,
Leos.
he was just like, yeah, you was calling me sassy. You know, I take that like some feminist stuff. And I honestly was like, bro, you said I got marked out. That's disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? No, I didn't get marked out by anybody.
Got marked out, nephew.
But like, I take that as disrespect. So I was like, here's the thing. Like, I match energy. You say something about me, either we're both able to say things about each other in the name of like content or in the name of just being honest and transparent, or you don't say anything about me and I don't say anything about you. But it wasn't an adversarial conversation. It was more like he could have took it there, but he was like, you mess with the viral way. I fuck with them dudes down in Long Beach. And I was like, yeah, I meant no disrespect by it. I didn't imply like that. And I was like, honestly, you know what? I could have said that in a better way. I could have used a better word. And I think he respected me for that. And then
You said he remind you of your mother and your auntie.
well, that's what I said. But
Go to that ad. Just
But-
it goes soon.
me, I feel like, Brandon, you could have said that in a more eloquent way.
No,
You
you
know?
called him sassy because you wanted to get a response. Nobody calls a grown-ass gang member anything like sassy without knowing exactly what they're trying to get.
That's not why. That's because that's what it reminded me of. I even gave the context in which I called him sassy and where my life experience drew that from.
Or referencing your mother.
I referenced my life. I didn't say it to offend him. I didn't even think he would react because I wouldn't react to that. I mean, I go by what I would react to. But long story short, Wack was cool. He was respectful. I was cool. I was respectful. I'm always going to be respectful. And I look forward to being able to maybe work with the dude on something. But yeah, as long as the respect amongst men is always kept intact and always remains at the center of every engagement, I'm okay with that. And as far as Wack, I'm still going to call him out for some stuff he does that I think is whack. No pun intended. But as far as like him being sassy and stuff, like I told him, you know what? I could have used a better word for that. And he was just like, yeah, he didn't mean. And he also cleared up the thing about him saying I got marked out. He was just like, yeah, he basically admitted that he was late in the timeline when he was looking at the situation. And he said, and based on what happened after we left this room, he was like, yeah, you didn't get marked out because if bro had an issue with you, as soon as y'all walked out the door, he should have got at you. And he didn't. So the whole thing is like, I think we both handled this in a very diplomatic way, the way you should have handled that thing with Travis 4. But hey, we all can't. We nobody's perfect. You know what I'm saying? Learn from me and Wack Adam.
Nah, facts. Hey, I just need to take a moment to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Evergreen. Cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Don't miss your last chance to add your favorite players from the court to your Prize Picks lineup. Whether it's points, rebounds, assists, take your money or more or less for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It is guaranteed. Don't miss your chance to add your favorite players from the ice in your Prize Picks lineup, whether it's goals, points, or hits. Take your pick. Rah, rah, rah. Feel like I already read that, and they put it twice. Think Connor McDavid will get more than 1 goal next week? Will Austin Matthews hit for more than 5 shots? Cook up hot takes with your friends and win real money this hockey season when you and your crew run your game on Prize Picks. This week on Prize Picks, I'm looking at the basketball board and I'm selecting Nikola Jokic for more than, was that good?
Jokic.
Jokic, okay.
No, Jokic.
Jokic. I'm
Yeah,
about to go
Jokic.
Jokic for more than 25 points and Jaylen Brown for more than 4 assists. Download the app today and use code NOJUMPER, one word, to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code NOJUMPER to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. And also, shout out to all our members out there.
The members.
Them real members. All right. So, okay, I feel like we covered Lush's transgressions.
There's one more.
Oh, okay. What else you been doing?
It's right there.
Lush says the N-word. Ah, yes. Should we play the clip?
Yeah. I want y'all to listen to it.
Oh, I would love to hear this. This sounds great.
Subscribe to Lush World and run up my music stream.
Go to the No Jumper
Thank you,
Reddit and
Vlad.
make a thread about this episode and share your thoughts with the world.
Oh,
Oh, here, you're right there, brother. Shut the fuck up with your whole ass, nigga. Shut the fuck up with your whole ass, nigga.
So in that clip, it would appear that you are calling someone, possibly in the chat.
No, I'm talking to the homies.
Oh, you're talking to Kenny or something? Okay. Ho ass N-word
Where was you
seems
at
to
on
be what left your mouth.
Where was you at right here?
At my crib.
Well, you was with some white boys?
No, it was Mexican, 2 Mexicans and 2 blacks.
Well, you was calling a nigga, the black
No, I
Shut
called
up,
the
nigga.
I said it to the Mexican.
and the black niggas didn't say nothing?
No, it's all my partners.
Black niggas, they need a DP.
Damn.
man, come to Long Beach, it's like Asians calling each other the N-word every other word.
And the Asians seem like they can get away with it a lot better than Lush being
No,
a white man. White people are uniquely not given an N-word
Here's the
pass.
thing,
Spanish people
it's-
get away with it. Asian people get
Asians-
away with it. Filipinos, the Tongans.
Nah,
Everybody saying the N-word
They all
besides
say it,
white people.
But I'm looking at them.
And
like
even
black,
white
though.
people say
they,
it.
They Crips and Bloods though. They're part of our culture.
Right.
He's a Crip.
I'm not a Crip.
He no Crip.
Jesus Christ.
I rep your set. Where you from?
I'm not. I don't bang.
He was
I'm
told
from the Tagger crew.
He's not allowed to
5150.
bang his hood on here
You a
anymore.
tag banger?
Yeah, I just said 5150.
Oh, that's the name of it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be totally arbitrary. Asians and Samoans and Tongans could say the N-word with impunity. This guy says it with the not with the hard ER, with the GA at the end, and we're gonna come down on him like pick a struggle, bro.
Hey,
Like
Nobody's supposed to be saying it. Period.
no,
Honestly.
we shouldn't even be saying
right.
it.
Black
if
people
you
ain't
wanna be
supposed to be
real.
saying the word. That I don't even know how. It's in my vocabulary heavy, but I don't think white boys should be saying it based on
So
History.
so here's the thing. It's something that I hate that I say, and
Man,
it's
shut your ass up.
not. Let me
let
get
him
this
land.
off. Let me get this off.
He hates it. Do you really hate it though?
No, it's something that I've tried to remove from my vocabulary and have been pretty successful with. There are moments where it comes out, and it's normal when I'm with my partners, and I understand. Like I've spoken on this several times. It's not the first clip of me saying that. You feel me? When I back in the day, one time I was out and in public, and I saw the reaction when I said that for like older black people, and I don't want to like bring back trauma and pain based on my words for black people. That's the last thing I want to do, bro. Like, but when I'm with the homies, sometimes I slip out because that's just the way that I've always communicated since I was like 12, 13 years old. So like,
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, there has been times where I hung out with you in real life off camera and was kind of like, whoa, like that N-word it's really coming out. Didn't know that. Now, not my first rodeo in that sense. I as a lifelong non-N-word sayer, I'm not saying I never said it, but for the most part, never really been a consistent thing. I think when I was 20 and I first moved to New York, there was so many white dudes around me, BMX dudes, that were hanging out with black dudes and Spanish dudes, and they were saying it all the time. I think I tried saying it a couple of times, but every time I felt retarded, so I just kind of hung it up. But and even beyond that, quoting rap songs a little bit over the years. There was a famous example that still goes around a little bit where I was quoting a Future song and I said it. Not part of my life. But for sure, Lush be letting the N-word rock a little bit. And I've kept your secret for a long time now because
It's not a secret. I've spoken on it publicly. It's not something I want to say.
But you're working on it.
I'm working on it.
Do you think that you might want to consider like sort of hybrid drug / N-word rehab? Like maybe you could try to fight both addictions at once, or do you think that they need to be separate rehabs?
No, I don't think that. I think I, for the most part, have really good control over my lexicon and the way I express myself, and I can kind of weave in and out of it like that. So I just shouldn't say it no more. I think in order to do it, I just need to like not say it, period. No matter if it's the homies or not. And like the homies sometimes might get me turned up to say it or whatever. Not like, hey, you got to say it. But it's just like I'm so accustomed to communicating in that manner with them. But yeah, I don't want to be offending nobody, so I ain't going to say it. And if I hurt people's feelings with my word or you're disappointed in me, and I apologize for that because that's not cool. That's not how I want to come across.
Why are you looking at me?
Because you seem like the one who would be more offended.
No, because you're sitting right next to me.
Because I'm a black guy. He looking at us. I'm sorry.
No, you can't get a rebuttal. So he wait. He like, nigga, what you about to say?
No, he looking at me like he want me to like.
I already
would you
agreed.
say it in front of Rosa Parks?
Okay. Well, first of all, let me ask y'all a
I
question.
know she's dead.
Rosa Parks.
Let me ask y'all a question.
Was it what?
op.
Oh man, come on. That's
Squabble time.
Yeah, we're gonna like that. That's a whole other thing.
No, that's
But
crazy.
when y'all heard me say it, when y'all heard that, did it sound like somebody that never said that before? Did
Bruh.
it sound unnatural to you?
You sounded like you were having second thoughts about saying it because you didn't really pronounce it. You sort of like,
No, he sounded irritated.
you like muttered
I was
it.
He said
irritated.
it so
You could like
naturally.
almost not hear it.
You sounded irritated. Whoever
Like if you said
Yeah.
it like that on the podcast, I don't even think I would have called you out because I wouldn't have necessarily thought it was a definitive N-word.
Did it sound like? Hey, do it sound like somebody that you heard say it? If you had like just heard that and you didn't have a race associated with it, and you just heard that, what would you think?
I'm gonna say people put it in music and turn it into like some slang now. Make it so that you know what I'm saying. That's our fault though. So everybody think it's cool. If you got white my nigga, and you go think the white boy ain't gonna sing along to it, you crazy.
But
So-
singing along is one thing. I think we could all kind of forgive that to a certain extent versus like saying it on a podcast.
Don't
Feels
believe
more
me, just
extreme.
watch.
The way
Mm.
the way that came out of your mouth was like you were around people you are very comfortable with. Like they call you nigga sometimes, and y'all call each other that. Just like when I look at the little Asians at the park playing basketball, and I don't even get offended because I'm like, that is their relationship with each other. And black people must have lied to me because I remember when they said that we've taken control of that word and turned it into a term of endearment.
Right.
So you make up your mind. Like if there's anybody to be blamed here, it's black people because we're constantly sending out mixed messages and we are using the N-word as an excuse to we're weaponizing it when we feel like it in an arbitrary way against whoever we don't like.
Just
That's
a thought, like the N-word being used in a friendly fashion by black people, from my perspective, is kind of a hip hop thing. Like I bet in the 70s, I bet like at Woodstock, there weren't any white people calling each other the N-word. I feel
White
like
people now.
I feel like hip hop kind of ushered that into being common, and then hip hop became so popular that then you had tons of white people and Hispanic people, et cetera, who started using it. Now, you could kind of like rewind the clock and think about what it would have been like if all through the 80s and 90s, if like a Hispanic person saying it felt like they were going to get their ass whooped by black people for saying it, which is really kind of what it is with white people, is that like white people generally, even if they want to say the N-word, for the most part, aren't really saying it because they feel like they're going to get the shit kicked out of them, or at least be ostracized from the community that they probably want to be cool with. So it is kind of weird when you think about it, because like that's one thing that I learned from watching how the whole Blasey and Hove interaction about
He didn't
the
sound
N-word-
natural though.
It did sound weird when
He
Blasey
didn't
said
sound.
it. For
He
sure.
didn't sound natural.
He was
First of
drunk.
all,
He had a little bit of a wobble
Yeah.
to his voice saying it. But in general, like I thought that black people were more cool with Hispanic people saying it than it seemed in the fallout from that. When I saw all that go down, I kind of realized like, oh, a lot of black people don't appreciate Hispanic people
I think
saying it.
Blasey was just kind of faded and doing the most, and Hope just got annoyed at him. You feel me? Like, and so he like was like, "Hey, what did you just say, bro?" You know what I'm saying? I think-
But he at least gave Blasey the option of a fade. I feel like if you were to have said it around somebody like Hove, quote unquote, they might have been on site. We're gonna beat you up in this basement.
I like it's not something that I'm like trying to test the theory of because I'm not trying to be like the white guy that says the N-word and is like has to like stand on business for that. I think Jin Lee's got that lane covered very well. You feel me?
Because he's out here really squabbling with people. Like,
yeah,
he's fighting for his right to say the N-word.
And and to me,
Jin Lee is this giant white dude from '60s from Texas. Yeah.
And to me, like it's not something as where I feel like if it bother you, then I won't say it. You feel me? Like that's
Sharice don't need to say it no more. Like when she called nigga, like I'm like, oh yeah. I said Trump is sending you back. You do not sound like you from here at all.
Hey,
and here's the thing. I think I don't even need to qualify this. It's obvious to everybody that I fucking love black and brown people, and I ain't got a racist bone in my motherfucking body. Period. I come in peace. I mean no harm. I'm solid. I've been for the people. I've been outside with the people for so fucking long. That shit is now like seeped into my DNA, motherfucker, by osmosis.
If you love,
clear you're a people's person due to the parking lot shit. You know what I'm saying? You should bring the hood.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Uncle, we bring
Thanks
all
a lot,
the
brothers.
gangsters.
do it. Bro's
Yes.
the new Chris
Exactly.
Farley.
Little Ronnie.
Hey, honestly, I'm gonna tell you,
Ronnie.
if you love black people, number one thing you could do for black people, if you love them, stop letting them police what you say and do. Because
try to get them beat
Because-
up.
think
no. Do your friends call you the N-word?
Yeah.
Of course.
That's your circle. Y'all got that understanding. It ain't nobody.
Yeah, but I was on live stream and there's like random
It
people. I don't
doesn't
want like.
matter. Now you're not being true to yourself, and if you're not true to yourself, I can't trust you.
That's kind of true.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, bro, these people will worship rappers who tell them they ain't shit, and I'm gonna fuck your bitch, and you broke, and they worship these people.
my life.
They
is,
coming down on you. They're weaponizing it against you, and you're falling for it, man.
That's an odd
Damn
hill to
that.
die on, though. If your comfort in life is contingent on your ability to say something that like causes a bunch of like division and pain potentially.
Lush.
It's a weird hill to die on,
A
brother.
white lady just called a little black kid the N-word in a park.
Back her out.
Now she a millionaire.
And guess what? You know what black people did? Nothing.
He should have beat
Well, they
her ass.
complained about it on the internet.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean,
If you got a problem with people complaining about something on the internet, then by all means, limit yourself and be weird to your friends who are cool with you and y'all back and forth. So many people are saying the N-word. If black people want people to stop saying it, we need to stop saying it. That's the challenge I give to black people. If you're being a hypocrite in the comments right now, like many people are, if you don't want others to use the N-word, you stop using it, because the word, the N-I-G-G-E-R, that means stupid person. That is not synonymous with being black.
I mean, ignorant.
Or ignorant. So if you feel you're ignorant, if it don't apply, let it fly. Clearly, you must feel you're ignorant if you think someone saying the N-word is pertaining to you. That's like somebody saying, oh, these people are all monkeys. I ain't no damn monkey.
Well,
So it don't apply to me.
didn't
So I'm
Pac-
going to keep it moving. We all got to grow up at some point now.
but didn't Pac say that the N-word is with the A, not the hard R, is an acronym?
I don't give a damn what Pac said.
Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished.
Well, there you go.
That's like Young Thug meaning truly humble under God.
You feel me?
There you go.
I also
Question-
don't really go for that one.
Question the validity of
The acronym was established post calling himself that.
Hey, I know this much. I'm not watching my mouth because something did somebody good, though. If it's in a dictionary, I ain't about to censor myself on that shit. I'm too old for that.
Must be nice.
No, for real.
We're not allowed to say it.
What? You can say whatever you want, as long as you ain't trying to be disrespectful. You know what I'm saying?
I just don't even
Every
want.
word in the dictionary disses somebody good. Like this whole shit with the Brick Baby DW thing, that went way far. And that was an accident. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'd like to take a long rest personally.
I'm saying N-word?
Not a short
No,
rest.
no, no.
Yeah.
The N word, you go say, I'm gonna take a sleep.
Yeah.
Nah, nigga, I'm gonna say what I want to say. Or you know what I mean?
No, it would be like, give me a sleep.
This fool
Let me
Brick,
get that sleep.
hey, this fool Brick calls me one time and I'm like knocked out. He's like, "Oh, you taking a neighborhood right now?"
That's funny. See, that's what we should say. Yeah.
Oh, see, now that
That's
could be
funny.
taken as offensive.
No, but I remember one time
He didn't mean
me,
it
Take it
offensive.
offensive.
me and Brick
It could be,
were
I'm
driving somewhere one time, and I was telling a story, and it basically involved somebody saying the N word, and I kept saying N word in it, and he just looks at me. He's like, "Bruh, you could just say it. It's just us."
Yeah, it's annoying.
And I'm like, I know this trick. I'm not going for it. You're not gonna get me because that's all coming out one day.
Oh, no,
You're
no,
gonna
no.
turn on your back on me. You're gonna pull a T-rail, and then you're gonna tell me, and then you're gonna tell the world, "Oh, you're saying the N-word around me." You're not gonna get me, Brick baby.
You're going to pull a T-rail. It's crazy.
Yo, but actually, I was thinking about it. I ain't heard from Brick or his girl since I sent him that bread. Not a call, not a text, nothing.
Oh, you sent
From
me some
who?
more bread?
Well, that one time when
You haven't heard from who?
when I got back from vacation break, I made the video, and then like 2 days later, I got on the phone with him, and I sent him some money. Ain't heard from him since. I'm not saying I need to be their priority when they're, obviously dealing with him being in prison and everything, and the fact that he's probably not going to be able to even go to trial till October.
That's fucked up.
That being said, ain't heard from him since.
I gotta call you out.
Sure.
When y'all got on that little table and y'all was sitting up there discussing that man's personal finances, that's not okay.
What table?
When y'all was at the table and
All
y'all was
of us?
talking about Brick and his money and, oh, he called me for a loan and he already owed me this much money.
Whoa.
That was kind of like, dude,
But to
I
be
think he was
fair,
defending himself though.
I get it.
no. To be fair, like if that was any of us and there's something like that going on, it's gonna get discussed. Brick is not exempt.
Every time.
But
Brick is not
Same
exempt.
way we discussing Brick fucking with trannies in there,
what
Exactly.
I feel like
which we don't believe, but it's possible.
I don't believe that shit.
I feel my perspective is valid because it represents the sentiment of a certain demographic within your audience. There's just certain rules that I feel men should stick to. Like, we over here talking about a man, and if he's rich, like, bro, balling, okay, but bro is in a rough situation. You in prison. Your family is, struggling. Let's say, is he really a friend? Because y'all friends, I think.
We are.
Is he a friend to you if you get up there and like add insult to injury? Not injury you caused.
I felt
By
insulted at
discussing
that point because I felt like I had my friendship tested by him basically putting a narrative out there about me that, oh, you ain't got nothing for the homie or whatever, which from my perspective was kind of messed up given that I have let you borrow a lot of money over the years. Now, is your perspective that basically when I employ somebody, if they then go to federal prison for things that have absolutely nothing to do with No Jumper, that then I must pay for all of their expenses and keep them rolling in the dough for all of time financially to be able to do so?
Well, my perspective is, since you told me this is a business, run it like a business. Who else could go to their damn boss and be like, hey, I need a loan of $10,000? No.
I
You need
agree.
to
I
manage
am
your
overtly
finances
nice.
better. So what I'm telling you is you create this situation. It's like when you feed a stray cat.
So you're saying
can't
that
feed
I
a
was
stray cat
wrong
and
for
get
giving
back
him
and show up every day at
I
your
was wrong
porch.
for giving him money in the first place, but now that I've started to give him some money besides his salary, that then I also now have to give him whatever he asked for.
You
And
were
you're
wrong
mad-
for discussing it. Hold on. You were wrong for discussing it in public forum.
Well, yeah, 'cause that's what I'm saying. Now you're
You created that monster.
Hey, Brandon, he made it a thing first though. You know what I'm saying? He had brung it up like he ain't got nothing for him, so I guess he felt like he had to.
Yeah, obviously I never would have mentioned
It's
that.
on Adam to be the bigger person. You're the boss in this situation.
Hey, he
He's
wants
the
to be a
employee.
saint.
I need to always be
I
the
don't
bigger
want you
person.
to be a saint. I want
So
you to
if
set an
someone puts
example.
out a narrative there about me as if I'm treating him poorly, which there was a bunch of YouTubers making videos about that already, I can't respond to that.
No, because you shouldn't, because you know why? Other people will defend you. Even people have come at me like, Adam is up there using them dudes. I was at a studio with some of Wax homeboys, some older dudes, and they was talking trash about that, laughing at him and stuff. And they was like, Adam be doing this and doing that. And I said, no.
Mm-hmm.
Adam takes care of these dudes. I said, Adam do more for these dudes than their own homies. Some of their parents would even do or are in a position to do.
Hey, you gotta put an address. on
People will literally,
that.
people,
Yeah, who?
no,
Hey,
I was in
you know.
Inglewood. I told you I was in Inglewood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they got studios over there. It's nice.
Oh no. You said he more than his family and homies.
I said
bro.
some people's families.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm
okay.
speaking generally.
Okay.
I know my mom ain't got 10,000 to just throw me in a bind. I'm being real right now.
And then
honestly-
Wack started the finance conversation long before he went to jail. Oh, he gave him money and da.
Yeah.
Wack put that out there first.
Yeah,
Well,
that
I mean,
situation just. I
it
feel
was
like you don't
public on
need
all
people to
regards.
defend you, Adam.
Pretty
People will go
much
back
everybody
for you.
already
No,
knew
I'm-
about that situation where I bailed him out when he was first starting to work here and stuff. But I just am having a hard time with the logic of you should have never given him money in the first place. But then once you give him money, you're no longer allowed to. You now have to keep giving him money. But then also, if there's people, if he created a narrative in which I wasn't giving him enough money, that I'm not allowed to speak out and defend myself. Now, is it kind of ugly to like name the exact dollar amounts? Sure, maybe, just because that's kind of stuff where it's like then everybody knows, oh, Brick had to borrow $7,000 or whatever. Like they know like the dollar amount that he didn't have at that point, which I don't know if he like actually didn't have that money, but like he needed to borrow that money. I guess that tells you something about his finances, and it's kind of ugly to talk about people's finances. That being said, if you put a an attack out there, which granted it was a vague attack, but if you put out a narrative out there about me, I feel like it's very much within the realm of reasonable conversation to say, I let you borrow exactly this amount, and this amount, and that's why I feel like you getting on my case or putting out narratives about me saying that I'm not doing enough for you is kind of fucked up. I don't think the truth can ever be that wrong to put out there into the world. Wack always says the truth can never be disrespect. That I disagree with. But I do think that as a general strategy, putting the truth out there is usually not that bad. It might not always be the best strategy, but it's also not really a bad strategy because now the whole world knows, anybody who cares about it knows exactly how much money I gave him. And, I've been completely transparent about that. That's probably better than people not knowing. People might think, oh, he's asking Adam for 20 grand or 40 grand or some shit like that. Or he's asking Adam for $100 and Adam won't give him $100, which all of these numbers color the situation very differently. There's a lot of different, like if everybody was like, if everybody thought, oh, Adam Brick is asking for 100 grand for a lawyer and Adam won't give it to him. And I said, no, I can't give you 100 grand. I think everybody out there would understand that. They'd be like, that is an egregious amount to ask for.
Even if you said, I'm not giving you $7,000 or $5,000 because everyone understands that this is his job.
Right.
This ain't like just we homies up here hanging out. That man called you. I promise you, he didn't call nobody before he called you because he knew you were the only person who was going to be willing to give that to him.
I don't know if that's true because, number one, people like 21 Savage apparently gave him money for when he got home from the last time. He does have a lot of different connections all over the place.
I'm telling you right now.
You know people with money,
I'm
for
telling
real.
you right now.
They didn't ask me for any money until like a month after he got arrested. So I don't think that there's any way that he wasn't also talking to other people.
Yeah,
about
because a month later,
No, for
bills
sure
and
he
shit are
was.
due.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, I'm telling you, you were the first and last person I do call.
But there's two
I
things.
bet my life on
But there's two variables that need to be looked at. I think the reason why he felt like entitled to that, despite the fact he's not working, is because he's seeing a bunch of his name and the way it's being monetized. He's seeing Flacco dropping a gang of content on him, making money. He's seeing No Jumper, which granted, he is a part of No Jumper, potentially capitalizing off of his name. So he's like, hey, that's why he spoke up. You feel me?
I don't like that narrative, bro. That's why that broad talking about some she paying everybody bills. What's her name?
But that's a really excessive way, that's over whooping like a motherfucker. But there is a little bit of truth. But then again,
Right.
it's not applicable in Luce Cannon's case because Luce Cannon was never a part of No Jumper. Sure, he's made a few appearances and stuff like that, and we fuck with Luce, but Luce has never been a No Jumper employee. Brick sat down next to the two of us for a year and a half straight. So, it's a little bit different. On top of that,
Luce can't ask me for shit. No offense. I fuck with you, Luce, but like I don't really know you like that. You came on the podcast 3 times. I feel the same way about the Luce thing as I felt about the Famous Richard thing. Like Famous Richard was on the podcast just as many times as Luce, and it's like I just don't like I don't know you to the extent where I feel like I need to get involved and pay your legal bills.
Adam, you're an enabler.
That is probably true,
That's
yeah.
basically. I'm gonna just.
Definitely some truth to that.
We gonna sit down like real like adults. You're a damn enabler.
and the other thing,
you enable these dudes, and then they can't get it right because they got you to back them up and rescue
Okay.
them, and then they call you out. And
You're
like,
generalizing it, but the truth is that nobody has ever borrowed money from me besides Brick. Like AD never asked me to borrow money. T-Rail never asked me to borrow money. All the guys, I can't think of any of them. I mean, maybe like back in the BMX days, I let people borrow money a little bit, but for the most part, I don't want people to have the idea that like just because you work here that I'm also like your lifeline if anything goes wrong.
I've been down and out, and I didn't ask this dude for a
Shut up,
cent.
your parents are rich.
Don't matter. Like
You ain't
they're-
never hitting the
they're-
ground. For
True,
real.
but they're not. But like, there's times where I couldn't get money from them, and it was like, you feel me? Like,
Because they doing to you
Your
what
parents
he
rich?
should do to these
my
people.
parents are
Starve 'em out.
My parents are doing just fine.
Just-
They got my parents.
Right.
My parents are chilling.
There's a guy who owns
They're
like a,
bicking back.
There's a guy who owns a big BMX company that at a certain point told me, like, at a certain point, the dudes that are on your team or whatever will ask you to borrow some money, and you could just let them borrow money, but then that basically like clears you of having to do it in the future, And so you want to limit it. You want to like try to make it so that it isn't, a consistent thing that's happening. But if there's a situation in which a person's really going through something kind of disastrous and you need to let them borrow a couple grand, it's like it's probably easier to just do it and then use that as the reason why you can't do it anymore in the future, rather than to just let that person know, like, hey, I'm just being cold-hearted to you and I'm not going to be able to help you out in this situation.
But you had already done it. Has he paid you back the money he borrowed from you before?
No. And
Okay,
I mean, at this point, once you catch a Fed case, I really feel like, okay.
Yeah,
You're good.
and to keep and to just like, because for full transparency, I spoke to Brick a few days ago. Man, that's a huge financial obligation that his lawyer wants from him, and it's a very, very, very expensive thing he's going through.
Why are you
Really?
saying that like I'm supposed to care about that? Like you play
crazy.
stupid games, you win stupid prizes. That's not the point. I have no issue with Brick Baby.
I
What I'm
mean,
saying is
damn, bro.
you get the guy, but you're loaning him money. I just gave the perfect analogy. It's like feeding a stray cat and then complaining because it's showing up on your doorstep. The whole point is, if these guys been around this long and they haven't been able to pick up enough game from you to be able to have their own stuff popping to where they got some hundreds of thousands in the bank, it's not your job to loan him money, and it's unbecoming of him and you for you to talk about him online, but for him as a man to be in a position where he can't pay his own bills.
Hey, Brick shouldn't open up that conversation.
I
Yeah,
agree
that
with
should have never got opened up.
Brick
Yeah.
shouldn't have opened up the conversation, but like the way you're characterizing him is
I'm not characterizing him at
you
all.
are,
This-
because what you're not taking into account is the fact of how much value he added to this platform.
How much? Listen, if you go to jail to the feds or you go to jail, how much do y'all think y'all could call Brick and borrow from him?
Well, I feel like being a person who's probably doing better financially than him, I'm not going to ask him for
I
anything.
promise you, if he was a millionaire, he wouldn't give you shit.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
All right.
Brick would
All right.
no
No,
Brick
I
Brick
think
Brick for
Brick-
sure
I
got
think
something on my
he would,
books.
though.
Oh, maybe he would.
I
Maybe
think
not,
if Brick
maybe.
had $1 million, that he would for sure. If I break, I'm down bad. Like my family
maybe he
needs
would.
$5,000 to be able to make it through the week, and especially given that I've extended that to him. And as much as I don't believe in karma or whatever,
I don't either.
I do believe, like, if you do right by your people, that it'll come
yeah.
back to help you in the long
There's
run.
always that
And
angle.
he's offered to help me. He's offered to help me before,
But
so
the
I can
thing
say
is,
that.
if you believe that, then why talk about it on the like? And it was kind of had a negative
Because it was
tone.
the truth, and the truth is
Okay.
always good to
Truth
get out there. Okay, one thing that I did think was kind of odd about it, though, was the fact that, fuck, what was I going to say? God damn it, it slipped out of my brain. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Maybe that's
Brick Bill.
God coming
Money.
down telling me we don't have to keep talking about this. Anyway, I wanted to talk about the fact that apparently, word on the streets, and we don't have all the information yet, but if you go to Wack's Instagram, you can pick up on some of this. Wack is claiming that he has open and shut evidence that Luce Cannon is a snitch that is going to be revealed, I guess, Thursday on the Adam and Wack show. And listen, I've heard Wack say that he had paperwork on people before where it sounded like the paperwork wasn't exactly like a clincher. He feels extremely strongly that Luce Cannon is going to be exposed as a tattletale.
I think it's exposing itself based on how it lined it up with the court date. You know what I mean?
Wack?
Huh?
Wack?
No.
Oh, you think Luce
The
is?
Luce Cannon thing, because they pushed the court date to May next year, and all 7 people that's directly on that indictment, not bringing it, but them 7, he not on there. He not going to court with the people he's supposed to go to court with. Like a bail hearing or something, you'll go by yourself, something like that. If you trying to do your lawyer put something in or something. I forget what that shit called. You probably go by yourself. But the court dates, it's supposed to be all 7 y'all. Them 2 girls, Sylvester or whatever the fuck, Bear. It's supposed to be all 7 of them. He the only one without a court date.
Damn. I
So
didn't
he
even
just
think
fell
about
off the
that.
radar.
So does that mean nobody else is cooperating?
No, that ain't what that mean. That ain't what that mean. But
Then why would they all be together and he the only one separated?
And isn't Luce not really involved with the main Big U charges?
no. See, it's big old indictment and all these different what you call this up under it. What damn, I'm getting a fucking brain fart. But whatever. Them Brick Baby not involved with this shit. Brick Baby is on his own little shit with the
yeah,
blue
it's
bud.
got nothing,
Brick
to,
shit's
nothing
separate.
to do with it.
Yeah, but-
he's not a part of
Luce
that
didn't have
indictment.
nothing to do with the body or anything.
But no.
But he's still part of the
He a
RICO.
part of the girl, the Trap Money, the Tiffany Hines girl, the Bear Claw dude, Sylvester. All 7 of them is on the same thing. They supposed to go to court together. Luce fell off the radar. He's not going. Like he don't even have a court date. Something's up with this dude. He's never going to be next to Big U because he's going to be a keep away. They not about to put him there. Like I told you 4 weeks ago, he go tell. I even put it on my hood and my daughters. Remember?
You did say that.
Even just looking at the way Luce interacts on this platform, you could tell he has loose lips. He's one of those guys who volunteers a lot of information willingly. So imagine if he's pressed. Imagine if they like, we could work something out for you. Like, bro, already kind of old, so he ain't trying to do no numbers. And if he feels like those dudes are washed up, like they're goners anyway, he probably like, look, the information I'm giving you, or not, the information I'm giving them, or I'm slowing down my speed.
He got
The
it in 4 years
information I'm
anyway.
giving them or not giving them probably isn't going to make or break this case. So I'm going to just go ahead and tell. And honestly, let's be real. If they were just being real about the situation, if you know you did it, if you know it's not a good chance that you're going to beat it, I don't see why they would even have any animosity towards Luce. Like,
Huh? They ain't giving you the go green light to snitch on me. 'Cause
No.
they got me.
not snitch, but like,
no, not the green light. But
at
it's,
this point, what would be the point of
what-
keeping him down?
What Brandon's saying
Which-
is in his head. That's what would justify him.
Like,
doing
what's
it.
the point?
What's the point of not telling?
What's the point of even having animosity towards him for telling if he is telling? Y'all know what y'all did. There's a bunch of other shit that ain't got nothing to do with
But
Luce.
if you're a gang member, it is a default rule. You're not allowed to tell. You're not allowed to tell on your worst enemy. You're not allowed to tell on the guy that shot you, etc.
It's a testament to your lack of moral code.
No, but he feels that they betrayed him. Luce got up here talking about how they would do this and do that, and you would have us doing this, and he ultimately feels like fuck them.
And to be
So-
fair, to me that does sound kind of insane when you put it like that. Because me personally, if somebody like mega betrayed me, I don't think I would have too much of a moral qualm
too,
with talking to
fuck
the
yeah.
cops about
That's
it.
you wouldn't know.
Tekashi, that
But
is
I'm
the-
not a gang member.
Right.
Like when you become a gang member, you're basically swearing to take this code in which you're not going to tell on anyone, no matter what.
that is the Tekashi 6ix9ine defense.
Man,
Period. Once
Tekashi-
again.
said since he fucked my baby, my mom.
I think
Tell
RX
me.
yeah,
They
yeah.
was
Nephew
extorting
took my
that dude.
right
Oh, shit.
They
I'll be
listen.
Donnie, can we hit that later?
Hey, Tekashi was like, bro, they was, you know, they already extorting him,
Lush, we
and
got
then on top of that, they disrespect him by fucking his baby mama. At that point, fuck them. Like,
I think that was
One
cap,
one of
by
the
the way.
things, one of the things I hate within my own community is like, you're supposed to let me fuck you over and still, you know, ascribe to this street code. No, if it's fuck me, it's fuck you. And I
kill
really
him.
think that's what Luce is saying.
Do
If
not
it's
do
fuck
something
you,
to
it's
him.
fuck. If it's fuck me, it's fuck you. But you're not allowed to use the law as a vehicle by which to cause damage.
He's
to
a
them.
grown man. He can do whatever he wants to. I bet you Big U will tell on his ass if he thought that'll get him out of jail. Bro, I know OGs who will tell you, yeah, I told on them niggas what they gonna do about it. I ain't doing all this time.
make it
The
right.
dudes who were the head of the mafia, they snitched on their soldiers, on their hitmen and all that stuff. Bro, there's no honor amongst thieves. There's no honor amongst criminals.
But there
If
is
you
some
believe that,
honor
you're
amongst
silly.
some thieves.
Who? Name them.
Well, I don't
Like,
really know, but there's definitely
I ain't
people
no thief.
sitting
I ain't
in
no
jail who are
thief.
doing
I ain't no-
50
I ain't no-
years because they wouldn't tell, right?
I'm not telling on nobody, bro.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I
That's,
believe
that's
you.
unspoken.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
And guess what? I respect that. But when people are looking at freaking 50, 60, 70 years, don't nobody know what they might do.
Nah,
I think somebody like Butchie would way rather sit in jail for the rest of his life than actually be.
I just wouldn't go. I'm not doing nothing if I can't handle the consequence. I know how to say no, nigga, or I'm about to go to the house.
But you'd rather sit in jail for 50 years than tell and spend 50 years
I
on the
played a
outside
part-
because you would be rejected by your community. You would have to probably move to goddamn Vegas or Nebraska or
Vegas
some
ain't
shit,
far
right?
enough.
Huh?
It's
Vegas
not
ain't
far
far
enough.
enough.
Vegas ain't far enough.
That's basically
Inglewood
California.
travels, yeah. But I mean, we know a lot of people like that who basically told and then they moved to some random place and
Right.
they still are living their life. And I'm sure that they're probably content being, sitting on a porch somewhere enjoying life, drinking a Mike's Hard Lemonade. But, a lot of people would probably, if you really
if you-
believe in that gangster shit.
If you play the part, and then when it go bad, then you go tell. That's weak. You know what I'm saying?
This is the difference between Brick and Luce. Brick has strong ties to his community. He been there his entire life. He definitely not going. There's no circumstance where Brick would cooperate or tell. I would be very surprised if he did, based on that, because his whole life, hinges upon his gangsterism.
Bro, it
That's a huge
snitches
part
in
of it.
man, fuck
I just
all
don't-
that.
Yeah,
It's snitches in every hood that's walking around
that's not my
untouched.
point.
Wait, I'm making a point to counter your point. It's snitches walking around in every hood untouched with immunity because of who their family is and who they fuck with or what they willing to do. This is the bigger question. When do the OG actually start meaning OG where you say, you know what, youngster, I fucked up. I let us down this path. I'm going to just take responsibility for everything, and y'all just go ahead and live your life.
You
and
mean
take
the
care
main
of
guy that's on the indictment?
That's what I'm saying. And this is what I'm telling you. You a big dog. You the OG. You the all this. Bro, why you didn't have a contingency plan for this? The thing that pissed me off the most about Big U, and I don't care if y'all, whatever, bro, you touched M's, and they didn't get you initially. You should have been in Mexico somewhere. You should have been in freaking Costa Rica somewhere. You telling me you the big dog and you can't get out the country?
Yeah, but all his power comes from being in his community and being able to exert his will on people in the community. He moves to Mexico, starts trying to extort people. Guess what? Somebody's going to
Bro,
blame
he's
you. And
supposed
they'll
to-
give a fuck and do it
Bro,
in South
he's the
Central.
little dog in Mexico.
He's supposed to have that bread already put away for that situation like Wesley Snipes or like Dave Chappelle or something. Like, bro, you got to have a contingency plan. You always got to have a way out. Didn't Batman teach you guys anything? You like, you know, you're doing stuff that could put you in jail for the rest of your life. The least you can, and I'm trying to be better with my speed, but you know you're doing things that could put you in jail for the rest of your life. Bro, you got to have a bag of cash, a down-ass bitch, something to where you like, they own me. I got to get out the country now. Bro, you can go to LA, downtown LA, and get fake passports, all types of shit that could get you across the border. To see this man to see this man go and
Alvarado.
submit to capture like that, it made me feel disgusted. Like, you the big dog, can't have a big dog getting caught up in, oh, I'm gonna go down here to the mast and turn myself in. Bro, you should have been able to just get ghosts. And this is me warning you and also giving y'all some game. If you're gonna play these games, at least give yourself a chance by having a contingency.
My viewpoint, Big U, legend in his section, legend in gang history, rap history, etc. Doesn't seem like a master criminal. Doesn't seem like he really like thought out what the results of his actions were going to be.
And that's the problem.
That's the problem.
People giving other people orders who ain't got enough perspective and foresight to have a way out for themselves. I would have told all my people, hey, look, man, you know what we doing out here? You know this could go left. Make sure you putting some money away for a lawyer. Make sure you put. I knew a guy. Can I tell a story just real quick? It's 30 seconds. I used to work at a dog grooming place. Wash dogs.
Like Dumb and Dumber.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. Wash dogs all fucking day from can't see in the morning to can't see at night. The guy who worked in the bay next to me was a dude who used to move cocaine across country lines internationally for a drug cartel.
In the dog van?
Respect.
Yes. He was working there because that's the only job he really could get once he got out of prison. The dude said when the cartel came to him and asked him to be a mule, basically, they told him, if you get caught, we guarantee we will get you a lawyer, and you will only do 4 years in prison, maximum. He said he weighed the option. He did it for them for a year. He did about 4 trips. On the 5th trip, he got caught. They told him when they first hired him, they said, look, you need to be putting your money away because if you get caught with this, it's going to hurt you and you might not be able to find a job afterwards. Bro was able to put $300,000 away doing these trips, taking these drugs to different states and countries. And he said everything they said they would do for him when he got caught, they did it. And he said he has no animosity towards them because they warned him of the risk. They told him what he needed to do to take care of himself if he were caught. And he was able to get that dog grooming job.
These are grown-ass men. You don't think they know that already?
No,
though?
stop.
They're in their 30s and 40s.
They're grown-ass men, and they can't even tell you no when you tell them to do something stupid. So you clearly, they're putting their trust in you. That's like somebody working at your damn job. They're trusting that you know what to tell them to do. That's going to make you guys all profit. There needs to be some responsibility from the OGs because that's the esteem that they demand. So why don't y'all operate in a way that is, beneficial to everybody?
It's only a dumb idea when it don't work.
Exactly.
Right? No, so like when it's working and it's lucrative, and they ain't thinking like that. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm telling you, you've seen the story play out how many times before you learn your lesson? Munchie, we done heard about this shit for our whole lives.
Yeah, it's true.
Hey, but that getting on thing, he would have did that. They would have messed with his son in the NFL. You know what I'm saying? And all that. So you got to be the bigger person. Just turn yourself in because that's how the feds work. You know what I'm saying?
Why would they mess with his son?
That's what they do. Brandon get gone and he no extradition. He go over there. They get to mess with your wife and her livelihood and like, oh, now they fucking hurt because the feds they play like that.
They're gonna make everything as difficult as possible for you.
The NFL be coming down on the son and
Wait, what the NFL do to his son?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Nothing.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
what I thought.
hypothetically, if he would have got on, and that's how they play. They get to messing with your family. You know what I'm saying? Success. That's the whole reason why they was messing with Irv Gotti. Like they know he didn't do nothing, but
They're trying to get Preem,
yeah, they want to cripple him so he don't have no assistance and like shit like
and
that.
he didn't snitch.
Yeah, and they said like he beat the feds, but they didn't really want you like that. So you know what I'm saying?
Would that
But
be
he still
illegal?
stood tall and fought the case, so respect for that. You feel me? Like, and he didn't cooperate.
Right.
Listen, if you gonna call yourself an OG and you gonna get some people under your wing doing shit that can land them some numbers, I'm at least gonna do them the you know, I'm gonna give them enough respect to say, look, you know what, where this could end up. Keep you some money to the side, have a place to go in case you get in trouble. Period. Like that used to be par for the course.
But
with
how you know
criminals.
he didn't do
Done.
that?
You,
That's you're making a
up
huge
the
assumption
donation.
that he didn't.
I
do
know
that.
he didn't do that because he didn't do that when he found out they was looking for him.
I mean, that's. So Nipsey was his partner, right? You feel me? Like Nipsey,
At one
like
point.
yeah, exactly. Nipsey always talked about, you feel me, stash money, 100K buried in the backyard, like in his music, in his speeches, like. So I would assume that insight was bestowed at a certain point.
Hey, you want to know something? You know, people that ain't from here work harder than us. You know what I'm saying? And Nipsey, they family, they from where they from.
Yeah.
They hustle different. Like
Very true.
I would have thought I was too cool to be having socks on the table and selling socks. They was doing that back then before they got their store. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like they hustle is different.
Yeah, you watch that Black Sam Big Boy interview and you realize like these were dudes who were grinding. Like before they had the rap stardom and everything, they were going for it. They weren't going to be broke by any means.
How many niggas you know own the business and flipping the patties?
That's fast.
That's different. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm
Like-
gonna be real. Oh
No, go ahead.
no, go ahead, because the fans will say I talk too much. Go ahead, finish your point. I'm sorry.
Nah, man, you told him. Be
I'm a
true to yourself,
populist.
man.
I'm a populist. I
Pop
want to
your-
do what the
pop-
people.
No, pop your shit. You told him to be true. Yeah.
No, all right, let's. We got a few more topics I really want to hit today, but I'm going to read these donations. And at this moment, can we turn the chat over to members only, guys? We massively appreciate our members out there. It's only $5 a month, and it really helps keep the channel rocking. That being said, I'm going to read through these donations. C. Coster sent $5 and said, "Free brick, take Lush's teeth."
There. Go ahead, take him.
Hey,
Hey, come and get them.
hey,
Wait.
He didn't remember when you said, "Bitch, where my teeth."
Bitch, for my teeth.
And then, wait, go back up again. And then shout out to BMX 1803,
Oh, shit.
our member for 1 month. He said, "You know, Adam, the feds, because he only made Lush do 85% of his suspension."
Bars.
That's pretty funny.
Hey, yeah,
Bars.
That was witty.
That was funny.
Bars.
Hey, he be talking shit though.
Okay, Berto sent $5. Said, "Lush, why you let that man poke you in the chest with his finger like that?"
Huh.
Ooh,
That was kind
Travis
of
Ford?
the energy out there a little bit. It got a
Travis?
little intense at one point.
Bruh, I'm like surrounded by like 30 people. The fact that I even went outside, most people wouldn't even go outside.
Well, they were
My
your
mess or
guests.
not, it doesn't even matter. Like most people wouldn't even done that. How about that?
hey
Yeah.
Travis, he need that fade, bro. You poked him,
Mm.
right?
Oh,
King Joffer sent $5. Said, "Adam, the fans are not about to let you make Brandon a thing. Absolutely not. UFC Dark Rainbow has not one redeeming quality as
Yo,
a
I'm not gonna lie,
podcaster."
UFC Dark Rainbow is fire.
That's
But I
funny.
disagree.
Yeah. I think Brandon got something for him. He might overwhoop a little bit, but I do feel like there's something about Brandon. I think honestly, we should do a poll in the chat though. Hire Brandon or fire Brandon?
fire me.
Because we do see. I'm not saying I'm going to act upon their opinion. I just think it would be interesting to get a little bit of a verdict. If you want
I've
to
been
throw that in the
whooping
chat,
less.
Donnie. I think
Brandon
we
go
should.
against the grain, but that's his angle. That's him.
We
That-
need a little bit of.
You're right.
I
We
like
need
that.
someone.
I like
You know, okay. Even my boy Danny from the Stop, which I hate referencing Joe Budden's stuff all the time, but he said something that kind of stuck with me when I was watching a video. He said, "Joe Budden's MO, you get on a podcast with him, is he makes you uncomfortable, and that's where the content comes from." And that just kind of stuck with me. He makes you uncomfortable. Because when I went on the Joe Budden podcast, for sure, they tried to make me uncomfortable. They tried to label me a fed or somebody who was doing too much on episodes and getting gang members caught up or whatever, even though that hadn't actually happened in any significant way. What, you guys swapping bongs? So, I mean, I do think that there's something to be said for that, is that you kind of need a little bit of antagonism on a podcast in order to kind of keep shit interesting. If everybody agrees with each other, if it's all kumbaya, you basically barely even have a podcast. And that was always the number one complaint about the Adam Brick and Lush era, was that there wasn't really somebody poking holes or trying to, take the other side and things. So that being said, I don't think Brandon has like that's inherently a bad thing. All right. Shadow C sent $5, said, this MFer is annoying AF. Where is Susgerb? Okay. The Omen's Den said, hey, Brandon, you don't speak for us, bruh. Stop bringing race into this when the junkie on the couch overstepped the boundary. He don't have power like that.
Your narration is funny.
Interesting.
2:19 a.m. said, Lush, I assume you love the culture and respect it, but please, I ask you, for the sanctity of rap, please stop releasing songs. Rapping isn't for you.
Hell no, I'm hard as fuck, stupid. What the hell?
You got to tell us like
I'm
what
hard.
song to play of
You can
yours by
play
the end of this. too.
Any of my new shit go crazy, but yeah.
Play the Travis Ford dish.
Yeah, we should. I think we should run.
Oh, we should do that because we have to
Travis
get
Ford.
into what went wrong with you and Travis Ford by the end of this. We could do that right after we get done this, but also, I know it hurt you in your soul that me, Suspect, Ralphie, and
and Desto
made a song together on live the other day, because I know you doing a song with Ralphie probably stands out to you as like a bucket list type moment.
Yeah, of course, I was robbed of that moment. You feel me? And that was like the most devastating part of the punishment, to be honest, especially with my producer. In the
We
content,
took your producer. We took your idea.
my whole content idea. But here's the thing.
I hate my verse.
But here's the thing. It would have been better if I was there. You feel me? And it will be better next time when I am there.
Well, on Friday, we are streaming you guys' music. So if you want to get your music played, nojumper.com, you can cop the play in advance, or just make sure that you're here at like 2 o'clock on Friday, because there will be another music stream, even though I myself am not able to make it on Friday.
I wanted, though, my boy Kenny to shine, and I'm glad that he did. So that's the thing that made me happy, that people got to see.
I mean, personally, I just
Kenny
love
is
the
hard.
dynamic of passing the mic around and being able to make a song on stream without having to like get up or anything. That was like very fun.
And that's what we do it all the time. And like, look, my little channel's starting to grow, the numbers going up and shit. People fucking with it. That feels great. So yeah, running.
Munchie, if we just had the mic and we just passed it around, would you be able to just like, sort of come up with a verse off the top of your head, or are you more of like a writer where you could just do it?
Right in.
Okay. Brandon, are you rap ready?
Man, I'm the best rapper ever.
So you would spit?
Let's go.
Of course.
Damn. See, I was thinking like we should do one of these episodes, and then we should do a stream like right after, or even just make it part of an extended No Jumper show where we just do a song with us for
That'd
whatever.
be fire.
That would be fun.
Fire.
See what
Let's
gets
do it.
brought to the table.
Fire.
All right. So, okay. Just Call Me Daddy said, okay, Brandon, we get it. You're black. LOL.
Look, you know what's, can I respond to that? Can I say something?
Yeah.
Like, a Mexican could wear a brown pride shirt, you know what I'm saying? Talk about La Raza, all that. Why does me loving the fact that I'm black and highlighting that make you upset? Like, I don't go around to Mexican people saying, why are you flying a Mexican flag around Long Beach when you live in America? Like, all that type of stuff. Like, don't be offended that a black man ain't up here acting like a damn fool for your entertainment. That's what you really mad at. I'm not acting black enough for you. Because to you, black people just supposed to be up here crashing out and screaming at each other and throwing up gang signs and talk about this and that on the dead homies. Look, man, I'm not your monkey for your entertainment. Like, if you are watching me, I'm going to give you me, and I'm going to let you know that it's a black man talking to you, because if I committed a crime, first thing your bitch ass to say is it was a black dude about 6'1", 185 pounds. You're not going to say it was just a guy. So get the hell out of here.
I mean, that the narrative that I see the most is just that you might sometimes take conversations or topics that aren't inherently racial and make them racial, which ironically is also something that is often said about Suspect,
Of course.
who is your op.
Hey, but
He's not my
Suspect
op.
looked at like a villain too. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, yeah.
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 And he does a good job with it.
We live in a racial society. What's wrong with that? And I have Mexican people that are my friends, love them. White people, they're my friends. Like, Adam, me and you talk a little bit on the text. I welcome everybody. But you know what? I'm black, man. That's the way it is. I center my race because it's so much a part of who I am, and it's so important to me. That doesn't mean I'm lessening you. I wouldn't care if a KKK member came here and was like, white power. Okay, he should be proud of who he is. Doesn't
I
offend
don't
me.
know about that. He needs his ass beat.
do.
I'll tell you though.
We do have a racist coming up here next week for a
real?
debate. A white guy who is, from my perspective, a big old racist and he's bringing on a black dude who is very much a man of his people, and we got a debate going on. I'm going to actually hit him up and say, hey, would you like to do a double header where we also have a little bit of a debate with Brandon, and maybe, I don't know if you have anybody else that would make sense to bring through. But I would like to see you. I would like to see you do battle against somebody who's, you know, a hardcore racist.
Hey, it's funny though, right? Didn't you get some blowback for this last time? But you didn't have nobody to speak for the black people.
Well, ironically, what happened last time is that we had Richard Spencer on here, who was like probably like the most famous white nationalist in our modern era, but he's apparently had a bit of a character switch up where he doesn't really believe his previous racial beliefs, or at least he doesn't think that they're effective anymore. But yeah, he was debating a white guy named Destiny. Now, granted, Destiny is a fierce debater, and really, like, his points and his arguments are largely the opinions that I would expect most black people would have wanted represented, but there wasn't really any actual tangible racism. This guy that we got coming in, he's a real racist. He really is like standing on business for white people. So I think that's going to be really interesting. But luckily,
who's the black dude coming?
I forget the full. His name's Lyndon. He's a Twitter user. I Hypocrite is his Twitter name.
He better be standing on business, bro.
Take a scroll through his Twitter timeline. You're gonna find a bunch of shit that you would clearly label as racist.
Who, the black dude?
No, the white guy. I'm not even 100% sure where the black dude's coming from.
Man, the black dude better stand on business, or you should probably just add Brandon to that.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to like put a bunch of people in the same room. I kind of feel like him and this other dude have like an existing feud on Twitter, and it was suggested that No Jumper would be a good neutral space to have the conversation. But I'm going to suggest to him like, hey, maybe we can do another one as well.
Y'all putting rules on it? No slurs, like no. Know what I'm saying?
Well, if he did start calling him the N-word or something, that would be very awkward. I didn't even think about putting any rules on it. I feel like if he wants to take it there, if that's part of how he gets down, I mean, shit.
Hey,
I don't think it's like that, though. Hopefully he's not coming with that kind of energy.
But that's not good for, like, YouTube monetization anyway. It's not like you want it.
Definitely this will not be live and will be edited before it comes out.
With the bleep, it should be said. Either one.
Yeah, that would be very awkward and would probably, to me, if you have to start calling your opponent the N-word in an argument, then you're done. Yeah.
Yeah, you got.
You've already made it clear.
Is that the type of timing, bro? On?
I don't think it's like that. But I also have never watched this dude's content at all. But he does have like 500,000 Twitter followers from pushing his narrative out there. It's Jason sent $5. Said time for Lush to take that test.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
Woo!
Okay,
let's go.
Dab said Brandon be talking about race all too much. Gives the topics a political feel that I don't think the people are feeling. Okay. YNG Luce said, Adam, let's get No Jumper Sports Show rolling. No gangs, no streets, just sports opinions and picks. Munchie can host He a Hustler, no Lush.
Day is on my top right now.
I mean, a sports-related show does make sense. Some people even went so far as to get the logo tattooed on the side of their head. That being said,
it's a glue.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like the sports thing is weird because, yes, sports are super popular, but also, like, you really need a degree of specialization in order to make successful sports content. I don't know. It does feel like if we were to do that, the crew would very much have to be, like, really focused on making that kind of content great.
Sports content is all opinion-based. The commentators say stupid things all the time that are totally wrong. Your name is No Jumper. It's literally a sports theme when I walk through here. And that's what comes to my mind. Why don't they talk about sports? Hence why I brought up the LeBron thing last time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's got to be some kind of appetite for like a really good sports show that's kind of coming from more of a street hip-hop perspective. I also just feel like the sports world is so flooded with ex-sports stars and people who have like unbelievable sports. Yeah, like
I was about to say that.
They're getting by on like personality more so than knowledge. But then you also have all these dudes who are like mega knowledgeable about it. You got somebody like Gilbert Arenas who's streaming like all day, 4 days a week. I was just watching his Vlad interview and like hearing about his business model and everything. It's pretty impressive. But that being said, I'm definitely open to the idea though.
Cameron got a sports background though.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, that's true.
So do Mace.
Most people do. Like Gilbert Arenas, he's a basketball player. But bro be saying some stupid stuff about sports. Like the players don't always make the best coaches. And players don't always make the best commentators or analysts. I think you got the personalities here. And if those people are actually paying enough attention to it, anyone can read an article, learn the box score, and just give their opinion. Like, I don't got to know anything about basketball to know that LeBron James don't play no damn defense. And you need to play defense because it wins championships.
I'm open to the possibility of it. Well, when we had No Jumper Sports before, I remember one of the key complaints from some of the people on the show was that, like, Kiki just started kind of like listing off like random basketball play. Like they had complaints about like it just not being focused, because that's kind of like a weird decision. Like, are you going to focus just on the sports that you are mega knowledgeable about, or are you going to cover the biggest topics in sports that week? Because I mean, most people are not an expert in like all the sports. They're pretty much specialized in like one, maybe two sports. So I mean, putting it together, like, I mean, obviously I would say like basketball is the one.
Football and basketball.
Yeah, they get the most love in the hip hop world. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, continuing on. J Dem. Brandon makes black folks seem like we're ignorant to business protocol. It's not a black thing. This is an employee fucked up thing, regardless of race.
Man, black people in McDonald's beating up the workers for not missing fries out of their bag. Like, I ain't saying black people are ignorant, but I'm just saying, like, why do we act like two things can't be true at the same time? There are incredibly successful business-minded black people, and there are incredibly ignorant black people who don't care about business. I didn't say anything about the business aspect. I talked about the diplomatic aspect, and I was simply defending Travis Ford because I felt like he was kind of being blamed for what happened when it was really Lush's fault. I understand business. I run many businesses. But at the same time, sometimes business has to take a second seat to diplomacy.
Feel it. Mo said, my religion is Lush.
That's right.
That's right.
Hey.
The Omens Dad said, Lush is a junkie. This is not accountability. This is regular junkie behavior. He's just trying to get past the topic by owning up to it. He's going to do it again. LOL.
Thanks, coach.
Okay, Assad Aziz said, me and the homies was posted on the block before the police came through. Lush was there. I gave him the black eye. Best regards, 5-star Clemson Street General.
It's facts.
You said what Street General?
This is facts. Clemson Street.
A hood that Lush has been rumored to be affiliated with in some sense. I'm not sure how much truth there is to that.
5150.
That's where we be at.
That's where we be at. Okay, John said Lush's energy is way different next to Adam. Adam listen to Evil Spirits by Lush on live, please. It's cringe. He's acting like he's a killer.
Acting.
We got to check some of these songs out. All right, the Omens Den. I hope all Lush's little loser fanboys understand he's in positions like this because y'all enable him. LOL. He's like 60 trying to act 17 and strung out.
Hey, what I do to this fool's bitch? He been like here, he been here like 5 times, probably under 7 names, bro. Like, get off. Actually, stay on my dick. I'm finna come pretty soon, brother. You finna make me nut.
He said, brother.
Tonyville, thank you for the $5. Sticks and Stones LA said Adam could have had his cake and ate it too.
Damn.
LOL. Pause. Shout out the bro Brandon. Okay, thank you. Zeus sent $10. Said, Brandon, you come off as a hater. You just looking for something to say every time Lush talk. Man, dragging the subject. Go do some sit-ups or something.
I mean,
hey, gotta do some sit-ups. Yeserski, that's a good name. He said, let's get off this topic, Teddy Bear Brandon. Okay. Gerald Broflosky said, Brandon, annoying the hell out of the chat and all co-hosts not working. Please keep annoying Adam, though, so maybe you can stay yo ass in Long Beach. All right. Okay, get a hold of yourself said, hey, yo, Munch, you a real soldier. Link up, 100.
That part.
Tap in with the mayor. Hazy Vision said, give a shout out to Hazy Visions and John Swish, upcoming platform on the East Coast. Shout out to y'all for show.
that's right.
Jay-Z is a member for 1 month now. He said, glad Lush is back. Great crew tonight. Thank you. We appreciate that. Plata O Plomo sent $10 and said, I used to think Brandon was a good addition to the pod, but he won't shut up. Let others talk. The more you realize he's deaf, racist, and annoying, leave him home, Adam. Munchie the realist. Adam, start firing people.
They call it racist.
I feel like I barely talked on this one.
Nah, you be talking.
That's light for me, though.
Okay, Rico A said Blackie Chan, which, by the way, that's what they call you. I don't know if you realize.
That's fire. That's fire.
Blackie Chan calling someone sassy is wild. He sounds like a PHAG. W no jumper, W Lush and Munchie, W no Flacco. We need Jalise back. Shout out to Jalise and shout out to you. David Russell has been a member for 1 month officially. He said, never Bring him back. He got crazy main character syndrome. He gonna leave with a smear campaign and how he called Wack sassy when he's zesty AF.
I promise I will not have a smear campaign. I won't even mention.
You ain't
Jumper.
coming off as zesty though. That's crazy.
I'm not. If I'm not at No Jumper ever again, why would I say anything negative? You didn't do nothing to me. It's all these black people who supposed to be loving other black people calling for me to be let go, which I'm not even hired, and calling for Flacco to be fired. They pro-black at him in the comments, these black folks, but the main people they want to get rid of are black people. See the hypocrisy?
Damn.
See the hypocrisy.
Damn.
Shout out to
Stay woke.
shout out to Infamous T and Nemo Hose for becoming members. We appreciate it big time. Live from the deck said Brandon has a lot of assumptions, like a new viewer. Super vocal without all the facts. Hey, you know, you can't let the facts get in the way of having a good argument on a podcast. I will say that. Carmine Carter, member for 1 month, they said, I really vibe with this podcast crew. I love when Brandon plays devil's advocate. Keep it real and the convo fresh. Different views make it hit harder. Shout out to you. We appreciate that.
Devil's advocate.
What do you say? Oh, yeah. Oh shit! We scroll back down the bottom. I scroll back up a little bit. Yeah, okay. Los Matanas ENT said I sent $150 for promo. Zelle was held by the bank. It's been 4 days, no update. I'll handle biz solo. My daughter had prom. Jimmy Codeine. It's the principal. Yeah, Zelle. I don't know. Who'd you pay? Because through the website.
That sounds
the two normal ways to pay are through nojumper.com or through streamelements.com/nojumper, which is the link that is in the description of like all these streams. So if you sent somebody Zelle, or maybe you could like pay Zelle through the website. I don't know, but either way, I am cautious that you may have sent money to a scammer, which is something I've been getting hit up about like daily. Sparta sent $10. Said coming from a big Stink Team fan. Just want to say Munchie is the most underrated rapper in Cali, especially when it comes to diss songs, and the most solid gang member podcaster. Yo, I mean, I appreciate that. For sure, I appreciate the authenticity and the street perspective that Munchie brings to the podcast for sure.
And that came from a Stink Team fan. That's
Shit,
big.
there it is, yeah. Paris Vichoti said, shout outs to Munchie and Adam. Be careful with Wacky trying to put that money mic thing on Brick. You'll see in July it was a checker move, not a chess move. Yeah, the Money Mike thing, the video that actually just came out of a 60s member getting killed, and Wack is trying to say that that's the body that Luce is trying to put on Big U or whatever. Shit, I don't know, but that is some crazy shit. Wolf sent $10. Said Munchie and Brandon are two of the best guests that have come on No Jumper in a long time. Keep Brandon. You are a polarizing figure. That's a fact. We got a lot of love and a lot of hate.
I take that as a compliment.
That's definitely a good thing, I think. Yeah, because really, like most of the popular personalities that we've had over the last few years usually are hated on their way in. Brick was mega hated on the way in, and people definitely grew to love him. Slats has become a member. Thank you, Slats. And then C Loco Media sent $5. Said, Brandon, don't play victim now. Latinos and blacks know you and your team's intentions.
What's my intention? It's 1 billion Mexicans in California. Y'all can have it. Y'all got it. I'm just over here giving honest commentary.
Hey, shout out Comparator. He sent $10 and said, what up, Palites? Glad Lush is back. We smoked the Pookie last night. We was on a sick one. Scante Warriors for life, fool.
I believe that.
Should we take that at face value?
I'm going to take the drug test. This is complete cap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mia Kitty VL became a member. Shout out to him. And then 11, wait, I want to read that one. 11 Baby Mama said, I Hypocrite isn't a racist. He's a Ye supporter.
Okay.
Many racists seem to be fans of Kanye and pretty much nobody else when it comes to rappers. Nick Fuentes, when we had him on, spent much of that episode telling us all about how he was a big Kanye fan. And that's really before Kanye went full cloak off. Or cloak on, I guess you would say. Oh, yes. This is Steven. Oh, Steven sent $5 who works here and said, Lush, go take the drug test, foo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stall it. Hey,
should I do it right now or should I wait?
Go do it. Yeah,
wasting
fuck
his
it.
fake urine.
Okay, and then
No, someone got to watch.
Ishroy Charles said, Steven can watch out there, right? Yeah. Ishroy Charles said, Adam, you should have Brandon, Munchie, and myself do the weekend show featuring Lush. Shit, I don't know you, but we have talked a little bit about instituting like another weekend news episode, just because the weekend is kind of a dry time on the channel where it might be a little bit, it might be good to do something over the weekend. That's not a bad idea. Clifton, the colored milkman, said, "Is Bucci gonna fight Dodson? I want to see the mole rat get his just due. Also, free Lush, and he has the pass."
Don't he have some other dude trying to fight him?
Yeah, we ain't gonna talk about him.
Oh, I can't talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about whatever, but definitely see. And look at Brandon's poll. Show it on the screen. 53% higher. You clicked on it, and then 47% fire, which I feel like this, like No Jumper host, is kind of like the president thing, where like you could have like a 47% approval rating, and that's pretty good. Like you don't have to have like the majority of the viewers fuck with you. So
But I have the majority.
and you do by a little bit, yeah. But I do feel like if you do more episodes, that this number could get skewed in even more of a direction.
I want it to be like,
You're only gonna get better.
I want people to hate me
No.
more.
It's funny you said that shit funny as fuck. I want
Like-
people to hate me.
I want you to hate.
No,
Somebody gonna put that shit on that soundboard.
hey, the truth hurts, Adam.
The truth does.
And a lot of
sometimes
people
hurt.
don't like pain, man.
Yeah. Okay. Since Lush is gone, peeing in a cup or on a test.
Hey, end the poll. End it while I'm
And the
winning.
poll is hot. I mean, you got 1,400, 1,500 votes. That usually means that you're pretty close to the number that it's going to stay at after 1,500 votes. But if people want to get busy in the chat,
How
feel
many
free.
of those votes are almighty suspect?
or just bots?
Bro said make 3 more counts.
Okay. And shout out Kenny Malice. That was the producer of the song we made the other day. He wrote "My ob's getting gayer and gayer," which was one of my statements in my verse. My ob's getting gayer and gayer.
Hey, that's facts.
I had to think of something that
T-Rex.
rhymes with like player or some shit, because that's what Dub said. Okay, so I wanted to talk about this. The Game has apparently lost his house as a result of his sexual assault case. I'm going to actually read through some of the details of this, but for those who don't know, I mean, I guess I'll just read through it. The Game has officially lost his Calabasas home, and I already know that when I asked Wack about this, if I remember, that Wack's going to basically do a whole song and dance where he says it's not true, and this is all part of a 500 IQ master plan to basically, get around having to pay out the judgment. But according to All Hip Hop, a judge has ordered its sale to help cover a $7.1 million judgment owed to Priscilla Rainey. Rainey sued the Los Angeles rapper in 2015 with an allegation of sexual assault. It stemmed from the filming of a VH1 reality show called She's Got Game. Despite Game's denial of the allegations, he failed to show up to court for trial, and thus Rainey was awarded a default judgment. So yeah, I don't know like who advised the Game, telling him that he didn't have to show up for court, because realistically, if he had taken this to court, he could have probably settled for, I don't know, like $100,000, a couple $100,000, something like that.
1.5, something.
Yeah, or like, definitely not. I think that the judgment against him, yeah, it's gigantic. Like Rainey has been trying to get Game to give up the home for quite some time. Back in 2024, she calculated the house should be worth $3.2 million. In another filing obtained by All Hip Hop, her attorney, Janelle M. Deese, wrote that there is no current homeowners exception or disabled veterans exemption for the dwelling. She continued, record title to the dwelling is held in the names of Cash M. Jones, a.k.a. Wack 100, a married man, as his sole and separate property, subject to final judgment and permanent injunction obtained by the judgment creditor, deeming the title to be held by JTT Holdings as an alter ego of judgment debtor. I am informed, and I believe that the dwelling is not a homestead. We go down a little bit more. Is that basically it? Well, she said that after initially filing her lawsuit, the Game vehemently denied the allegations in a statement on Instagram saying, "Don't be fooled by these accusations or the dollar amount in the headlines, because I put that on my favorite auntie's poodle. This broad ain't getting shit," he wrote in 2016. "Every girl on the show will tell you I never touched this chick or ever desired to be anywhere near her. She got kicked off the show, and as a result, she filed this lame lawsuit, which was probably her intentions before the show was even started. Following the default judgment, Game attempted to get a new trial, but was unsuccessful. As for the $7 million, $1 million was in compensatory damages, and another $6 million was in punitive damages." Now, honestly, this there's been times where I got sued where I kind of thought like maybe I just don't like. Isn't that a thing? You just don't respond to it. You get a judgment. You just don't pay it. It would appear that this is what happens, that they try to take your home from you, which should be obvious. Now, like if you get sued and it's by people and you don't have any money, it probably is in your favor to just ignore it or, hope that you don't get money in the first place. Because that this is basically the exact same thing that happened to T-Rail, is that he got sued by the guy who basically like created all these images for Last Kings, and he just like didn't show up, didn't like do anything to deal with it. And he got a default judgment of, I think, like $2-3 million. And that's why T-Rail filed bankruptcy and basically like can't own anything under his name. And that's also why he hasn't got married to his girl that he's been engaged with for 13 years. So the whole tactic of just ignoring the judgment, I don't think it's really that wise. I think it's probably better to face these things head on, because it's just gonna follow you for forever until the bankruptcy goes away or whatever.
So the little theory that Game was hiding everything in whack names, I guess true.
I guess there's some truth to it. Yeah, it seems like it.
Smart.
Jeez.
Shit, how smart. You got cracked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where it goes from here. Like, are they just not going to be able to take the house because Game is saying that he doesn't want them to or whatever? I mean, Game's got to make a pretty solid amount of money, I would think.
Primarily from touring
I would've
revenue
got
at
that
this
brought out
point,
the
or
way, man.
merchandise, or licensing.
Touring, old money coming in from his classic hit records over the years and everything. I mean, shit, still, sure, $7 million is a fuckload for anybody. But, I mean, it just seems like, if he really was being sued, and that's what's crazy about this too, is that it's from like a reality show. If you do a reality show as somebody like Game, I would assume that you're thinking that you could make maybe $1 million off of this, something like that, something that's worth your time to do it, but it's not exactly making you, filthy rich. Now, it would appear that if the end result of this, reality show is that you basically have your home taken away from you and you get a $7 million default judgment, I mean, shit, clearly this was not worth doing the reality show,
You said a
right?
female name. So this a female attorney, right? Because I was listening up for Tony Busby. It ain't that Buster, right?
No, it ain't a Busby case for sure.
Man.
Yeah. So what do y'all think? You think that Game fucked up? What should he do?
Shit, last year I had read, we had covered some that was looking into whack finances because they felt he was hiding all this shit for him. And, you know what I'm saying? So I guess they concluded it and came up with this. Now they on that house. But I think he should have paid her in increments, man. Get her out the way.
I mean, you could fight it in court because even like the lawyer, yeah, that might cost you a lot of money. It might cost you a couple $100,000, but that's way better than getting your house taken from you and having, a $7 million default judgment. But the default judgment is from you just like not going to court, which I feel like once you get a default judgment, you can oftentimes get it overturned, right? Which I thought that was
Not
the plan.
necessarily.
Yeah, but it feels like, because I think Game tried to say that he didn't get the paperwork in the mail, so he didn't know he was supposed to go to court. Sounds a little unlikely, but
I mean,
don't
like
know.
in order to normally with the civil cases, it has to be like signed for. It's a certified mail. It's not just so that's like a poor excuse that will easily get debunked.
Damn.
Sound like you've been sued before.
I've been involved in some lawsuits.
I think
Not fun.
No,
I think when you don't show up, you're disrespecting the court. And that makes the judge kind of want to stick it to you. Pause.
No, yeah.
James was Game was just being an egomaniac, basically. Talking trash. She ain't getting this. She ain't getting that. You basically turned the court system against you.
well, if you don't show up and then you wind up getting defaulted, I mean, like that's how I've seen people lose their ass, especially in these type of cases.
Yeah.
They're always gonna give the highest amount. That's how come when Alki David got sued, they was talking about $58 million and they was talking about $30 million, and he was getting defaulted damn near every time because he don't fuck with the judicial system or whatever. But they smacked him, and you're not. It's actually a lot more difficult than people would think to get that overturned. But the thing is, what it was also difficult is the collection process. So unless you have just straight up assets like a home and things like that, good luck finding that motherfucker.
As long as America remains as litigated as it is, everyone just needs to have a contingency to get the hell out of America with a stash of cash in the event something like this happens. But he was arrogant. He went publicly and basically like talk trash about the lady. We live in a very like weird society with that type of, where things are weaponized based on your perspective. He should have just took his ass to court.
Because he's saying that he didn't even touch the girl at all. And from what I remember, like they're saying a sexual assault. I remember seeing something about basically he like fingered her. Now, I don't know if she was maybe not 100% willing to get fingered in that moment or whatever, but we all see sexual assault. It sounds really bad. I don't know. I mean, it just seems like it probably would have been a much better idea long term for him to sort of face this head on. You are a big star. You have assets. You got this big ass house, etc. Why try to duck away from that? I feel like you got to face these problems head on.
The thing is, this guy, like, whenever I see something that's just a civil suit, it kind of makes me feel like you're after money. Because if you essayed me,
always
literally what it means.
Yeah, if you essayed me, I want your ass to give me money and go to jail. It's kind of like the Goldmans in the OJ situation.
But you don't necessarily even need to have criminal charges in order to substantiate a civil suit. So you ain't even got to do that.
But how are you winning?
Like in this instance, for example, he's not like he didn't get criminally charged.
But how are you winning?
That would make the game a sex offender, which he's not, right?
How are you winning civil suits with no proof of criminality?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, this shit gotta change, dog.
It can cost a lot of money to fight it in court, but for sure, like a lot of the allegations that have been put on me by people like Yuri and Riley, I mean, yeah, there's absolutely no. There's quotes of things I allegedly say with absolutely no proof that happened, no witness, no nothing.
It's like one thing from the whole situation with the immigration stuff. What we're learning is that you literally have judges that are activists. They're not really calling it down the middle based on the legality of the situation.
For sure.
They're literally like, I feel sorry for this girl because my daughter might have had some situation like this in the past. You're guilty. There has to be some type of, they have to write up like an explanation.
Well, judges like to set legal precedent. They want to be the one to do that.
He needs to appeal this situation. It's bad that it happened in California. It happened in California, I'm sure.
Yeah.
He needs to appeal this situation if he can. But there's no way this woman should be able to just walk in, say some guy fingered me, now give me $7 million. That's ridiculous.
Hey, who you say the lawsuit with OJ and who?
The Goldmans.
Okay, see, OJ, I'm trying to figure out. He sold his house and bought a new one in Miami, and for some reason they couldn't take the house in Miami. I gotta figure out. He pulled it like a fast one. He knew what he was doing.
Well, no, they wound up seizing all. He wound up doing fraud and embezzlement, and that's what they caught him up for. And that's what that one time when he ran up in the hotel in Vegas and pistol whip bro or whatever they said he did was to get his memorabilia back that was seized in order to pacify the Goldman Brown lawsuit.
Nah, but he did something so where they couldn't take his house, bro.
But they got it
I
later.
Can't recall.
Right, but they wound up getting it later. I think. From my understanding. And shouts to OJ, friend of the family.
But it's like OJ.
Really?
How do you?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like my dad's best friend.
Damn. How do you rest
my
in
dad
peace?
turned his back.
Dad's
on him.
probably a killer too.
My dad turned his back on him.
Oh.
I'm the only one that still rock with OJ.
Where RJ? Shout out RJ. Where OJ daughter at? What's her name?
She around?
The one I used to mess with Tupac.
I forget her name. She around?
What's her name?
I
Yeah.
don't know.
She
But
bad? She Tupac worthy?
Back then, in like the 90s.
What's her
Is she
name?
an old head now?
Goldman. I'm just kidding.
She's like my age,
But
a
how-
little bit older.
I'm still asking the question.
OJ says Simpson couldn't be forced to sell his Florida home due to Florida's homestead protection laws.
There you go.
That's a nice law.
That-
This
nice.
law shields a primary residence from being seized by creditors, even if the owner owes a large judgment. In Simpson's case, the law protected his home from being taken to satisfy the civil judgment against him for the wrongful deaths of Nicole Brown. And
That's what I was
there's a
talking
lot of
about.
reasons to move
I
to
like
Florida,
that.
man.
Man, that's a good
That's
one
what
right
I'm
there.
talking about. See, Game needs to take a page out of his book. Like he man, shout out OJ, man.
Man, listen. How do you get found not guilty, but still held criminally liable for the death? I mean, civilly liable for the death. Like, he didn't have nothing to do with it. He was found not guilty.
The jury makeup in a civil suit is different.
Yeah.
And the ratio to find yourself guilty or innocent is different. And it's easy to sue somebody and pass on it, especially with SA.
And even with ASAP Relly, like he obviously Rocky got off, but then like immediately, boom, they just spun back into a civil suit
But
against him.
how can you be not guilty, but still responsible for debts you were not at fault for.
But because it's a different standard that they're being held to, because when you're in a criminal court, it needs to be proven within a reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, and when it's a civil thing, I forget exactly what it's called, but it's like it has to basically seem more likely than not or something, which is like a way
Hey, so
lower
like you about to
standard.
move to Miami, Adam. You said it's a lot of reasons that you about to get up out of here, huh?
Oh, I mean, just when people from Florida tell you about their property taxes and how much taxes they pay in general, and then you think about the fact that like, oh, I live in a house and I gotta pay this stupid ass amount of money just to own the house. Not the property taxes, like not the actual mortgage payment, but like, oh, y'all are taxing me out the ass just to own this shit. It kind of makes you feel like fuck, like California is not a place where it's really worth it to like build something because they're just robbing your ass.
It's muggy and there's hella mosquitoes out there though.
Nah, facts. Okay, then the next topic that I saw that I was
I passed
thinking
the
about.
drug test, by the way.
Take a picture.
Explain. Let me see. Show me
Mikey.
what we got here.
Yeah, Mikey. So this said that I passed everything except for THC. I don't want you to look too close.
Hey, where y'all get a drug test from? Where y'all buy it from?
Yeah, where did this come from?
Steven got it from the store.
What store? You just go buy a drug test?
CVS.
Any
CVS.
pharmacy.
You peed on this?
Yeah, don't touch it.
Okay. You're saying you only peed on the little white thing dangling out the end?
Yeah.
You're supposed to put it in the pee?
Push
Yeah.
it towards me so that I can actually like read it. Okay. It says basically if you have a double line, then that means
You're
that
pregnant.
you are negative. And if you have and you have double lines on everything besides THC. So I guess that's preliminary positive. So the other ones are meth, OP. What's OP?
Opiates.
Opiates, and then PCP, and then MDMA. Now, did you pick the one test that wasn't measuring for Scante?
Steven, it says meth.
Oh, okay. I thought Scante was different.
Yeah, meth. So I have not done meth. You feel me? It's my drug test right here, players.
Wow.
You are
So,
negative for
What are you
drugs.
doing?
Yeah.
K2?
No, I'm just like drinking, like
Just drinking a lot?
yeah. And the gummies brought out like a really great side of me. I'll say.
Nah, I
The
feel like
MDMA gummies.
Yeah, but they ain't even there's such a little amount of MDMA that it didn't even pop for it. I was scared that because one of the primary ingredients in MDMA is meth, that that would have made me test positive.
Oh, this is
for
a
meth,
lie.
so.
Meth, also called crystal meth or methamphetamine, is a highly addictive stimulant and an illegal drug. There are no health benefits to using meth. Get the fuck out of here.
Cap,
There's got to
that-
be some benefits.
Yeah, that's cap.
You can stay up longer. You can
clean
get
up the
more work
house.
done.
That's cap.
Support your family. Smoke some ice.
How long do it say in your system? Look it up.
You're
They don't
negative-
want to tell us. Look how they don't even give us a good answer. I wonder if I asked ChatGPT.
Hey, bro, you know they got some shit like I think a little bit of meth is in Adderall, bro.
It is.
Oh, of course, yeah,
they're
that's the
both
same thing, yeah.
amphetamines, correct?
How long does meth stay in your? I feel like ChatGPT
Like
doesn't
3
like to
days?
give like medical advice, so they might not tell us either.
Yeah, post the video on the Reddit. Post
Okay,
it
urine
everywhere.
test 3 to 7 days after the last use.
2 days.
So-
All gang drugs is like 3 days.
I think that if you were doing meth, that you probably would have done it in the last 3 to 7 days. I don't think that you just like
Exactly.
somehow got clean the other day.
Because I didn't do no. I haven't been on the Bristol.
Okay, can you open up Lush's Instagram because I want to hear one of these songs. I want to hear
No,
the
yeah.
Oh yeah, explain
play
how
the
you
Travis
fell out with
Ford.
Travis Ford, and then we'll listen to it. Yeah.
No, because I'm just a way harder rapper than everybody, especially Travis Ford. Cocaine bots in the chat real quick. You feel me?
Coke.
Let's get-
Video of him doing the drug test is on the Reddit.
Okay, the video you posted it in the Reddit. We're not even posting it
I
on YouTube
need-
anymore. We're just posting straight to Reddit.
I need cocaine bots in the chat. Y'all see me going crazy. I would play. Yeah, look at the artwork I did. It's called Mafia Lush. That's a third one right
Stop
there.
saying that you did when you just had ChatGPT.
I did it. I prompted it.
Okay,
He got a East Side West Side cake. You feel
Okay,
me?
before we get into this, why did you and Travis Ford fall out?
We didn't. This is funny as hell. And I
Oh.
didn't like what he had said about what I said about Land of the Plug, and I didn't like what he had said about a lot of the gay ass shit that he said. So he got roasted really hard, as well as Sharp, Yuri, Rich Trapper. I'm busting in all directions. You feel me? It's people love it, and I got offered a deal and management since then. So I'm
By
over
who?
it.
QC?
You feel me? So yeah,
What?
watch this.
All right, play this. Click the
We need to have one.
audio thing first. Yeah.
Hey, peep the bar work. We recorded we made the beat. We spun the wheel. It chose Detroit, so we did a Detroit type beat that Kenny cooked up, and I rapped on the motherfucking stream.
And we just gifted 50 memberships to y'all in the chat. So if you just got a membership, you are a GOAT. You got extremely lucky because realistically, there's like 5,000-6,000 people in the chat right now. So if you're one of the 50, that basically means you just hit a you had like 1% of a chance of getting that membership. So you got a membership, and we're happy for you.
Cocaine bots in the chat.
Please consider resubscribing your membership once this one runs out in approximately 1 month.
Let me know your favorite bars, because I went stupid crazy right here without trying.
Yeah. Let's check this out.
Hey, Travis Ford. Hey, why you trying to steal free merch from the No Jumper office, and then you blamed it on your supposed homeboy Moneybag Rose? Hey, yo, Travis Ford, why you pissing the SA soup in YA? Oh, why did you? Damn, I mean, and you ain't even want to let, like, the guards drink it, but you wanted the SAs drink it? You weird, bruh. Hey, I can hold about 3 sticks up in these Rick jeans. She stuck to my nuts because I'm the glue like Big Ski. Catfished my ex and told her I was 6'3", but I ain't short as Travis Ford, my guy a fucking pipsqueak. I show up with 100 Crips like I was Travis Ford, and all my Damus flame on like the Fantastic Four. Sharp eating canned soup with a plastic fork. Why my brother Flacco got the stature of a massive dwarf? That bitch showed up with the cake, she thinks she Travis Ford. She a rebound like Zubac when he crashed the board. Sports reference. Dodge Travis bullshit like a matador. Rich Trapper, why you acting like a faggot for? Oh yeah, I remember. He's like actually gay in real life. Never mind, my bad. Stack my increments about the crib that whack afford. No massage, but my Asian finna whack afford. It's like GTA, my youngins finna jack afford. The crash course, I'm crashing out. I crashed the course. Travis begging, he want $50 for the cake. Sharp got his first face tat when he was 48. He has sex with his own mother like he's Norman Bates.
What?
That explains why he hates women. Furthermore, personifying why that customer ain't winning. It's like in any aspect of life, he's a fucking loser, obviously. Travis got his first face tat when he was 47. His midlife crisis should serve as an important lesson. Shouts to the main streets, doing skits up to score with weapons. My coke white is sharp, my hair on Travis Ford complexion. Hope you get rolly back, first move out your parents' crib. Embarrassment will kill you slow like Sharp's cancer sticks. He a messy dude who shares screenshots. The Green Ranger's daughter shot me green upon this green dot. Your BFF is Snoopy badass. And the other day he told me he think you was stupid. Nah, I can't say the F slur twice in the same song. That's just egregious. But he said you love penis. Keep talking shit and I'll expose you just like Munchie B did. You ain't a boss cause you brought members that you can't control. And a couple toy-ass taggers with no can control. And bro, I hate to be the one to break it to you, but you've never been a part of Death Row. You're not a part of Death Row. That's not real. It's not an actual thing. Daz, corrupt, none of them, nobody that was ever a part of that legacy will ever respect you. Say goodnight, Travis. Yeah.
You're telling me that's just fun and games, that you guys
Just
are still
funny.
cool?
Hold on,
Yeah.
bro.
That was pretty intense.
I'm just hard as fuck. I'm just a hard.
Hey,
I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty hard, dude.
That was a good. Hey man,
That might be the most I enjoyed a verse from you.
Shit, I'm coming like this all day. This is just one of several players.
you dissed the homie Rich Trapper though.
I mean, why are you acting like a for?
I shout out to Rich Trapper because he's one of the people Rich reached out to me after the.
Hey, why doesn't Rich Trapper get some like medication for what's wrong with him instead of like calling me and harassing me for therapy because he's homosexual?
I don't want to know what's wrong with him. I'm just saying, bro, show love after my situation.
Hey, tell him to leave me the fuck alone. I don't like his type of person.
We gonna do a reunion between you
Nah.
and Rich Trapper in the parking lot of
Nah, you
Tams.
reunite with this pistol.
Rich Trapper just sent me a video of Sharice Mills talking to somebody on. Should I figure out what this is about?
Idiot.
Hey, you have bars, bro.
Thank you, brother.
No, you know,
I know I'm
you
right. Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
He says that because he don't want to get in trouble from Adam. Because didn't Adam say anybody that's doing underhand tables things gonna get fired? Adam, he charged us. He got paid.
Why can't scared of Adam? Why can't scared of Adam though?
Whack
I think
was
White
begging
Ryan Adam.
after that no jumper incident. What you mean? He was begging for his job. 'Cause Adam for sure was firing him.
Begging?
Convincing him I had nothing to do with it. You had nothing to do with it. Come on, Wack.
All right, new narrative just dropped. Apparently, I saw something about this earlier. Is that apparently Luce Cannon paid $7,500 to come on No Jumper the first time. Hey, I didn't get any of that money.
To who?
If he paid Whack that in exchange for getting on No Jumper, then I mean, I guess hey, salute to Wack for
Good job, Wack.
pulling a play on me.
Say.
But it just seems unlikely because let's be real, like Wack was bringing this fool on like hella podcasts, like over and over and over. Like they were doing a whole Southern California podcast tour together. I don't know. I mean, Luce was like a total random to me at that time. I don't know. I would look down on Wack if I felt I would take that as kind of insulting if he was charging people and not splitting up the bread or whatever. But I mean, it's just I just like my instinct is to not believe it.
Does she realize her and her fake husband is the poster boy and girl for liar? Like they just make shit up.
I mean,
and I hate to agree with Wack, but stop lying. Bitch.
Can we go to Christopher Lovejoy's Instagram too? Because apparently maybe he made a video saying that Luce is telling, so he's on Wack's side with this, and they do have a record of being right about future charges or future accusations. If you want to look for that,
but Luce Cannon brought like great views to this channel, so I would be commending Wack if he did do that.
I mean, yeah, it's almost kind of hard to hate on him because it's like we got the views from him. You know, not like insane views, but it was solid, you know?
Right.
So
taking
that's
advantage of slow people. Y'all should feel ashamed.
And a narrative that won't die.
yeah, that's kind of interesting.
What?
Is
A
it is it
narrative
that
won't die.
is it the top left one? Zesty blood, huh? That you want to click it?
They said zesty cuz, zesty blood. Nigga got on lip gloss. Nigga got on, alright, nigga, whatever. Alright. Hey, them niggas said I wear eyeliners, lip gloss, and skirts. If I do,
I don't think this got nothing to do with
What
it.
the hell is
purse, the down with the
What the fuck is Lovejoy got on his page?
Yo,
dog?
that is like some kind of promotional thing. But yo, the top right one seems like it might be what we're thinking about. Gotta click the audio thing. Oh, this video has no sound. So people really out here making videos with no sound. Luce Cannon calling from the feds, asking for the tape of the Money Mike murder, saying Big U is behind it. So Christopher Lovejoy going for this narrative too, because that's what Wack was telling me on the podcast this week, is that basically Luce was calling around asking for a video of this dude Money Mike getting killed. Money Mike is apparently an unsolved murder, and I guess Luce believes that Big U is behind it, and so he wanted the video to go to his attorney because apparently he's trying to use the video of this murder taking place along with his testimony that Big U ordered it. I don't know how they're planning on proving this, but it would seem that that's the new narrative that they're pushing.
And all of a sudden, he don't have a court date. He's not going to court with his co-defendants.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Who do you think will win in a fight? This Christopher Lovejoy or Big U?
Christopher
Bro look like
Lovejoy.
he big as hell.
Right, current Christopher Lovejoy
Yeah.
versus current Big U
Yeah.
or like peak Big U.
Nah, right now.
Lovejoy's
Right.
much younger.
Yeah.
Big U is much older. Big U is gigantic, but so Luce Cannon's 600 is very big too.
I think 600 would win that
He
fight
look like he can
respectfully.
move though.
Yeah, I mean, I always tend to want to go with the person who's got like the formal training in boxing. That being said, I don't know like how illustrious 600's boxing career actually was, but I mean, Big U does have like a crazy record of beating the shit out of people over the years.
Hey, I heard about that.
I'm going to go with Big U.
You think?
Yeah, but Big, you got to get it done fast because you ain't got the stamina. You want to say, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Lovejoy looking
You'd have to one hitter
yoked.
quitter him.
Lovejoy looking like he can move around on you.
Yeah, he been on his workout. Like,
Realistically, I don't see Lovejoy losing that fight.
Yeah,
dog.
yeah. I don't know. Is Big U like skinny in the legs and big up top, or is he like?
He's like in his 60s, right?
Well, he's like 60 or like 59, I think. But I mean,
Last thing to go is power.
Big U, big, strong man for sure. Like a very, very intimidating dude. And allegedly, like all throughout his 20s and shit, he was like the knockout king. He like back when gangbanging was a little bit more about who could beat who up. He basically like rose to the top of the Crip world by basically just being the #1 slugger in that world.
And that's why I was like current Big U, because I'm saying Big U in his prime, for what I heard, would probably beat the shit out of Lovejoy. But I'm saying right now, currently, I feel like Lovejoy, if I had was a betting
factoring in
man.
age and all that.
Yeah.
I'll take that back. If he took a physical first, and I knew it was it.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, no, because
Yeah,
make sure
straight up.
he ain't got no my knees, man, youngster, all that shit.
Come on, bro.
So if
He's
he took-
59.
if he took a man, I don't know, bro, but he still be on his workout though at that age.
Hey, that means your knees under even more pressure.
Okay,
your
look.
joints
Okay,
are even
like
more
Mike Tyson
fucked.
and old boy. What's his name?
Yeah, Tyson and old boy, exactly.
Jake Paul,
Exactly.
I think he threw that fight though.
definitely possible.
Mike Tyson?
Mike Tyson,
threw that fight,
for
bro.
sure.
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson
old.
got whooped, fool, and it's not his
I
fault.
think he threw it.
You got to think about it like Mike Tyson is old, age catches up with everybody, and Jake Paul is getting trained by the best boxing
Yeah,
coaches
Jake
in
Paul's
the
not a
world.
bitch. Let's keep
Like
it a stat.
he's already
Right.
bigger than Mike.
He's not a bitch.
He's already physically bigger than Mike Tyson. When Mike Tyson was at his prime, he was 219. Jake Paul probably walking around at 230
So why he was
And-
like he was on PCP froze not swinging?
because he probably agreed not to try to go for the knockout, or he probably was just exhausted. I mean, when you get old and you just realize you ain't got it no more, you get kind of stuck, I'm guessing. But bro's training with Freddie Roach. Freddie Roach can dissect Mike Tyson down and say, this is all you got to do to win. And if bro follows the game plan, which it looked like he was, the victory should come easy.
I do feel like if I'm Jake Paul and we're like doing a fight that's an exhibition fight, it's against somebody who doesn't really have anything to lose, if he does lose, etc., that I don't know. I just feel like that is a situation, knowing what YouTubers do, what people in the limelight do in terms of faking everything, and everything is about the look. I don't know. I do feel like there's definitely a significant chance that there was a behind the scenes conversation, especially because did you see like Mike Tyson, the way he was talking about it, talking about how he doesn't have an ego about fighting anymore. He really doesn't.
he knew
even,
he was finna lose.
He don't even give a fuck if he loses, because really, like, what ego does he have at this point? I mean, I don't know. I believe that makes so much sense, because if I was going to do a boxing match against somebody who I thought probably could fuck me up, but it just made sense for both of us, like, oh, we can make a huge amount of money off this, for sure it occurs to me in my head, like, yeah, I'll probably want to have a conversation with him beforehand about, like, all right, if we're going to do a 4-round fight, just please don't knock me out in the first round. Because that, if they have like a good fight and then Mike Tyson wins, like, whatever. Like, that's
But would you
fucking-
let Neon beat you up for the right price? Because that's essentially what this is from Mike Tyson.
Nah, but I don't even think anyone will buy that. But okay, if let's say me and Neon had a fight and Neon was kind of like, listen, I know you could fuck me up, but let's make it like look competitive. Then okay,
He'd have to
yeah,
kick you in
let's
the
do it.
nuts.
Because I feel like I could knock Neon out in like a minute.
He
Like,
for sure have to
realistically,
hit you in the nuts.
He a little motherfucker.
Mike Tyson is like over 50 years old. He has like a spinal fusion in his neck.
Yeah.
He has ulcerative colitis.
Yeah.
Like, bro,
Straight up,
like
dog.
when you have something like that, it's hard to get out of the bed in the morning.
Mm.
And that's probably why you see Mike and then you don't see him for a while. He never had a chance. They did what they did. Mike was working out. I actually used to train with one of the guy who was like his boxing coach, because he owns a jiu-jitsu and MMA gym in Huntington Beach, King's MMA. That whole workout stuff was just to sell tickets. Also, just to get Mike in shape enough to where he could stand around for X amount of rounds
Bro,
and not pass out.
Mike Tyson wore assless chaps
Fire.
during that fight, showed his whole booty. He damn near might as well have been wearing a thong. And he did that, why? To go viral, to get a little moment. So
How much more do they have to pay?
you know what I'm saying? But if he's willing to do something like that to get a viral little moment, which honestly, from my perspective, it wasn't
I was
even that
trying not to
viral. It
bring
doesn't
that
seem
up.
like it was worth it. But that, to me, like, if he's willing to do that, why wouldn't he be willing to take an L in a
But
fight?
he al-
But he didn't. He won, right?
Who?
Or did Jake win?
Mike
I
Tyson
can't-
lost.
Mike Tyson
Jake
lost?
won.
Oh, shit.
But what you don't understand is that, sorry.
No, go ahead.
What you don't understand is that's the play on Mike Tyson like lore. He
Yeah.
used to wear that when he was younger.
Oh, really?
So
A thong?
it's not a thong.
What is it?
It's like a cup. It's like the thing to
Oh,
protect your
jockstrap.
A jockstrap.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're supposed to wear like things
Yeah.
over a jockstrap.
Some people do that,
ganger.
but some people don't. Like Mike Tyson don't wear socks with his boxing shoes.
But he was doing the interview, and then he turned away, knowing
showed
that the
his
camera was on him, and showed his bare ass, which just feels like, you spend your whole life trying to make sure that no camera crew captures your bare ass, and then all of a sudden you just flash your ass to the world. I mean, it just didn't really feel like that natural. Like, he knew what he was doing. He didn't have to turn around. Normally when you're doing an interview on a TV thing like that, you don't just turn around when you're done and walk away and let everybody see your bare ass. I mean,
No one would ever do that.
Did you
around
play
here,
any
right?
sports?
well,
I
Did
know
you
what
play any
jockstrap you're talking
sports?
about,
a
though.
little
I play
bit, but
football.
mainly when I was in
Athletes
like
don't care
elementary
about
school.
that shit. They don't,
About showing their butt on live
they
TV.
don't care. He's getting ready to do battle, bro. He ain't
That to
worried
me
about-
was Mike Tyson was willing to show his ass and do some white boy shit to have a little viral moment.
Illuminati
Bro,
shaming
they literally-
ritual.
Let me ask you, so was they in the locker room?
Yeah.
So he was in the comfort of the locker room interviewing with his son, right?
No, he was just interviewing.
That was his son.
Was his son there? I thought it was just somebody interviewing him.
Wasn't that his son interviewing him?
I don't remember.
Do you think Mike Tyson knew that the camera person was going to pan down to his ass? You can't blame that on Mike Tyson.
No.
He ain't holding the camera. And also, when they go weigh in, they wear little tiny booty shorts.
I also feel like Mike Tyson just like isn't like that CT's whooping his ass, you feel me? Like, and
He seems all right though. I mean, he always seemed kind of fucked
talking
up.
about doggies.
Do you think he seems that bad?
I think he's got a thick layer of calcium around his skull, bro. Like that makes it difficult for him to
I ain't
make
thinking
like
Mike normal though. For sure not.
come on.
I think you guys are putting it in. If you liked Mike Tyson's ass, just say that, motherfucker. Like, you ain't got to
No, you know what?
He was trying to
Mike
make a
Tyson is one of
play. He already made a
he
play.
does have a big,
Nobody-
strong
Mike
ass.
Tyson is like a hero to me. He's one of the my favorite athletes in all time. So all this shit is bunk to me.
After you
Stupid
bought the
bunk time.
ticket.
So you
bro.
fuck with OJ, but you don't fuck with Mike Tyson.
I fuck with Mike Tyson.
Oh, you fuck with Mike Tyson, but you can't fuck with OJ. That's
I fuck with
hypocritical.
OJ.
They're both killers.
They both awesome.
Hey, OJ was found not guilty.
Yeah, they both not guilty.
No OJ slander, but come on, man, you try to sneak him in.
The court's
Mike,
not
the
always
reason
right.
why I stopped liking boxing because he set the bar high, and now these boxers just run from each other.
Mm.
The heavy
The shit, what's his name? Floyd. I hate him.
Floyd Mayweather.
If them ropes wasn't right there, he'll fall.
Oh, speaking of
God.
speaking of CTE,
It'll be
bro, you
entertaining.
feel me?
This ain't a sports show because we.
Bro, I get they say, oh, the objective not to get hit. I just enjoyed that era of boxing when they were trying to kill each other.
Listen, man.
Not the finesse boxers.
Or CPE, whatever.
Watch Floyd Mayweather's 2 fights. Canelo and Pacquiao.
2 out of 50.
Listen, slow those fights. Those are the 2 most formidable people they say.
Pacquiao for dumbass long, bro.
Listen, watch
the fuck is you on, folks?
Pacquiao is younger than Floyd.
He still ducked him for dumbass long.
He ain't ducked
He was
him.
looking for that fade for stupid long, brother.
He didn't duck him when he fought. Listen, watch the fights in slow motion. Floyd Mayweather put on a masterclass against these people. They were nowhere near his level, and people were saying they could beat him. Pacquiao is not even that great of a boxer. They pump him up because there are 1 million Filipinos who will buy pay-per-view to watch him and bet on him.
So you think everybody threw their fights against Pacquiao?
What I'm telling you is when Pacquiao has some crazy losses, bro. Like, and Pacquiao also carefully picked who he fought to not get beat. We're not going to play this game. Floyd Mayweather beat the dog shit out of Manny Pacquiao to the point where he faked a shoulder injury. He fought a bigger Saul Canelo, and Canelo got absolutely schooled, couldn't lay a glove on him. Floyd is the greatest. He is also one of the greatest showmen in boxing, because if you look at Tank Davis, he's boring as hell. If you look at Bud Crawford, he's boring as hell. Floyd Mayweather made you care about boxing. These new guys, even if Tank Davis is fighting, I'm like, I'll wait for the highlights.
Okay, I feel
Hey,
it.
so you get what I'm saying though, the finesse boxers, because he's considered a finesse boxer to me. I just
Finesse.
like the aggressive. You know what I'm saying?
But do you know why he became a finesse boxer?
Of course not.
He broke both of his hands.
Strategy.
Floyd was a champion with 2 broken hands and fought in gloves that were bigger by several ounces than his opponents. So he had to become a more tactical, elusive fighter. But if you go back to Floyd's earlier fights, like the one against Zab Judah, the one against, I forget the guy's
Zab
name.
Judah was so
What's
hard.
the one
Let's be
guy
honest. Zab
who
Judah
Floyd beat?
hard.
When he fought Gotti, Floyd used to punish people, dog. And he took some of the hardest punches ever and still stayed on his feet. Well, like
But
when
yeah,
he got
that's
hit
what
by
he
Sugar
do.
Shane.
But that's what he do is eat punches.
So we not gonna play Floyd
Hence
like he
the
ain't
fucking
tough.
thick layer of CTE.
Floyd is has one of the strongest chins in history. He had to adjust his strategy because he broke both of his hands, man. He's the best.
But every sport they evolve. You got these running quarterbacks instead of ones that stay in the pocket.
Yep.
You got these 3-point shooters, and they wasn't doing that back then. They just babysitting the 3-point line, and then you got these finesse boxers that run around.
The thing is, in sports, if you can't stop me from doing it, and now I'm whooping. If you can't stop me from doing it, I'm gonna keep doing it until you make me do something else. Period.
That's why they say evolve.
I got a couple more of these topics I really want to hit before we get off here, and I'm going to start with this one. Aaron the plumber, use a dirt bag. We're going to talk about it. Aaron the plumber, listen up. I'm going to tell you guys what happened.
This is scandalous.
This is scandalous. Over the weekend, Vlad TV was in New York. he had a conversation with Aaron the plumber. He wanted to get him on the show. He's viral right now. Makes sense. So Vlad has the conversation with him. Aaron the plumber is used to getting a bag for doing content because these 20 versus ones, etc. They print money off that shit. It always goes viral. So Aaron the plumber's asking for whatever amount of money. Vlad basically tells him like, hey, we can get you a flight and we can get you a hotel, but that's it. Are you down? Aaron the plumber ends up saying yes. Aaron the plumber gets on the flight, flies his ass out to New York, stays in the hotel room. The next morning, supposed to go do the Vlad TV interview, goes ghost. Does not respond to Vlad. Now, if you know Vlad, Vlad's about his bread. Vlad had security there, which was one of Aaron the plumber's requests. When you think about the flight and the hotel, even just Vlad's time that he thought that he was doing this thing that day, he's got to pay for the filmer guy to be there. In Vlad's words, he's out about $2,000 for this whole thing, $2,500. Vlad hits me up pissed, asking me, does Aaron the plumber have a reputation of this type of shit, etc. My response was that we have had, Aaron the plumber is weird because we'll be having a conversation about doing content together, and then he'll just kind of ghost me. Like we'll send a bunch of messages back and forth rapidly, and then I'll be like, okay, you want to do that thing today? And then he'll just stop responding. So this does seem to be kind of his thing. Aaron the plumber basically goes on social media and starts bragging about it, saying, hey, Vlad, you didn't pay me enough. You had me all the way in the back of the plane. The seat didn't recline, etc. So Aaron's pissed that Vlad is trying to expose him. And even when I messaged Aaron and wrote LOL, why you doing my boy Vlad like that? Instantly, Aaron's pissed that Vlad, he was even having this conversation with people, even telling his friends that from his perspective, he got scammed. So then Aaron the plumber posts the conversation on his Instagram story, which included Vlad's phone number.
Oh, that's fucked up.
So all of a sudden, Vlad's getting, a million calls and texts from all the Aaron the plumber fans, plumbers all over the world. And Vlad is a vengeful god. He goes into his bag, starts having conversations with people, and I cannot spoil it. I've been sworn to secrecy. But apparently, within the next day or two, we are going to have a clip dropping on Vlad's channel of him having a conversation with Wack in which paperwork of a kind is coming out that realistically, from what I've seen and the confidence that Vlad seems to have about this, the confidence that Wack seems to have about this, Aaron the plumber's reputation as a tough guy may be coming to an abrupt end. Now, how much do people really care about that? I don't really know because, YSL Woody obviously was out here doing every kind of piece of content over the years, but it might be a rough week for Aaron the plumber from what I can see.
Okay, so I'm assuming that this is either paperwork that alludes to him having sex charges or snitch charges.
Not sex charges. I will say that I can't put that on him.
I think the sex charges will hurt him more than some gangster shit.
You're right. That for sure would be worse.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the day, if he's still down to run hands, he's still down to, because I never thought of Aaron the plumber as a gangster. Just me personally, my perception of him, he's a regular dude that's down to throw hands and does funny.
But I think at a certain point he was more explicitly with the gang shit. I don't know exactly what he was claiming, but he was around a lot of people while he was locked up, etc. It does feel like he maybe consciously took a step back from that because I've seen interviews where people really try to press him. Stockton is a gang-related city. You're from Stockton. Tell us who you were rolling with, etc. And he seems like he doesn't really like to get into details about that. Now, I'm still perfectly willing to do content with him regardless, but from my perspective, this is definitely going to throw a stick in the spokes, as they say.
I heard the homie Donut spit on him or something. Donut from Queensbridge?
That definitely happened.
Yeah.
Spit on his back.
It was like a weird moment though. He did spit on him.
Aaron was up in his face. Hey, Brodinsky, we gonna fade in a real way. And then Aaron just turns around. He got no shirt on, and all of a sudden, blah!
Aaron looked like he was way more with the activities.
Loogie on his back.
So what happened though? He didn't get off or nothing?
Nah.
He just took the spit.
He tried to get off.
I feel like there was security there and shit.
Yeah.
Man,
that's
a W for Inglewood. Shout out Donut. Everything.
Oh, he's from. Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah,
we got to get Donut on here.
Bro's from Donuts from Inglewood.
Can we have him pull up?
He's a very respected.
Yeah, shout out
He's
Donut.
out here.
Yeah.
Oh shit, let's do it.
No cap.
That's not Devil Donut.
Who?
Devil and Donut are two different.
I know. But
Who's Devil?
was Brick trying to shout out this donut?
No, he's shouting
No,
out
he's talking about
fools
Devil
from
from
Fodies.
Fodies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Devil and but now Devil Donut's like its own incarnation that exists as an entity. And ChatGPT, do your best.
I'm a bit conflicted on this one.
With the spit.
No. Spit thing is like
Oh, he
That's
wins.
disrespectful.
that's disrespectful. But then it's like with that one, it's like it's disrespectful. But then there's security. So if you spit on somebody and they turn around and want to fight you, I feel like you're kind of obligated to fight them because that's like walking up to somebody, pulling off your glove and slapping them across the face, and that's a challenge.
Aaron
But
tried to
I'm
fight
not-
him though.
Yeah, but they said there's security. Or
I
something.
thought
Yeah.
that it was. I mean, we could even watch the video, but I thought that it was on a reality show, which made me
It
feel
was.
differently about it too. But it was okay. But
no,
then
no,
people
hold
told me
on.
it wasn't.
It was at the filming of a reality show at Ray J's crib in
Oh,
ATL,
okay.
but it was not actually on air.
I-
And it was over a fucking cell phone charger.
I remember Aaron.
Literally.
I'll be ready to kill over a cell phone
Yeah,
charger
go
too. So I
over
kind of
these
feel
days,
that.
yeah.
That's my lifeline.
That's the biggest item of theft.
I go broke if I don't have one.
They was about to fucking squabble over a
All
phone
I-
charger.
All I know is Aaron the Plumber called out a bunch of fades, and then he got threatened by Whack. But that's was what Whack put out on the whatchamacallit. But what the thing with the Vlad thing is like,
It's weak.
one,
Bad
if
business.
you make an agreement to do something, you should always do it. But on the other hand, Vlad, you disrespecting that man, knowing he's getting paid to do content. This has become his full-time career. He walked away from what seems to be a lucrative job as a plumber.
Right.
He helps people. And you out here trying to treat niggas like slaves. I'm going to be real. Like,
How is
People- no,
entering
no.
into
Yo,
a
what?
mutual agreement to fly somebody out to do content? How is that treating them like a slave?
Hey,
Yeah,
He
boot
could have
gang
said
though.
no.
He looked at that as disrespecting boot gang though.
Yeah, that's what I think too. That's what I know happened.
So yeah,
Bro
Boot-
thought
so-
about it.
Vlad was trying to do good business, and then Aaron the Plumber basically created a scenario in which now everybody, myself included, I'm still willing to do content with him. But if I hit him up for an interview tomorrow and he said, "Yeah, give me a flight and a hotel," I'm gonna say, "Nah, get your own flight and hotel. I'll give you the money the second that we're done the interview." But you have officially proven that you are not a trustworthy person.
Oh,
to do
so he
content
was
with.
going to pay him.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't gonna. He got him a flight and a hotel.
Yeah. So what was Aaron the Plumber getting out of that?
Nothing.
Exposure.
Nah, he got
wait a sec.
exposure.
He just got a
See,
free trip.
But Vlad is a big platform, and I could see why somebody like Aaron the Plumber would want to do Vlad, even if he's not getting paid for that, even if he also did get paid for all these reality
Vlad-
shows, 20 versus 1s,
I
etc.
gotta-
Now, if I'm Vlad, I would have been down to pay him.
You sure?
Because he's
you
a
sure
huge-
Vlad
he's
wasn't paying?
huge.
Vlad told you he wasn't paying.
Vlad told me he wanted $5,000, and then Vlad said, "Nah, we could pay for your flight and hotel." And then they're like,
So
"All
we
right."
won't
Give him something though. That, but look,
a piece of the
you treat him like a
monetization.
Flight
bitch.
and hotel is
He
something.
usually
You
does
flew
that.
him out like a broad. Talking about you getting flued out and that's it.
Listen,
So I think that's
To
why
me, though, that's a mutual agreement based on what you are worth.
listen.
Fly me out.
No,
Vlad.
it's not.
And
It's-
if there's a massive disagreement about what you're worth and you don't think that that's fair, then say, all right, bet maybe when I'm in New York next time or I'm in LA next time, I'll hit you up and we can do the podcast or an interview. But if you lie and say that you're going to do it and then ghost him, that takes everybody who ever thought about paying you to do some content and puts them in the position where you are now viewed as not trustworthy.
if you come at me like a sucker, I'm going to treat you like a sucker. This dude took someone. Vlad is big, but he ain't got nothing on Pop the Balloon. They're hitting 1 million every video damn near.
Whoa.
So
Aaron made that shit.
Listen, everybody already look at Vlad like a culture vulture, and he was acting like one. I know
I
you're
mean-
big.
He was
Listen,
entering into a mutual agreement
Hey.
to pay him for his time.
listen, man.
Or he paid him with a flight and hotel.
Listen. You disrespected the man with the offer.
That ain't disrespect.
Listen, yes, it is.
That's the ultimate in respect.
Not only
According
that-
to you, that's not disrespect. But what I'm telling you is, shout out to Aaron the Plumber. Maybe it took him to get on that plane and get out there to realize his worth and say, F Vlad, I'm not going over there for nothing. No shout out to Vlad. Vlad, you got the money. You brag about how rich you are. Give that man something because you're not bringing that man up there because he's just a regular nobody. You're
okay.
bringing him up there to bring
I
attention
had
to your
almost
platform.
this exact same conversation with a very legendary rapper a couple of months ago. He hit me up. He said, yo, you want to interview me? I said, yeah, let's do it. He said, all right, I need flight, hotel, and 5 bands. I said, I can't do that. It's honestly just not worth it. Now, this rapper is someone who had a very significant contribution to the culture. I respect his contribution. I respect who he is and everything. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to throw him in the mix. But I told him, listen, it's just that's too much. Like that's going to be basically like $7K in total. That's too much. I can't afford it. I respect you, and I'm down to do it. If you're in LA, I could cut you a little check to do an interview or whatever once you're already here, but I can't do all that. And pleasantly, I was surprised by the fact that he wasn't offended by it, and he said, all right, bet, I understand. I'll hit you up next time I'm in LA. That's how you handle it respectfully.
I respect your counteroffer, though.
Right.
Yeah. The facts with that. But here's the thing, too. Now, Aaron definitely, like, if I was Vlad, I would have paid him. I think he deserves some form of monetization with that. And Vlad has said oftentimes he gives part of his YouTube monetization to people that come on, and that's like
no, he pays them a flat fee though. He doesn't ever do like a percentage deal on whatever. Yeah,
okay.
He'll pay. They agree on that.
Regardless of that,
Marlon Wayans wanted $40K up front, and then what was it, 60% of the back end for the entirety of the video, which is just absurd. Right. That would never pay for itself.
But also to compare the Pop the Balloon to Vlad's legacy, that's super out of pocket.
This ain't about the legacy.
It is though,
trying to use.
You're saying at a specific moment in time it has more traction. That's not the gravity of appearing on Vlad is way more significant than appearing on Pop the Balloon.
Okay, what's bigger, Vlad or Shannon Sharp? Because Shannon Sharp going to do more numbers consistently, but Shannon Sharp's only been in the position to do much better numbers for what, like 6 months or a year, you know? So it's like, you know, but either way, Aaron could have said no. He could have just said, nah, I ain't doing it. Instead, he decided to basically steal from Vlad.
No, he didn't steal.
He did. He accepted money under false pretenses, and then he didn't follow through on his end of the deal.
Vlad tried to exploit that man.
How is it exploitation when he agreed to the dollar amount?
Listen, the name of the game is what have you done for me lately? This is a meritocracy. Don't nobody give a damn about how many views Vlad used to get. Aaron the Plumber is bigger than
views.
Yeah,
Aaron the Plumber is bigger than Vlad at this moment. His time is short. No, listen. His time is short, but he has made a name for himself in this space. He's not developing his own platform, so this might be short-lived.
He does have his own platform.
You kept it. I don't know if it's gonna be up here.
He does decent numbers on it. Aaron's doing his thing on his own shit too.
Real?
But what I'm saying is, what you did was respectful. You said, look, I can't give you what you want, but here's what I can do.
And it's the exact same thing that Vlad did. No. And Aaron agreed to it, and then he skated on it.
I just asked you, did Vlad offer him something when
a flight in the hotel.
No, but you said you would give.
It might be worth $2K. But it might be worth at least $1,500.
But these are this is different than because you said with the rapper, you said, I'll fly you out, get you the hotel, but I'll give you a little something on the back end.
No, I told him that's all I could do. I told him I couldn't really give him money.
Oh, okay.
No, I'll catch you when you're in California and break you off, but I can't.
Yeah.
Then I said, when you're in LA, maybe I'll give you a band or two, which is basically the exact equivalent of like flight and hotel. But I understand from this dude's perspective that it's like, it doesn't really make sense for him at this point in his career to come out to LA to just do an interview for what? For exposure. Now, granted, if he was out here, he'd probably do a couple other things too. And some people are in that perspective, you know, where let's say this guy had a new album or a movie to promote or whatever, then he probably would have done it. Either way, all I'm saying, Vlad, regardless of where he's at right now in his career, which I would say I look at his, you know, views on Social Blade or whatever, and he's been very consistently like 30 million views a month for many years now. I just feel like Aaron is in a moment where he's hot, but I've seen it happen to a lot of people. The amount that FYBJ Man could charge for interviews 2 years ago is significantly different than the amount that he can charge right now. And that's nothing against him or anything. But the truth is that unless you can consistently reinvent yourself, somebody like Charleston White, he seems like he's done a great job of that. But also even Charleston White, I noticed his interviews not necessarily doing the same views over and over like they were in the beginning.
No, you got to argue like Nazis.
Mac. I interviewed Crip Mac, got 2 million views on some of those interviews. And then by the end of Crip Mac's time out here before we went and got locked up again, he was doing interviews for $500 that were getting 100,000 views or whatever, which even
$155.
Even that is still kind of impressive because, you know, realistically, once you've done 50 interviews or 100 interviews, or in Crip Mac's case, even more, you know, of course your interviews aren't going to do more. And at a certain point, now you're doing smaller platforms, and
he's still inflating their numbers. Like anytime Crip Mac bless a platform, the numbers go up, even if it is.
Sure, he's a gift to many platforms. Yeah.
Right.
But either way, I think Aaron the Plumber, this is not how you move. And you know what? This is the weird thing that I've had Aaron offer me, which is I never had anybody even suggest this, and I was all about it. Yeah, give me a fade, I'll do the interview. I probably wouldn't be in any state to do an interview after I caught a fade with Aaron the Plumber. But I asked him to do an interview. His response was, "I'll do it if you battle me on TikTok." Now, do you guys know how battling on TikTok works?
Hell no.
Basically, I did it years ago just by accident. Somebody invited me to a battle. I accepted it, whatever. But it's like you're both shown on the TikTok screen side by side, and then you basically have to like encourage your audience. You yell at each other, and you encourage your audience to give you gifts. Gifts on TikTok are basically equivalent to money. So it's like people donating 50 cents, $1, maybe $5, $10.
Probably the
whatever.
gayest thing of all time.
It is widely looked down upon within social media circles as being basically gay as fuck, because it's like basically you like begging your audience for money, which we all do that to a certain extent. Become a member today. I would love you if you did so. But, you know, just the idea that you could be on there for hours and just like asking for donations.
No, repeating catchphrases. Like,
Yeah.
you feel me? Like, bananas, delicious.
Yeah,
Bananas, delicious.
but you don't have to do it like that. But then people are like,
Fools do that,
You know, you
though.
get a donation, and then all of a sudden you have a
NPCs.
sombrero in your head, like it just appears in your head, and that's like what they get out of giving you that donation or whatever. And obviously, if me and Aaron the Plumber went live in this way, I think he's more on TikTok than I am. He's probably more popular than me right now, so I would assume that he would probably whoop my ass. But I think you both benefit. You both get the gifts that are sent to you or given or whatever. But I did think that was pretty funny that Aaron's instinct was to ask me to do something that doesn't cost me any money, and actually I guess would make me money, but it would benefit him. Who knows? I don't know.
That's that Northern Cali hustle. I respect
Could he
it.
make a G or a couple G's from doing a TikTok battle with me?
He
I'm not
could.
really sure, but
He could for sure.
and I mean, from my perspective, it makes even more sense because I was going to tell my team, hey, screen record that shit. We're uploading it to YouTube because probably a lot of people would like to watch that.
Hold on, what's the bet? Y'all talking shit to each other?
I think basically, yeah, we would be dissing each other and asking the audience to give us
fools like Lalo Gombrazy and DK.
They do a lot of that,
and-
huh? Yeah.
It's like a popularity contest.
basically. Yeah.
Who's more popular?
Those fools are funny. That
and
I
the
just
fans donate to their person who they like, and the other person's fans donate to the person that they like, and they see who reaches a certain point quicker.
I just thought it was hilarious that was his idea for how he wanted me to help him monetize.
You should have did it.
I'm down. He just like, he'll say it. I'll agree. 2 different times. He'll say it. I agree to it. And then he just doesn't respond to me for a couple days. He's kind of a weird guy. Because remember when Luce Cannon was supposed to be his manager?
Yeah, I mean,
Luce Cannon at one point met Aaron the Plumber, told him he was going to be his manager. And then Aaron the Plumber basically like, they fell out like instantly because Luce said like that Luce was like helping him get club bookings and shit for like $3,000 or something. And then Aaron the Plumber just wouldn't want to go and he just wouldn't show up, which is really very, very similar.
But
to
yeah,
what-
that was literally
and I wonder if
like-
he was getting an upfront and then not showing up for the back end.
Of course,
they
it was.
trying to give him the-
Deposits.
Can you refresh the
Flu
chat?
Flame and deposits,
Hey, bro, I
dog.
ain't gonna lie, bro. He giving me Potterhead vibes.
It is.
I do think he's sober, however.
He is sober.
He got the traits
Per
of
my
Potterhead.
understanding, it is very, very knockish activities, undeniably.
Knockish
And that
activity.
comes from someone who would know.
Yeah, like that's like, but that's like that's more. I'm a knock that actually shows up and gets work done. I'm a successful junkie. I've made millions of dollars.
You
like,
knocking boots.
Like I'm not. But the fact of the matter is, there's no excuse when I or any other knocks engage in bad business, and he's not even a motherfucking knock, and he's doing bad business with Blast.
Sure.
It just
With
comes
Vlad,
off
I
as
get-
very like unprofessional.
unprofessional.
And
I
immature.
get if he wants to make a statement, and that's cool and all, but it's like, all right, bruh.
Just exit out of it and open it again.
He could have gone on Vlad and fucking talked shit to Vlad. That would have been more of a statement, low key.
He
like-
used Vlad for a flight to New York. Like,
Exactly,
yeah.
But
yeah.
from my perspective,
Fuck
Aaron
some
the
Dominican
Plumber
hoes.
going on Vlad, even if he doesn't get paid anything, is worth tens of thousands of dollars in terms of the promotion and the fact that you're probably going to get future bookings from this. And even beyond that, like you're going to say things, it's going to get cut up into clips. They're going to go on TikTok. It's going to go on Twitter. It's going to go on Instagram. It's going to go all over the place. And you're going to get more and more exposure on a very respected official platform that is, you know, different than a lot of the 20 versus ones that you're doing, which they may be popular, but they kind of appeal to more of a niche audience from my perspective.
Hey, you know, if I was Aaron, what I would have did, I would have went through with it, but I would have told him, don't just discuss nobody my price and that we did it the way we did it, because people
That's fair,
communicate
yeah.
like,
yeah.
Adam McCall, hey, I'm about to think about getting him up here. How much did he charge you? And they communicate like that. Well, y'all communicate like that, and don't devalue me.
Anytime you overpay for an interview, you really want to keep it a secret.
But-
I've
but-
definitely been in this position
overpay
before. Yeah.
Or
just
underpay.
or get flued out like a bitch. Because that's what he tried to fly him out like a bro.
I mean, I feel like you're
Vixen.
denigrating that, and I don't really think that there's any shame in just being someone who's down to get flown out. I mean, realistically, in the interview game, up until 2 years ago, I never flew anybody out. That was like completely foreign. Dame Dash asked for $500 for his car service and a haircut, which granted he was bald. It was kind of confusing. But like even that blew my mind. And I'm talking about
$500, that's it?
Bro.
2018 or 2019, Dame Dash asked me for that. And I was like, what the fuck? $500.
He needed it.
And I ended up making a lot of money off that because it ended up going really viral and we got a really good brand deal on it. So in retrospect, wow, what a steal. But that was like completely unheard of for a long
Dash
time.
a real nigga for that. $500?
Yeah.
He probably needed the
But
money.
he
did.
felt like it was a lot, and I felt like it was a lot at that time.
What
Because
Dame Dash we talking about?
Dame
Dame
Dash,
Dash,
Jay-Z,
Rockefeller, yeah. Like
He
this,
charged only $500.
but this is 2018. This is like 7 years ago when nobody was getting paid for interviews. Like I think Vlad even said that Big U was the first person he
But-
ever paid for an interview.
Also, Munchie, like you're
No, the fool who killed Tupac,
okay, yeah,
but
yeah,
not really.
yeah,
What's his
yeah.
name?
Yeah, not
TPD.
Yeah, yeah,
TPD.
not Orlando.
Yeah.
Keefe.
What about him?
But no, Munchie. Here's the thing, though. You're a hustler, bro. You're telling me like a flight to New York City when you could easily get paid 5-10 bands on a public appearance booking. You could easily make some money out of dispensary for a meet and greet. You're gonna have hella fans wanting to give you free merch and all that shit. What? And you get to be on Vlad, which is a huge platform. I'd get mad at you if you turned to that. There ain't nothing hoish about getting flown out for an opportunity like that.
But I said if I was Aaron, I would have followed through. I would have took the room, the flight, and I would have told him, bro, don't discuss to people that, you know what I'm saying, I did it for the way I did it.
And he wouldn't, because
Vlad would've respected
Vlad
that.
would never like air out how much he paid somebody besides maybe to somebody like me or Ack, who
And
he
that's-
sees
I
as a
don't want
peer
him
and
to
he
tell
knows
y'all
we would
that,
be quiet
because
about it.
now
You know?
if I want to charge Ack or Adam, well, then you did it for free with him. All he did was get you a room.
Yeah.
So I understand, but I don't agree.
I look at both sides. You're only looking at it from the interviewer side or the person who owns the platform. Vlad talks about how he has money and he does all these business deals and all that stuff. It's just the golden rule. Don't do to others what you wouldn't want people to do to you. You know your time is important. Understand that his time is important. And a respectable person would have said, they would have came in with a monetary offer. I'm going to fly you
Fly
out.
in a hotel is a monetary offer.
Flight in a hotel? No, because I'm only catching that flight and staying in the hotel to do something to make you money.
Okay, but he could have said this. He could have said, you don't got to pay my flight or hotel. Give me 2 bands.
Yeah.
And then Vlad would have said yes because he knows that that's basically the amount that he already agreed to pay for.
Yeah, but Vlad is the person who's has the most experience in this area.
And he has experience in how much this content is going to earn. And I think from his perspective, maybe the Aaron the Plumber story is not as valuable as maybe Aaron the Plumber thinks it is. And this is the thing. I've seen this play out many times. There's a person who's actually coming on the podcast in the next couple of weeks. And when I went to Atlanta a year ago, we were trying to do content with this person and they were trying to tax. They were trying to charge a couple $1,000 or $5,000 or some shit like that. And from my perspective, it's just not worth it. So I had to dub it. Now his shit cooled off a little bit and he's thinking in his head, fuck, well, No Jumper wanted to have me on, so I guess I'll go out there and do No Jumper for free. Which, basically I'm just saying, like, he had this opportunity. He thought that he was like going to keep getting paid hella money for a long time, and then he realized he's not going to continue to keep getting paid mad money for a long time. But shit, I had the opportunity to go on No Jumper. 5 years from now, they might not even want me from that anymore, so I might as well get that shit done now.
Also, Vlad, there's no circumstance where Vlad, unless he has a pre-existing business relationship with somebody, would feel comfortable forking out 2 bands without the guarantee of flight and hotel being purchased. You feel me? Like, that's a horrible deal. As someone that, for throwing battle rap events, I'll never do that unless I'm mad cool with you or I super trust you. I'm for sure in control of your lodging and accommodation and flights.
But he offered him absolutely nothing. I see both sides,
But
and
not
you're
nothing.
right.
He gave him like $1,500 worth of shit.
I see both sides, right? But he could have went to further his brand. I don't think he think long term.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think he's thinking
And
long
then it sounds
term.
like he's still getting managed by Luce Candy. Let's be honest. Like,
from behind bars.
I don't even think his
That'd be
audience.
tight.
I don't even think Aaron the Plumber's audience even watches Vlad TV. I think it's young kids.
But
like,
that's exactly the thing is that he goes
Females.
on Vlad, and now he's got a new audience watching him.
Tapping into a different market.
Maybe an older audience, maybe an audience that likes to see mafia dudes, etc. I mean, I've seen a lot of people go on Vlad over the years where it seemed like it had like a very distinctly positive impact on their careers. And same thing with No Jumper, where I've had people on here. Look at J Main. J Main was doing all these interviews on Say Cheese and these other platforms, which granted, good platforms with significant audiences. And then he came on No Jumper and did 2.5 million views on his episode. And that was with us releasing the clips first.
Yeah.
You know? So that's all I'm saying. That a lot of times, you know, being on these big platforms, like, you know, J-Man comes on No Jumper. How many fucking 20 versus 1s and all kinds of other shit did he get as a result of that attention? Probably
That's what I'm
not an
saying,
insignificant
like,
amount.
Yeah, it's actually there's no circumstance why Aaron should have done what he did, and really
No,
even
business-wise.
I get turning it down, but accepting it, wasting people's money, time, and resources, and now apparently is in position
Exactly.
to get rightfully, you feel me, plowed in his bunghole with allegations.
Because Vlad
what
is
the hell
somebody
that
who
analogy.
I don't know.
plowed
I'm
in
just
your
saying-
bunghole is weird, but for sure, I feel
about
you.
to
Though.
get fucked.
But think about it. Somebody
Well,
like
where's that
Vlad
sexual?
is just not a great enemy to make. And I would say the same thing about somebody like Lefty Gunplay. Lefty Gunplay basically like came on the podcast, did a cool interview, and then just started talking shit right after for no reason. I didn't talk any shit about him. He starts talking all this shit about me. What's he got? I spent the last year shitting on him at every turn. And Whack, same thing. Lefty Gunplay went and talked a bunch of shit about Whack. Whack's been doing everything he can to fuck with his image and do anything he can to get at him for the last year. Now, Lefty still has something that resembles a career. It's not like we were able to destroy him or whatever. But when you
That's
create,
our motive.
kind
of, sorta.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Yeah, I mean, like if he becomes homeless, I don't give a fuck. But I mean, all I'm saying is that like if you pick a fight and you make an enemy who has leverage, who can spread a narrative about you, that could be something that, you know, ultimately will come back to get you. Now, you want to scam some random rapper who ain't got nothing going for him? Hey, he's probably not going to be able to do shit besides maybe kill your ass if he runs into you or put a hit squad in the street to go get you. I don't know.
Kill squad in the street.
Either way, I have another conversation that I think is probably worth having because it's very Long Beach related. Go down to that bottom one. Long Beach Crip catches viral 12-year-old insane Crip and does him dirty on live. Okay, let's click on this. This is a clip that has been, this got taken down for a fucking kid getting beat up.
Violated the X rules is crazy because X
X
is
has
like
barely, I
lawless.
see people die on there all the time, but I think it's because it was a kid. But if you go up, there's another one that says little kid gangbanging. There's an Instagram link.
Is it 10 or 12?
12. Oh, yeah, look at this kid. This kid is now
he
notorious
activated.
because he was doing his thingy thing.
Bro, he
Let's,
just interviewed an 11-year-old.
let's watch this clip and hear what he's got to say.
Maybe it's a cheese.
Yeah, where you from?
I'm from 2 Creek. Maybe it's St. Craig.
Okay, where we at right now?
Yeah, Shakers Park.
Saint.
Fine.
Try to play wrong. You say what?
Where are they at? I've never seen that street.
Sainters Park.
I thought I knew everything in Long Beach.
Clarky. Shout out to Clarky.
That's
I know
East
this
Long
fool
Beach.
too.
LP Crocs down the side. Oh, that's easy down the side. Man, bust down what? Bust down
I went to school with these
Bust down 200, come. Bust down 300. Trey say come for the set though.
All right, you can pause it. So this was basically the non-terrible version of this because there's a longer version in which they basically show that kid getting the dog shit beat out of him. Now, in that clip, he is claiming a gang. He's saying he's from Insane Crip, which for people out there who are eagle eye, yes, that is the same gang affiliation that many former No Jumper hosts and guests have represented, most notably probably DW Flame.
DW,
Obviously, we don't probably want to show the fucking clip of him getting molly-whopped anyway. But this is a clip that has gone very viral. A lot of people's opinion about it is, wow, gangbanging is retarded. A lot of people are looking at it saying, hey, if you want to get into the gang life and you're going to get whooped on by grown-ass men, even if you're 12. So I would like to go around the room and get some various opinions on this. Munchie B, how's that sit with you seeing a 12-year-old kid get whooped on for banging a set?
When you get put on the game, you're emancipated. You're an adult at that point. But that right there go either turn them up or turn them down. They might have created a monster.
That's what I was thinking when I saw it. Is somebody gonna get shot over this?
Hopefully, it spoke to him and humbled him. He don't want to game bang.
But it don't even got to be him, right? Because there's people from where he's from that are probably supposed to be taking care of business now, right?
If it's beef already. For him to do that to a little kid is beef anyway. That's go without saying. But I think that might turn that little dude into a beast, bro.
But that
was his little Jeff not making it on the basketball team moment.
That's this villain origin story arc for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, when you get put on, you an adult though, bro. Like,
you're emancipated. You said it well.
When they like, oh, I don't kill kids, kill, bro. He 12, right?
Yep.
12. Yeah. I was in jail for attempted murder at 13, so I don't know. That little kid, his little voice is soft and shit, but he might skip up on you and do something to you. So,
hey, and that's the thing, like,
kids kill.
Okay, but this happens all through the streets of LA, and not just LA, other cities I've seen it too.
And my bad. Why is he recording that? He's a buster for that. That's weird.
I think they were like kind of recording him to like,
but that's what
troll to like sort of add some context for what they were about to do with him. If I understand correctly.
But that's the thing. So he's supposed to be that's a different clip when he got. It was a rival.
Oh, so that clip is not the same guy filming him who ended up fucking him up? Okay.
That's him with his homies right there.
Right.
And then he winds up getting caught slipping by some enemigos.
Right.
This happens all throughout LA. When fools run into their enemies, especially if it's a known guy, like it says right here, what does the headline say? Long Beach Crip catches viral 12-year-old. Viral, okay?
Right.
So they looking at him
the
as
first clip went viral.
Correct.
And then soon after,
correct.
Got it.
That's him in his hood, you feel me? Probably just recent put on or whatever, you feel me? And he's with his people. He's in St. George Park, so he's with the Insanes. Then this fool gets caught slipping by some enemies, and of course they're going to put it on camera because that's what fools do when they find their enemies if they're viral nowadays.
Yeah.
Because you're a trophy. And that's just like, I'm not saying it's cool, but it's what happens all throughout.
I'll say I'm glad that this didn't happen in Chicago because it feels like they're way less likely to just do a pack out. They're probably just going to kill your ass.
I mean, yeah, they'll kill you out here too, though.
True, yeah, but you're right. At least looking at the clip, if people have seen it, it's pretty brutal, but they didn't kill him. So at least there's that silver lining.
Well, first I want to
Mr. Long Beach, what you got to say?
All right, so first of all, I want to call attention to the elephant in the room, which probably everybody missed. That kid is Mexican, and he's from a black gang. So when you guys are like, you guys are racist and all that stuff, it ain't about race. It's about who did what to who. So y'all see that. There's that. Secondly, most of those guys in that video, I went to school with him and know him personally. The kid is basically, I think the guy who caught him probably saved his life because there's a threat that comes with just being a Mexican kid from a black gang in Long Beach.
Yes.
That neighborhood they're in, that ain't a black neighborhood. That's a Hispanic area. There's a gang called Eastside Longo. They run that whole area.
And they do not care for the black
They
people.
do not. And they definitely don't care for Mexican kids who join black gangs.
But that's y'all's park. That's they park though. That's the
hang
baby's
there.
park.
Yeah, that's the baby's park.
Yeah.
But that whole surrounding that park, Eastside Longo, pretty much. So the guy is from 20s who caught him. He did not beat him up. They did not jump him. He just scared him. He scared him.
I mean, they were like dragging him around on the ground. They had him screaming
they
for
were
his
bullying
life.
him.
Manhandled him.
They manhandled him. They didn't beat him. They didn't beat him up.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
You have a lot of people from Insane in 20s who are family members. Like when I used to be a gang member, I was from 20s. Those dudes from Insane, if I see them, hey, what's up, man? We knew each other forever. So I don't need
Deuces and Trays though. At one point.
Yeah, exactly. My dad is from Insane, so that's how it be. But the thing with that kid was that kid ain't really no gangster. You know what I'm saying? Somebody can put that dude on, and he's probably just someone who's willing to do anything to be accepted. And he got caught up, but I think the dude did it more to teach him a lesson than anything. At the same time,
Did he spit on him?
He didn't spit on him.
You sure?
I didn't see it in the
I
video.
can't recall.
He just had him like choked up by his collar.
That's kind of gay.
And had a phone on him saying, look at this.
In
This
that instance, 'cause
basically
it's a
like,
little
look
kid.
who I got. Like, say F your hood and all that. Then he like picked him up because the kid is scrawny. He's
Right, right,
tiny. He picked him up and dragged him kind of like a suitcase and like walked him. They didn't beat him up though. They didn't. That kid was screaming like a captured deer or rabbit or
I
something.
want somebody in the chat to. I could have sworn he spit on him. I want somebody in the chat to confirm that for me, whether I'm tripping.
In the video, I didn't see
I just see somebody in the chat saying he definitely punched little bro and spit on him.
Oh, so he spit on him.
That's
Okay.
not a lesson.
At least one person
Well,
is saying
it's
that
a
in the
lesson,
chat.
but it's a hard one. But you
Better
sure he
than
didn't hit
shooting
him?
him?
You sure?
They said he punched him, but I didn't see it. I just saw when he had him choked up and the kid was screaming. But the guy who did it, I mean,
You know him?
I don't know him at all.
Oh.
You're that's a kid, one, but at the same time, that kid could be behind a pistol and kill you at the
Right.
behest of someone who don't like you. So I would just send the message, the little kid, man, hey man, take this as a learning lesson. Get out of gangbanging. None of that stuff is important. Live your life and go be successful. Clearly, the way you were screaming and crying, it's little dudes from hoods who would have took that like a man, like not cried or nothing. Clearly, it just ain't in them. And don't be like that and then get a pistol in your hand and think that you're a tough guy or you're this person that you're not. We see who you are. That's okay. It's nothing wrong with that. Ain't no shame in that. You scared. You were scared. And to the dude who did it, you know, it ain't no glory in attacking a little kid. So it's a lose-lose situation all around.
This guy, DJ Dusky, just donated $2 and said Aunt Hefe talked to 20s and kids, the kid's 16. I don't know why I didn't use spaces. The kid's 16, not 30, and the other little kid's 12. So, I mean, that does kind of change the dynamic. If it's a 16-year-old whooping on a 12-year-old, that's pretty much,
That's
you know.
par for the course.
If the
12.
kid beating on him was 16 and the kid who got beat up was 12, that's like, from a gangbanger perspective, y'all are basically on the same level.
Y'all in the same.
You caught a popular trophy in the wild. That's your
That
enemy.
little kid ain't no trophy.
But I'm saying
He
he's viral.
Yeah, right,
So,
How did he knock him
not
out when
trophy
he was
like that.
screaming?
At least like
knock him out.
Someone's on here saying he knocked him out. The kid, go watch the video, guys. He was screaming and crying on the ground, and the dude was telling him to say F his hood.
Hey, Brandon, that knocked out word is used too loosely, bro. They you drop somebody, they knocked him out. He knocked him out.
But he didn't. This kid don't even look like he got hit.
The
He
chat
just
is
looked,
saying they were stomping all over him and all kinds of shit.
There
I
was
don't even
one
remember. I don't know
guy.
why.
I think you.
I didn't get any particular joy from watching a 12-year-old kid get
it got
stomped out. It was
deleted by
kind of
X.
grimy,
It's
bro.
got to be brutal.
did you notice?
Right?
Did you notice in the video the guy was like, "Hey, this your people." Somebody was like walking up. I kind of think he caught him solo because I didn't see anyone else. And then he took off. The point remains. Listen, you sign up for gangbanging. That's what you sign up for.
Hey, my name Munchie B, and I endorse this message.
You know what I'm saying? If he go to the halls, he gonna have to run in phase little 12, 13, whatever.
I just think it's very unlikely that the end result of this is that he says, gangbanging sucks. I think it's more probably likely to go in the direction of, I'm going to kill somebody.
Hey, bro, I'll tell you, that might turn his savage up. I'm telling you.
Exactly. Seen it happen many times.
Me too.
Okay, and if we're going to do any other topic on this list, we should probably dive into a woman who is now probably the second most famous Hendrix on earth, Shiloh Hendrix. We can pull up this video. Hopefully it's heavily censored because I really don't want a bunch of hard R's being said on the stream. But this white woman here, she was in the park, and apparently, according to her, a 5-year-old autistic black kid started going through her stuff. And a guy goes up to her who is not the father of the boy and who does apparently have sexual related charges related to children, I think, or it might have just been sexual assault. I'm not sure. But either way, this guy confronts her. And apparently at some point during this, she starts using the N-word with the hard R to describe the kid and or the person who's running down on her. So let's play this clip for anybody who hasn't seen it. Hopefully it's censored. Click that play.
It is not business. You call him an. Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
Oh.
All right, that's what you say. Nobody digging into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a little child?
What if he acts
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a shit.
Okay, so the guy recording is
Okay,
making
let's
a
see
lot
what
of
that
sense
internet
because,
said about you.
you know, for
Did you call
pause
him?
it. For sure, calling a 5-year-old boy who may or may not be autistic the hard R is about as disgusting as I could possibly imagine anyone behaving. Now, this video would have been viral on its own right because this is grimy ass behavior. But
What state is this?
that is a good question. What is it?
Minnesota.
Minnesota? Okay. So
And what's up with bro accent? Where he like
I think he might have been like a Somalian immigrant or some shit.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
And anyway, so this would have probably been viral on its own, right? It's a fucking white lady calling some guy a black guy the N-word, calling the kid an N-word, etc. But while most women in her situation would have probably backed down and probably said, hey, I'm sorry, and I lost my job because everybody complained about me, etc. And, you know, I'm sorry, I'm going to take classes to teach myself how not to be racist anymore. That would have been kind of like what we're used to seeing in these kind of situations. But instead, she didn't apologize, and she made a GoFundMe because she said that basically she's being harassed so badly by people who've seen this video and want to destroy her life. She made it to GoFundMe. I forget how much she was asking for. I think it might have been like 100 grand or 200 grand. She has now to date raised like 800 grand. This woman might be a pre-tax millionaire because so many people were willing to support her despite how deplorable her behavior here is. And this really, to me, kind of stands out as like a seismic moment in the history of our country because I can't think of any time in which a video like this went viral and there was just like a huge outpouring of support for the
Virtue
person.
signaling for a racist dropping the N-bomb is insane.
That's
Is that strictly like
that's common though.
Okay, her saying it might be somewhat common. I mean,
I'm
it's
talking about
definitely not something
these
I've seen.
white
but-
people support each other so cold. They do bullshit and they people do GoFundMes and they raise a lot of money in bubble. Like Zimmerman did it before. He had representation going to court.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You're right. Like when because what it does is it weaponizes the whole just white nationalist leaning community,
right?
To get behind it. It is the same type of
That's
shit.
what that part I was saying was common.
The thing is that the white nationalist community is probably not the richest community, and there's really only so many people that I think could like fit into that classification. So when I see her making almost $1 million, that makes me feel like this probably has gone way beyond the type of people who normally consume racist content on the internet. It feels like this might really kind of like indicate that we're entering into a new paradigm in which, you know, white people just feel like they're such victims that even in a situation like this where, to me, her behavior seems absolutely deplorable. And you'd think that if she was being misrepresented that she would have put out a statement about that, you know, because I've seen some people saying like, oh, the kid wasn't 5, or, you know, a lot is being made of the fact that the guy who was harassing her on camera was apparently like a sex predator of some sort. It just seems like that is so much money that this has to be like a much bigger, wider constituency that apparently feels like they want to team up with this type of woman and hold her down in a time like this. Now,
Proud Boys.
A ton of people are comparing this, though, to the situation with Carmelo Anthony, the black kid who was at a football game or whatever, and he stabbed a white kid in the chest and killed him. That kid, I believe, raised like $1 million as well. And a lot of people are suggesting that the support that she's getting here is really almost like being done because of the fact that Carmelo Anthony raised so much money. And, you know, I think the majority of people seem to be saying that they think that Carmelo Anthony was in the wrong and basically committed a murder. So
this shit is
what do you guys
bro.
think when you see this?
Hey, hold on. So, see, they trying to defend her so much. How they even get the digging into the cameraman business to even find out he got some sex crimes?
I assume it was posted on his social media and they were able to kind of figure it out.
Now y'all looking at his track record?
That's exactly what I was about to say. Like literally the same. I was gonna say, is it safe to assume that that people instantly were like, oh, he's a sex predator in the comments or whatever?
Well, he is a man hanging out on the playground who apparently didn't have kids there, which, you know, I go to playgrounds with my kid, and sometimes you do see random
he ain't
guys
have
there,
no
and it's
kid
very
there?
strange.
You ain't have no kid
Nah,
there?
he might be walking laps there. I know people that be on the monkey bars doing pull-ups.
And yeah, if I was anywhere in the vicinity of a playground and I hear a white lady screaming the N-word in any context or really at a little kid, then obviously I'm going to probably be all up in the playground like, bitch, what you say? Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that people were down to dig into this guy's past and, you know, use it to kind of spice this up.
I mean, with me, I think this is a response by white people, because I honestly think white people are getting sick of, like, in America, they're getting sick of kind of like walking on eggshells around black people excusing super heinous crimes committed by black people on other black people. But if a white person says the most slightly offensive thing, oh my God, this is the end of the world, right? I believe that this woman, the kid, from what I read, the kid was like rifling through her purse.
That is why she's flipped out.
And then she called him the N-word.
Allegedly.
And I'm just thinking, where the hell was this kid's parents at? Because it's like, look, I slapped a kid one time for trying to reach in my car and grab a $5 bill out. He was like 15 years old.
And you were in the car?
I was walking from the park bathroom back to my car. I left my window down and I have $5 in the cup holder. It was a kid who was the son of one of my friends that I found out.
Whoa.
And she was like, oh, my brother gonna do this. I said, send his ass.
So show if I found a kid going in my car,
you getting
I'm
smacked.
Smack the shit out of you.
And he's gonna do it. And one day he's gonna try to do it, he's gonna end up dead, right? My biggest thing is like this. The woman has freedom of speech. She say whatever she want to. Your kid does not have the right to rifle through her things and take stuff. The parents was not watching their kid. So my thing is like, okay, you're gonna act like the N-word is hurting you. But every single day, black people hear the N-word nonstop. So to act like you're offended, it's a lie. You're literally trying to use. You're trying to use.
Wait, it's a lie to say that you're offended by a little kid getting called the N-word, and not just the soft N. I mean, the hard R aimed at a little kid.
Context is
I'm offended, and I ain't even got a dog in this fight.
I'm telling you right now, anybody who rifling through people's stuff, stealing, they ain't offended by the N-word.
Now, to be fair, we don't really know. We don't really know the extent to which this actually happened, or what happened, or if he was really stealing. Like, a lot of details of this are kind of up in the air. But you would think that in her doing the GoFundMe, that she would have corrected the record if there was anything major that was wrong in the reporting on this.
The woman,
she said something about taking something from her son. That's what kids do. They take the basketball or push a kid at the. You know what I'm saying? I didn't hear her say nothing about no purse. She said something about her son, right?
The story she gave.
I think in the beginning, yeah.
The story she gave after the fact was the kid was going through her bag.
She need her ass beat.
The point I'm making is this. She said the N-word to the kid. Okay, you're offended. Cool. What exactly do you want anybody to do to her? Because legally, there's nothing you can do.
Fuck her up.
So you want to attack her, right?
Right.
So here's the thing. Does she have the right to attack your kid because they rifling through your bag?
No, not a 5-year-old.
Or anybody, because black people say offensive stuff to people all the time. The thing that's happening is
we used to go through
black people are trying to operate based on a standard that they don't want other people to operate with them on. Because even when you look at the situation, and I had one to do this story, but I won't even talk about
my daughter,
but
bro.
if you talking about the situation with Austin Metcalf, right? The kid pushed him, he stabbed the kid died. Black people are like, he's a hero. That's self-defense. That situation happens on playgrounds and in schools every single day around America. So are we saying anybody who gets pushed can get stabbed in the chest and that's fair? That's right?
In some places.
We have you
got to stand your ground law.
Listen, that's not stand your ground.
Yeah, because the kid could have left. Like, it was a lot of stuff that goes into this. 1090 Jake did a really good video about it, but basically that kid is guilty as fuck.
The world has laws that everyone has to abide by. There are certain elements within the black community who think that they should be able to do whatever the hell they want to do whenever they want to do it, and nobody should be able to say anything to them.
So you think it's cool that grown lady was cursing at a 5-year-old kid and using racial slurs?
I think she was angry.
So what?
What?
No, control your anger.
No.
You an adult.
If it happened to me, I'd be angry as fuck. And you know what I would have said? If anything, well, actually, realistically, it's a little kid. I probably wouldn't have said anything too aggressive. But maybe I would have said, hey, you little piece of shit, get out of my fucking bag.
but she's a racist.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem.
And that's how racists deal with situations.
Hey, bro,
But
and then
you
say
would have actually even said all
black
that.
people
Would it
do
have been that
heinous things to
abrasive?
each other,
Really?
bro.
Maybe.
Everybody do the most heinous things to each other. Mexicans, because you do who you're around.
Yes.
Orange County, white boys is knocking each other down.
Yes. But what I'm
like,
what
so like white people keep saying that black people kill black people, Mexicans kill Mexicans, white people kill white people.
because when
For sure they do.
because when black people, somebody does something to black people, we act like we freaking ring the 5-alarm fire over when someone does it to us. But when we do it to each other, we don't say anything. At least with white folk, okay, if somebody gets killed or somebody shooting up the neighborhood, black people ain't gonna call black people to fix that. They gonna call the white people on the police force to come get this criminal who's making my neighborhood bad. But if he handles them in the wrong way or he's a little too rough with them, now we gonna try to go against him for not dealing with this criminal that we were afraid of the way we think that they should deal with him.
I mean,
it's hypocrisy.
Brandon.
Actually, we do. I don't like using the word police our own though. Like, is that what you were saying?
I'm saying if we don't want to do that, how can you be angry when someone does it the way they want to do it?
Yeah, if you see your homies' kids acting up, you're gonna check them. You feel me?
Not these days.
Yeah, but what Munchie's saying, like literally, like awesome, like as a village, everybody coming together. Like back in the day, we'd all be outside, and like whoever's mom is like says something, everyone's gonna pay them respect, right? Like it's the same thing.
All right, I watched a clip of Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire talking about this because I was fascinated by the title of his video. I don't normally consume his content, but it basically was like, it was clear that he was going to try to frame Shiloh here as the good guy in this whole situation, which to me is kind of unfathomable. How is the person screaming the N-word at a 5-year-old kid the good guy? And, it's just this weird bait and switch thing where you basically, like, he pulls up a bunch of TikToks of various black people basically saying that this girl deserves to die. If I was there, I would have killed her, etc. And like, you just have to introduce like a greater evil. Like, yes, it would have been worse if somebody showed up and killed her than her saying a bad word to a 5-year-old kid. Yes, it would be worse if someone showed up and killed her. We get that. But at face value, if you're the white lady who can't deal with a minor headache, like somebody going through your bag at the park, which, I'm at parks all the time with my kid, never really seen anything like this happen. But I can imagine that if somebody went through 99% of the parents there's bags, like some 5-year-old kid, their reaction would be either, hey, put that back, that's not yours. Hey, and maybe tell the mom, like, hey, that's not okay. Like, you can't touch people's stuff that's not yours. Most people have it built into their head that you use the kid gloves with a kid. That's like the number one thing that you're supposed to use the kid gloves on.
Right.
It just, to me, it takes like crazy mental gymnastics to try to paint this woman as if she's anything other than a total fucking savage for approaching a young child that way.
But maybe, sorry.
For one, he's autistic. For two, he's 5. For 3, she used a racial slur. She wrong all the way around, and then she benefiting from it. I don't even know how somebody can even
not apologizing
defend
and
that.
making like $1 million.
But these
They
people
standing on business.
But these people who are going off on her, threatening her life, they're just as mentally immature as she is.
I agree, but that's like what you have to do. You have to basically like introduce a completely alternate character into all this to find somebody who's worse than her. You have to take some random guy on TikTok talking about how he wants to kill her and say like, yeah, it's not great that she said the N-word to this kid, but this guy's talking about killing her. Like that guy's not part of this narrative. That's just a random guy making a TikTok. Matt Walsh is elevating it. I don't know how viral it was or whatever, but it's like you basically have to just like find random people in order to allow her to take the moral high ground.
Him like literally the fact that the guy that shot the content, or not even content, the guy that captured the moment happened to be like a on the registry or whatever is the worst case scenario. Like that sucks. Like the fact that they're gonna weaponize that,
because then you have to start passing the buck from the lady who yelled the N-word at the little kid to the guy who filmed it, who everything he was saying in the video was totally fair. Now, is he a fucked up shitty freak of a pedophile of a person? I don't know. Maybe that's what his history indicates, but either way, he's not a central figure in the story. The little kid and her are the only like real factors. He's just the one who happened to film it. And really, like, what he was saying was basically what I would have said, is like, you're a fucking monster for saying that to a little kid. That's like the only logical take to have.
And like, you wasn't a little kid messing around like at the park and going.
I ain't never went in nobody damn purse at no park.
I mean,
you ain't never did it. You ain't ever did it, and Munchie ain't never did it. And
I definitely
Donnie
stole
ain't never
shit.
did
I
that.
stole shit when
For
I was a
sure.
kid and didn't understand the gravity of what.
But you were not at the
stealing was.
park
For
rifling
sure.
through people's things at a little age. Like, let me go through this woman's bag.
If I was 5, if my daughter did that now, I wouldn't be. Like, I would be surprised and I would reprimand her, but I wouldn't be that surprised because she doesn't necessarily understand the concept of like personal ownership.
The gravity
and
of
the
those
parent
actions.
of that kid doesn't understand the concept of parenting, because the whole time the one thing that is eluding
Why you
us
skipping the
all
autism thing?
is where I understand that, but the thing and that's what I'm saying. We don't even know the name of the damn parents. Like, where were they? Who was the person who's just releasing their kid into the park?
The fact that they haven't been revealed yet is actually pretty strange.
That's what I'm saying. Like, your kid is doing something. I'm not saying the woman's right. She's clearly a racist. But the reality is, what if she would have been a psychopath and like went and just start bludgeoning the kid? What the thing is,
That would be worse.
we're leaving black kids unprotected, especially disabled black kids, and then we're trying to make a big deal about this lady saying the N-word. It's words, okay? It doesn't mean you go make a death threat on that lady. Because now what if someone was doing that to you? And this is how this gets started. We're developing this eye for an eye mentality where it's like, if you do this to me, I'm going to go to the extreme on you, and then you do it to me. Listen, man, sometimes you got to learn to let stuff go. This is one of those things where it's like, it's not even worth the time of day to look at it. If I don't know the parent, if the parent ain't suing this lady or bringing up charges against this lady, if the parent ain't knocking this lady out, then it must not be that important to them. And I'm going to be real with you. Can't nobody care about a situation with your kids more than you.
If like when Derek Chauvin, I believe, raised a bunch of money at a certain point because, you know, the guy who killed George Floyd, that to me seems way more justifiable than raising money for this bitch. Because as much as I look down on the Derek Chauvin thing and I don't buy into the idea that like, oh, he had a fentanyl related heart attack while the cop just happened to have his knee on his neck or whatever, at least you can make the argument that he was a police officer, he was doing his job, and that he just so happened to do his job the wrong way. At least that argument kind of makes sense.
Even Kyle Rittenhouse makes more sense.
And Kyle Rittenhouse didn't do nothing wrong. Those motherfuckers were trying to kill him. He killed them.
Yeah.
Anybody in the chat trying to say that this is a equivalent thing to the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, Kyle Rittenhouse, you can argue that it was foolish for him to be in that area with a gun. But at the end of the day, he had people chasing after him, trying to kill him. He blamed him down. Those people got what they fucking deserved. And Kyle Rittenhouse got off, rightfully so, in my opinion.
But do you see how you have a logical opinion on those things? Like, we agree on Kyle Rittenhouse. We agree on Austin Metcalf. We agree on all that, right? But people will hate donate because there are a lot of white people who feel like black people are weaponizing racism against them to hurt them. So now they got this mindset like, even if she is wrong, I'm going to send her money because I'm just so sick of them trying to make a big deal out of this relatively minor thing.
And I get that. I get that this is a reaction to the Carmelo Anthony thing. And I understand you, white people or whoever, conservative people that felt the need to donate to this woman because you just really wanted to own the blacks and let them know that they supported a monster in the Carmelo Anthony situation.
Yeah.
I get that. I see your perspective, but please do not elevate this white trash piece of shit bitch into a martyr. She's not. She's just a racist fuck, and she deserves to be exposed and mocked. And I don't love seeing people lose their jobs or anything like that. But if anybody deserves to lose their job, if you work for me and you get a viral video of you screaming at a little kid, calling him the N-word, yeah, I'm gonna fire you too, because you're showing a lack of self-control and deep-seated racism that, you know, is just is so ugly. I would not want to employ anybody who's doing that. And you see some of the people I employ is like, I'm not afraid of a little ugliness, but I mean, to me, that is just so disgusting and beyond the pale.
You gotta be more disciplined, bro. She
Hey,
dope, bro.
but also like Brandon, you're a great debater, but to make like to actually make the equivalent that this poor autistic 5-year-old black kid getting yelled at is synonymous with black people saying the N-word to each other, and which is a point that you made earlier. You said, yeah, is such a false equivalent, bro. You got to get called out for that.
But you can't.
That's a terrible point, bro.
This is the worst rebuttal all night. He got autism, but I hope they let her get over $1 million and then sue her like for emotional distress or something. You know, like you don't do no kid.
I
like
think
that.
my point is
that don't make sense.
I think my
Probably
point.
she's
my-
gonna do
my
the game
point is-
thing and just get a default judgment.
I think my point is being missed. Like, she's definitely a racist of the white trash variety. Like, I get that. But what I'm saying to black people, I'm just appealing to black people. If you're in this country and everybody is so racist and everybody hates you and everybody wants you dead, why would you allow your autistic child to play at the park alone?
We don't know the full context of that.
We
though.
know that we don't know
Yeah.
who this boy parents is to this day.
Everybody don't hop in front of the camera.
When the woman was right there calling the N-word, the parent was nowhere to be found.
The parents might be trying to preserve digital
No,
privacy.
defend your
There's nothing
kid.
wrong
Because
with
if
that.
someone calls my kid the N-word at the park, I'm going to confront that person.
This is the thing. If a white guy walked in the room right now and called y'all the N-word, I would consider that guy way less deplorable than her. She's
Correct.
way worse.
Right.
She said it to a 5-year-old kid that you would like to think would be able to at least make it to 6 or 7 without being confronted with the brutal realities of racism in our country. You know, like if this video probably would have gone super viral if she was saying it to a grown man, but she was saying it to a little kid. It's so much worse.
I think some people say the N-word just to be offensive. I think they do it just to kind of like needle you and agitate you. The woman's a racist. I get it. But where are the parents? But where are the people who are supposed to be confronting this lady? Not
You're
put
right
this on
about
the
that.
internet and now people 5,000 miles away are making death threats. That's stupid
But don't
stuff.
think that most white people condone that shit. Because
No,
they
I don't think that.
You feel me?
No, there's
Like,
definitely a
I
nice
don't think
chunk
I'm
of them
not
that
condoning
do.
it.
yeah, but
I
we're,
don't go
At
on
all,
it.
yeah.
we're,
That shit ain't straight.
I'll fade her.
I wouldn't say that we're like typical of the white consensus. However,
True, we are
Hey, man, she need
glazers.
to get her ass.
I'm tired
whooped.
of people
I don't give
being
a fuck. She
I'm
need to get
tired-
her ass whooped, bro.
I'm tired of people being so crazy about racism, but then they're not using any situational awareness.
It hit different when it's a kid though.
Yeah.
Let that be Brandon. She said it too. It what nobody cares.
Yeah, I
about.
wouldn't care.
Keep going up.
But yeah, it's wrong to say that to a kid. He doesn't deserve that. He's innocent, especially if he's autistic. But I'm
Okay.
just like, where was the parent to check her ass up from the gate?
All right, this was a great 4 hours. I'm about to power through some of these donations before we get off of here. Can you go up a little bit more? What's that member?
what was the last?
DJ Kool-Aid 510. Thanks to you for becoming a member. You're the man. We already read that one. Okay. Wolf sent $10. Said that poll shouldn't even include all the broke asses that aren't even becoming members. We want Brandon here. The broke ass non-member opinions don't count. Hey, Brandon is riding high with his 53% approval rating. Honestly, if I were to throw myself out there, I don't know if it would be that much higher. It seems like that was probably pretty solid.
Mine was like 97% yesterday.
Plata o Plomo sent $5 and said, Adam, drugs out your system in 3 days. He tries to trick you to test them on a Monday morning. Oldest trick in the book.
Gang drugs get out like 3 days.
Somebody said also, what's up with the Brian Pumper interview? I was mistaken into thinking that it was supposed to take place this week. It's looking like it's going to be next week. So everybody out there, just put your hands together and pray, because to me, that's going to be one of the most seismic pieces of No Jumper content possibly ever. One of my finest works, I'm guessing. Bishop Rojas said, $200 at Lush. What is your earliest memory of Almighty Suspect? Were you at the baby shower in 1997 or no? Also, does he give you coupons for pee services?
Don't he discounts on the blade?
What's your earliest suspect memory? Do you remember?
I want to say I seen his pops bring him to an event one time when like he was a child, bro.
Damn, that's
You feel
crazy.
me? A child, like a small child.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Dead Heat, New York. My clothing plug. $20 said it's a care package for Adam Lush and suspect from New York City on the way. Don't get fired before a touchdown cocaine bot.
I
Thank
got
you very much.
player.
Appreciate that, G.
Much love.
B Sizz resubscribed his membership. He said you should do a no jumper Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or Muay Thai training vlog with Brandon. Would go hard. I am very much about that.
That's dope.
Definitely want to make that happen. Might be wise to wait till 4S's gets out, but
Ooh.
for sure we got to run that up. Paris Vichoti said, I'm making an OnlyFans called Kanye's Cousin. I want that Orlin girl with the tattoo eyes. Adam, set it up. Munchie on the cameras.
You're
Munchie on the who?
Fuck y'all. All right. K-Flock's attorney said, Adam, are you going to address... Nah, I ain't even going to read the rest of that one. Keep scrolling. Rico A said, all the internet gangsters and Aaron the only one throwing hands. We need Suspect back. Lush sounds like a Meth Drick Lamar W Tuesday
Hey,
show.
They was calling me Meth Drip Lamar. That's hard as fuck. That's gonna be that's my new alias. I might have a Meth Drip.
Did you
Lamar.
notice in that song that Desto Dub says Almighty suspect? I don't know if it was a
He did that on
Freudian slip or
purpose?
not. Huh?
You did it on purpose?
I don't think.
know.
I don't think you
I
did.
feel
it
like
on
you might have just said it wrong, but it was still kind of weird. DJ Dusky, Brandon, you don't know all that much about boxing. Floyd's chin ain't revered. Skills, Philly shell defense made him great, and Pac-Man is a Hall of Famer. Don't pretend.
Yeah, you was bleeding Pacquiao.
I like the way they responded to that, though.
Yeah, you got opinions. Maybe we do need a sports
See
show.
what I'm saying?
Shout out to Michael Coles and DJ Dusky for becoming members. We appreciate it massively. K Flock's attorney sent $5. Said Lush said, "I'm a successful junkie," and absolutely forgets that he had 65 Crips show up to New Jumper 2 days ago.
But that's exactly my point.
You just told us you're not a
exactly my
junkie
point.
through that drug test.
Yeah,
Exactly my point.
Fuck you probably sent $5. If you want to be an unsuccessful black man, just use Brandon's logic in life and business. Sincerely, a black engineer. Damn.
Don't depend on racism and be accountable.
Shout out to all the engineers. CW said, Adam, we need the damn homie interview. Already ran his scary ass off the block. Now kick his candles. I was talking about Sharp. Shit.
Yeah, for real.
If damn homie wants to pull up, Sharp is long gone. I feel like maybe it is time. Maybe she needs to come on. Yeah, that's a good idea.
He peed in her mouth.
No, she peed in a cup, I think.
Yeah,
And also, I don't even think that happened. I think that
I don't think
someone
so
else peed in the cup and he was
I don't think
sipping
he
on
drank
it.
I just
no
like
pee at
I
all,
just
bro.
want some pee, church.
Yeah, I have my doubts as well. But also, if we have her on, she's going to be talking about trap lore, and I don't really want to encourage that.
Oh, that's what editing's for.
Even though I don't really think that he did anything really.
he was-
with it.
What, Gerbed her?
I don't think he gerbed.
He gerbed her.
I think he had an option to gerb her, and he didn't, and that was upsetting to her.
The option to gerb.
There's always an option to gerb. Just don't over gerb. XX said $5. Said, "Ayo, Lush, you offering up Germ to Adam for plug talk? If he for real gonna fire you, what about Munchie? You know he won't turn it down. Free break.
You guys are horny. First of all, second of
Very
all,
horny.
Germ Free album out right now.
Yeah.
Run it up, Shadow Work on all streaming services. Bang bang, Shadow Work, and
And she
new
is not
video.
invited to plug talk.
No, yeah.
I support my friend in his relationship. That's not what I'm trying to
Me
do.
and her might do some stuff in the future, but I will say
And
this.
we will react to that on here. Yes.
But yeah, her and I got a new video too called Memphis 2002. Mic drop. That is live as well, going crazy.
Yeah. And then Paris also said Brandon looks like whack if he didn't have those acne scars and never went to jail and didn't start the exposures. That's funny. Devin said Draco the GOAT, West Coast artist of all time, but Munchie be a respectable warrior. He's the best rapper in Inglewood. Good podcaster, but a great MC. Man, you really got fans out there.
You know what?
No,
I'm not mad at that take.
The show. And then go back down again. King Jaffe Joffer said Kyle Rittenhouse made $600K on GoFundMe for booming 2 people. This isn't new, like Munchie said. Adam, I think Rittenhouse deserved his.
Rittenhouse is a hero, bro.
He was smeared by the media. Yeah, I'm not going for that. XX said, "Hey Adam, you should enact prima nocta. If Lush is a true player from the Himalayas getting paper, he'd offer term. Cooked Lush content would go crazy. Very funny concept, but no, thank you.
This guy's super into, like, I get it, fool.
Yeah, maybe there is a market for the German Lush sex tape.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And then Family Eats First and G-Skew became members. Shout out to y'all. And I think that's it.
You're not going to read the Jackie Wise?
What do you say?
Dump
Brandon. He's obnoxious. Oh, I didn't even see that one. Wow.
I'm a man of the people. I want all voices to be heard.
I'm kind of fucking with the Brandon thing. I think
that's
he
why
adds
I run
something
the
to this.
election.
Yeah.
I agree. I fucks with
I do
Brandon.
still feel like this cast needs something. Like I feel like there is a 5th member that would be good, but then also that makes it harder to have guests. But whatever, we'll figure it out.
We got it under
Hey,
control.
who made that cartoon, bro? Who is that?
Tariq Nasheed.
Oh,
you know about
God.
Tariq?
No, not his cartoon.
Oh.
The No Jumper parody.
I didn't watch any of those ones that you sent, but somebody's making like AI cartoons about us. Huh?
Is there like one like where I fight AD or something? Like,
Oh, for real?
it's like a cartoon? Yeah. It's like
I wanted to ask you a question.
What?
How did you come up with the name No Jumper? Like, so many people
Gucci.
asked me that.
Gucci on the song Brick said 95 Air Max because I'm a dope runner balling like an athlete but got no jumper.
Okay,
And then
so hip hop.
we took
Yeah,
that
I said
because no jumper, to me, what he's saying in that line, I'm balling like an athlete but got no jumper, is basically like, I'm not a rapper, or I'm not a basketball
Got it
star,
out the block.
but I'm gonna still get to the bag, whether it's podcasting, rapping, selling drugs. I felt like it was a decent metaphor for the fact that I was starting a podcast to basically interview non-superstars within the rap world, because I obviously knew I couldn't get to the superstars. So I was like, I'm gonna interview the homies of the rappers. I'm gonna interview the journalists, the models, the whoever the fuck I can get my hands on, whatever is gonna get me in the game.
So you're a BMX guy. Heard that. That sounds dope as hell. It hits you. You themed your thing around a basketball thing, but really it's a hustler's thing.
I mean, really, I wanted to start like a hip hop platform for like forever, and then that was just kind of the name that I ended up. There was a blog for a little while that didn't work, and then when I started doing a podcast, I said, "Shit, I already got this URL and some of the social media accounts reserved. Maybe I'm gonna just turn that into a podcast."
Okay.
And that's how that went. Thank you to everybody who showed up today and supported us. We really appreciate everybody for becoming members in particular. Thank you to everybody who showed us love. Thank you to Brandon, a.k.a. Dark Brandon, a.k.a. Bucci Bear. Thank you to Munchie B, a.k.a. the Mayor. And shout out to Lush One.
Shout out my YouTube channel.
Shout out, go check out Defiant with Brandon, his YouTube channel, which has a lot of good content. I assume, haven't really dug in the way I'm supposed
Defiant
to.
Brandon on YouTube and Instagram.
There you go. And
go now.
If you need to remove cum from your body right now, maybe hit up plugtalk.com or go watch some other No Jumper content. The members section has a bunch of really great interviews like the 607 Unk one, the Gravedigger Quez one, as well as the full Go Yayo one and a bunch of other stuff. So if you guys want to go tune into that early, it's all up under members. Go to youtube.com/nojumper/join. And just like that, we did 4 hours. It was nothing. It was painless. Donnie on the boards. And we will be back tomorrow with the news bright and early at noon. And then the No Jumper Show again at noon on Thursday. And then Friday, there's going to be a music stream here while I pipe in the other room.